Run.
Your back to the wall. Ever had the odds against you stacked tall? Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil. Can they outsecure Kavi Chance? Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The #1 team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the North American Regional Finals. We've had such an amazing weekend of competition so far. I cannot wait to get today underway. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, aka Spraggles. I am joined by Zoinks, Kelosaurus, and Wonder Chef. We had an incredible day yesterday covering EU. We got to find out who our EU champions were. And yeah, it was a pretty amazing day of competition, Zoinks.
Yeah, it was incredible. A really fun group stage, but at the end of the bracket stage, we only had 3 teams remaining, of course, becoming our 3 EU representatives at the World Championships.
It was so much fun. We saw a lot of mixture in terms of the meta, some interesting picks, especially this Decidueye pick. I mean, this isn't the one that has the light bulb above its head, but there were just so many incredible matches all day long.
Yeah, we saw the evolution of the meta throughout the day. We also, I feel, saw the evolution of teams throughout the day. Some teams that started off a little bit weaker, and they just got stronger and stronger as the day went on. We saw some amazing losers runs, but overall, I mean, the teams that we saw qualify were teams that have been doing great all season, and I cannot wait to see how they're going to do at Worlds.
Yeah, I don't think you could have better representatives for EU than what we have. Nouns, of course, taking home the title as regional champion. We have Gen 5 and Komai all qualified to head to Worlds in Anaheim. Check out that giant marble, world's biggest, I've heard, and of course, possibly take home the title for EU.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns with a great streak through this bracket, as we can see, only dropping 2 maps in the entirety of the top 8 bracket to Gen 5, and then in their rematch against them, not dropping a single one. So Nouns Esports, clearly the top of EU, but Gen 5 and Kumai also look amazing. I genuinely think we need to start having the conversation. Is this the strongest EU has ever looked heading into the World Championships with these 3 teams? I mean, this is a crazy good roster that they're setting to the World Championships.
I feel like the synergy between Nouns during that grand finals, they really evolved and leveled up. But you know what? We have had so much talk about EU. We didn't actually get a chance to watch OC, so we have a special guest to bring on in and, I guess, cover, well, what we had for OC. So please welcome on in. It's Mifu. Now, obviously, it is morning here in NA. Over there, though, I think I should be saying good morning to you, Fu.
I can't wait to recap the OC action. I mean, it has been action-packed here in the last few days.
It really has. So, we obviously had a really long day for EU, along with OC yesterday as well. Can you start us off with some key highlights that we saw during the group stage?
Yeah, well, group stage was such an exciting time for OC because we actually had a full 16 teams, and so 4 groups of 4 as they fought it out. We had a major upset in pool number 3, which was our group of death, where a relatively new team, Muse, took down some veterans, the team chair, that featured previous world competitors. And as always, legends reappear. They reappeared when regionals comes around, and they returned for the first time since winning December, but they seemed so strong, probably stronger than ever, being the only seeded team to make it out with that top seed position and starting their bracket, campaign in the winner's side. And you can see in some of these replays, legends reappear. They just seemed like the team to beat. And because they have won the regionals before in 2023, all eyes were on them as we head into the bracket stage. And this was a nice little clip as Hooper was able to get a 4 KO streak, which is pretty much very rare in nowadays. And I'm glad OC had the chance to show it.
Yeah, double laser knockout looking pretty cool there for Hoopa in those final moments. Speaking of Pokemon, Fu, throughout the group stage, were you seeing any really interesting meta choices like that, or kind of, par for the course in terms of OC? What were we looking at in terms of Pokemon selection?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've got 2 answers for you. One is obviously Gyarados and Metagross. We love it here in OC, and I can see it played quite a bit in the EU region beforehand as well. But we also saw XP share Urshifu going down in the bot path, and I'm still trying to rack my brain about how that works.
Oh yeah, that's a fun choice.
I'm wondering if it was the same tech that we had Gen 5 going for in terms of not being as valuable. But here are the group stages here. So we can see Wildfire, Wonders, Splash, and Nightfall. They didn't end up dropping a match during all of this. But I have to ask the all-important question. Do you know if the team, the chair, is named after Spraggle's chair?
Big.
Do you know, Fu?
That's a great question. I'll have to get back to you on that, but I mean, you're one of the biggest inspirations for the Unite scene. You
gotta stop. You can't give him more.
No, you can't. I know. There's no way it's named after my chair. I don't want to even think that it could be.
The chair being the biggest inspiration for the Unite scene is my absolute favorite.
Chair is a huge inspiration.
That's
absolutely.
awesome.
So we move on from the group stage. We head into the bracket here, where we're going to figure out who the OC champion is, Fu.
Yeah, and the bracket stage, I mean, the action just did not stop in day 1, where we battled it out for our top 8 into that top 2 section. You can see from Splash, a relatively new team yet again, but they were relentless. They have this player that have come from Brazil and played a few cups here in OCE, and they have absolutely changed the way that people approach this game. Their picks with Mimikyu, even though, we don't see too much of it in the OC region, they brought it back just for this tournament, and they took down Legends Reappear, which we mentioned before was such a strong team coming back from December as well. Wow. Other chain reactions that caused Daybreak, our favorites to win the entire tournament, got knocked out in the quarterfinals by Legends Reappear. So it really confirmed that OC Regionals curse again, where if you're the number 1 seed going into it, the chance of you winning are quite low.
Well, it isn't actually over for Daybreak, isn't it, Fu? Because I believe they are also going to be our representatives at NAIC. So there is still a last glimmer of hope for the OC region there to potentially get a second world spot, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, really good news for Daybreak. They will be heading to New Orleans very, very soon to get their campaign going for the NAIC. And that's going to be an exciting time because everyone likes LAN events and everyone likes to play when, you get an actual live audience watching you and cheering for you when you're on stage.
But right here, this is the grand finals, Splash versus Wildfire Wonders. Tell me a bit about it.
Yeah, so it was a dominant performance coming out from Wildfire Wonders. They did not drop a single game except for the one clash between them in the winners finals. I mean, your name Splash, even a water-themed team such as Splash could not really put out kind of the blazing fire that Wildfire Wonders took through. They were just relentless, and how I think in some of the draft they were able to get away with Raichu, Suicune, and Metagross, which was kind of like the highlights, I think, of some of these games. You can see Metagross being one of the favorites yet again. No matter who you pair it with, whether it's a Trevenant with Horn Leech, or to protect your Raichu and your Glaceons fighting from the back line, it was definitely a fan favorite for the OC region.
I definitely saw that insane combo, the setup of that Trevenant Hornleech into that Metagross. That must have been such a hype moment to witness. But thank you so much for covering whatever happened in the OC region yesterday. I appreciate it. But, well, Chef, we didn't actually hear a question from you. Do you have?
Yeah, we're going to mess this up, but can I get a high five, Fu? Do you think we can do this?
Oh, well, okay, we're going to try.
Yep. Oh, yeah! Okay, you went through. You went all the way
Very
through.
nice.
Fall through. That was perfect. That's all I needed to know.
Started with a perfect high five, got worse as it went.
Yeah. we're actually, they'll cut that, right? They'll cut that in
Yeah,
post. That's how it works.
Yeah, they always edit out all the mistakes. Yeah, trust me.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Fu, and congratulations to the winner from OC. Of course, they have the best jungler in OC, isn't that right? That's how they were able to do it. And I thought you weren't able to carry the entire thing, but apparently now you can, which is pretty exciting. So we've done it. We are moving on. We've done EU. We've talked about OC, and now I think it's time to talk a little bit about North America, guys.
Let's do it.
Let's do this thing.
Here we go.
Whew. Our studio is in Texas.
Should have said that earlier, maybe.
I think that has to be clear before the hats make at least some sense. We are taking a look at our group stage here in NA Zoinks, and we've got some really interesting shakeups moving into our bracket today.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about these groups before the group stage even began yesterday, we were talking about Pool 2 and Pool 3 being some of the most interesting groups. I mean, you need coaching entering into this season very late, not having a lot of championship points, held them at a lower seeding. It made these groups crazy, but honestly, when we're looking at these results, I think the craziest part is that Version 1 and Denial, both teams coming from that open qualifier, only that qualified 4 teams, both coming away first place in their group.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at this, I think there are some huge upsets, right? We are not going to be seeing Team YT. We're not going to be seeing Team Growth. We're not going to be seeing Nemesis, Ignorance. So many amazing teams. Rush Hour. And on Business, who has been performing so well. I mean, these groups were absolutely crazy, and we're going to see a lot of teams that you may not have seen on broadcast before today.
This just goes to show how stacked NA is at the moment, but we can see because of that group stage, we have Luminosity Gaming going up against Denial in that winner's side. Orange Juices going up against Version 1. Obviously, down in that losers bracket, we have TI Gang, or T-Gang, starting on up. And Unique Coaching, this is actually a really surprising one here, because weren't they the champions from last month, Chef?
They were looking extremely strong. They're still looking extremely strong. Obviously, we saw an amazing losers run from Komai yesterday, but they lost to Version 1 in groups, which is, I would consider a pretty big upset. Of course, Version 1, well known for being very successful in a lot of grassroots tournaments, so not a huge surprise, but with the names on Unique Coaching, that's pretty huge. And they already took down Revelation as well down in that losers bracket. Revelation and T3, 2 teams that I think a lot of people expected to go very, very far, and so going out in that top 8 spot, still obviously extremely impressive, but a little bit earlier than I think some would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you have some of the teams you would expect up there in the winners, right? Luminosity, Orange Juicers, kind of the two titans from North America holding down that winner's side. Now, we also have this interesting thing happening. We have a team already qualified for Worlds in Luminosity Gaming, but they, of course, want to win the regional finals as well, get that huge lion's share of the big prize pool this weekend. So that would be big for them. But the further they go, the better it is for the rest of the teams because someone else will now qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, if Luminosity gets one win in this tournament, just one, a single one, either in losers or winner's side, both teams that make it to that losers semifinal will qualify for the World Championships. But, of course, we got to talk about the Pokemon selection in North America. A little bit different on the stats screen than we saw in EU previously. Blissey being by far the most picked/banned Pokemon in our tournament at a 100% encounter rate.
Interestingly enough, I think that the stats are probably like going to change a pretty significant amount. Okay, Zoinks. Zoinks is literally holding up thumbs up to nobody. All right, yeah. You can talk about that stat.
You know who would be really excited about this?
Yeah.
Husky.
Yeah, she will. I mean, she and I fighting over the #1 Meowscarada fan spot at the moment. But hey, we're all winners with Meowscarada at the moment. A 93% win rate right now. 14 wins in total. Now, notable. One of the most prolific Meowscarada players in North America was on T3. Zealot has played a lot of this Pokemon. With them being eliminated from the tournament, we might not see it from them, but of course we've seen players like on Luminosity Gaming, like Overlord, pick it up as well. So I think there's a chance we'll see it in our tournament, but either way, great stats from them. Gyarados, also surprising win rate. And North America and Comfey. It feels like we always go back to it a little bit.
It might be Overlord and Comfey.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit. It feels like Overlord. You put that Comfey collar on him, one of the best players of all time, and then you make sure that they can't go down. Pretty hard to beat that combination. I don't know how many other teams played Comfey, but I bet you Luminosity did a few.
Yeah. Can I just point out, too, Gyarados had, of course, all those stats are really interesting. A lot of them were really similar to yesterday, but Gyarados in particular had an 84% win rate, but not just an 84% win rate, with almost 40 picks, where everybody else on that list was like 10, 14, 8, 40 times Gyarados went through and won 84% of the time. That's maybe a sign that we shouldn't be letting Gyarados through.
Yeah, Gary, just extremely strong, and it's one of those hard Pokemon. It might be a hard Pokemon to ban out, right, when we have such big picks. Alolan, Raichu, Blissey, Suicune. These Pokemon are really high priority for a lot of teams as well. The first match we're going to see today, of course, is between Luminosity. Luminosity Gaming, your two-time world champions. They won LAIC, EUIC. They did very well at ACL, looked at as one of the best teams in the world, and they're going to be starting our broadcast here today, Zoinks.
Yeah, and quite a few of them already regional champions in North America, kind of from years past. We're talking year one was when a lot of these players had it, but if they're looking for a repeat win, they try to usurp Zugrug as the only two-time North American regional champion if someone can pick up that win on Luminosity Gaming today.
I'm really interested considering we actually haven't seen them participate in the previous two cups. They were in Japan for ACL during that March Cup, and I believe they didn't even end up playing last month as well. So have they actually been scrimming and practicing, or are they going in cold here? I mean, well, look, they are in the winner's bracket, so I think that just answers itself.
Well, supposedly some of the members of Luminosity were still in Japan up through the last cup, and they were doing like some practicing with some other teams and some players over there. So ideally, they've gone through a little bit more of like a training arc, but I don't really know how that works when your whole team isn't there and it's only some players. But regardless, I'm sure we all have infinite faith in Luminosity at this point. But it will be interesting to kind of see after a few months how much that training in another country has helped them, which I'm assuming at least it's somewhat it has. They might be even scarier. Eesh.
Yeah, I mean, now we're talking about the next team that they're going to be running into, Denial. And I have to be honest, I don't know a lot about this team. One thing is for sure, they crushed it in this group stage. And as you mentioned, coming from the open bracket to make it all the way here, such an impressive run. A win here would be massive. A team that maybe is not on a lot of people's radar qualifying for Worlds.
Yeah, Denial, like I mentioned before, they were one of my favorite teams playing in that open bracket. I was really, really impressed by their play style. They did qualify through the losers side of that open bracket. It's why they ended up in that group 1 or 2. However, with a great performance in group stage, I think they're cementing what they've been working on for quite some time now. This is a team that could go really far. You have a really tough test immediately against Luminosity Gaming right away, but I do think that this team can, I don't know, at least put some pressure on this squad. It's an underdog story, but I think Denial is, they're living up to that name already.
I think that's the thing. We got a lot of surprises for EU yesterday, and well, we might end up having some surprises from Denial, considering we don't really know what they're going to bring to the table. I mean, even then, I don't even know what Luminosity are going to bring to the table here today. As you mentioned, being in Japan, they would have potentially, I'd say likely, learnt a thing or two.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even just from ACL, they said they learned a lot. But I will say one thing for Denial is that they are in one of the best spots you could possibly be in as far as trying to qualify for Worlds. Because if they win, then they qualify for Worlds. If they lose, then the World spot shifts down one spot, and then they only have to win one more match. So not that you ever want to be fighting against Luminosity, probably, but if you had to be in a situation where you're fighting against Luminosity to qualify for Worlds, this is probably the one that you'd want to be in. And I'd say there's like a pretty decent chance. We just have to assume that we could see the world spot shift down, and then that's going to change how we talk about a lot of our matches for the rest of today.
Yeah, I mean, I think going up against the champs kind of like this is very exciting. Whether you're running into the Juicers or LG here in North America, if you lose, you're running up against one of the best teams. So you can't feel too bad. And if you win, holy, I mean, you just made such a splash in this tournament, obviously securing your spot to Worlds against one of the best of all time.
The scary thing about losing here, though, is that your next opponent is already decided, and it is You Need Coaching, which is a really tough team to fall into in terms of the losers bracket, no matter who loses in this matchup. I don't think Luminosity Gaming wants to face that tough of an opponent at this position in the tournament either, so a really scary spot to be. Of course, we got T-Gang on a legendary run for them. I think that's the coolest part about this regional championship so far, is this is by far a few of these teams' best performance of the year, like bar none, right? Like this is version 1 Denial, T-Gangs, the farthest they have gone in any of the tournaments throughout the season. I mean, what a time to spike here at the regional finals.
But it all makes sense, right? It's all that work, all that progress, the growth that we are seeing from these teams. I mean, this is the moment where, you want to hope that you are at your peak performance here, but we are going to look at the world's regional allocation. Let's have a look, Chef.
Yeah, North America 3, which is maybe wrong because LG in particular, they're just snatching up world spots. It's what they do. They're collecting them. Got to catch them all. North America has 3. Normally might have 4 just because of LG. Europe is going to have 3. Latin America North with 3. Latin America South with 2. Brazil with 2. And Oceania with the 1 spot that we just got a chance to talk about with Fu.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great spot for a lot of these NA teams. Again, with LG already taking a spot, no matter how far they go, that spot will shift down to another one of the teams competing. And of course, it won't be done after this either. We have the final stretch coming up in New Orleans, and that is very exciting. There are so many teams that I think you could expect to be here today that are not here today. Of course, we talked about, Team YT, Ignorance. There are just so many good teams that didn't make it here. Nemesis, of course, what a shocker, right? All of those teams could be fighting over that last spot at the final stretch, which is just going to be so amazing.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that OC representative that's going to be there as well. I think that's a very important storyline for them now. They didn't qualify within their own region, so having a chance to do so on North America soil, really exciting. We'll have to see if OC can make a legendary run at the final stretch.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We already had the play-ins, so we're likely to see some teams that have already qualified potentially also be there. But you know what? We're going to stop yapping here and send it over to Jake and Zoinks for Luminosity Gaming against Denial here.
That's right. Thank you so much, Kello. Thank you, Chef. We'll see you in just a moment. Luminosity Denial. We are heading into our draft here, Zoinks.
Let's go. The very first one of our North American regional finals. Ban phase are going to be complete. Heavy supports up front. Suicune kind of in that same category. And there it is, a Gyarados ban immediately. When you're high up on the win rates like that, I think there's no surprise.
A Pokemon that I've seen Overlord play a lot has been Gyarados, so I feel like that is one you might want to steal away from him. On the other side, we're seeing this Zacian picked up, and it looks like it could be this Talonflame in this last grab right here. Otter on the Hoopa. they decided to go no Blissey, no Comfey for this one.
Okay, well, the Talonflame from Stanley is kind of an iconic pick for them. The Score Shield will likely remain as one of those held items. Really like having that extra score pressure with the Talonflame for them. Interesting to see Slash back on Snorlax. We've heard from them that it's their favorite defender by far to play, so very comfortable on that Pokemon.
I love seeing Slash with the leftovers here as one of the held items.
Yep.
I think this is a great choice, and I think people have been sleeping on it a little bit ever since it got that buff a while back. You now realize how much value you can actually get out of this item on one of the defenders or supports that doesn't have any self-recovery in its kit, right? Outside of its big Unite move and rest early. Overlord now locking in the Zarina. Curios, the last pick right here. That Mewtwo Y in the attacker slot.
Yeah, likely going to be picking just a nice attacker to work alongside Overlord. You know, the early game of Zarina, we've talked about it, not the best, but certainly can level up to a scary level. And wow, look at this. Denial operating with a double defender setup, but only having one backline attacker. So only one Alolan Raichu. Mamoswine and Umbreon going to be up front in the enemy's face. Russ having a few attack boosting items, stacking with the attack weight and focus band just for that defense. Likely going to be playing a very support-oriented Wish Umbreon.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, right? They're going to need to keep the enemy away from Raichu, obviously. The longer they can keep Raichu around, the better. Then you have Zacian, which has just been an absolute force in some of these games. If you walk into the wrong tall grass, get caught by a Sacred Sword, you could be going down. On the other side, Zarina, this is a Pokemon, I mean, we were talking about maybe what Luminosity has taken from ACL a little bit. Zarina, I feel like, is huge for a lot of the Eastern teams, not as big in some of the Western teams, but this Pokemon is really strong right now. And coming away from the Speedster meta, I think it's time for these all-rounders to shine again in some pretty exciting ways. And I talked about this yesterday, Trainer on Mimikyu. I feel like it's either you have a Mimikyu player on your team or you don't. But if you do, this is always an amazing pickup.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few cases of the best player in the world on a specific Pokemon, I think, in North America, and Trainer on Mimikyu has a good argument, I think, at the top of that leaderboard. So we're going to see them locking into one of their fantastic picks, and there's a very scary Central Area Pokemon to battle against. If you want to watch out for Pokemon in Denial, though, like I mentioned, Stanley Fishy on this Talonflame has been specifically a Pokemon and player combo to be terrified of. We'll see if Denial can do anything. Championship points rank in North America, 218th versus the #1 ranked team, Luminosity Gaming.
That's right, Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Denial, your orange team, as we're taking a look at our first game here on the winner's side of this bracket. Already some brawling happening. It looks like we've got Overlord in the bottom path here with Otter, and they might have overextended a little bit. Talonflame looking for that KO, trying to chase it down. That's Greninja 2 times, picking up the 1 times.
Wow, Stanley getting that KO and going to get a score. So it's interesting. We saw Overlord win kind of that brawl against Russ for the first contested objective secure of just that middle Bunnelby. They do secure it, but then, of course, try to get that stack punished by the side of Denial.
Trainer coming in, trying to pick up a KO the other way, but we have a Alolan Raichu ready to push them back. Here come the boosted attacks. They're sliding around. Trainer's in a lot of trouble right now, and they almost pick up a double KO as we're heading up to the top path right here.
All right, zooming up to the top path as Curios rotating very early into the middle of that map, wants to try to get to their level 5 as quickly as they can, as Slash is left alone here to contest around these Swablu Altarius.
Yeah, nice secure right there. It looks like everything went over to the side of Denial, which is going to give them that level 5 on Zacian. Moving down now to the bottom path, as it looks like Luminosity Gaming is attacking this goal zone, scoring here. Now, Zarina's an interesting Pokemon, right, Zoinks? It really needs a lot of help early, but as soon as it hits 6, things are changing in a big way once it evolves.
Yeah, 100%. Here on the top side, it is Slash Candace, this EXP share defender, trying to hold it down against Breezy on this Zacian. It was a tough 1v1 for a Snorlax to win, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're taking a look here, we have the Mamoswine here in the top path. Slash now heading down as we are taking a look at the Zacian moving forward, trying to secure in this goal zone.
Yeah, and all right, a full 3-player rotation from Luminosity Gaming, going to contend against Ganon, but it will score, getting that level 5 evolution, but Breezy does pay for it. They target that Zacian and take them out.
Yeah, and here we go. They're looking to pick up this KO on Mamoswine. Mamoswine does go down here as Curios picks up the KO.
All right, Snorlax rotating against that Alolan Raichu, but I think Split's going to have the mobility to move away, no problem. Now, Denial at this point in the game, trailing behind a little bit, really hunting for a single Pokemon to hit level 9. Alolan Raichu, Zacian would be huge, but with only 20 seconds remaining, I don't think anyone's going to hit that breakpoint for the Unite move. Trainer the only one close.
Ooh, Slash in a little bit of trouble right here. Goes down to the Zacian. They can just rip through some of these even tankier Pokemon very quickly. They've got a couple of strong A-pressers on the side of Denial with Alolan Raichu and Zacian, and they are attacking this goal zone. The Play Rough comes out. They move forward, pick up the KO right away. Trainer here in the top path, almost level 9, moving towards the experience. They are able to grab it. They hit that break point. They have their Unite move ready to go right on to the Mamoswine. That's going to be a double KO. Now they're going to continue this push. No, Slash able to try to peel them away from this fight. Big time Shadow Sneak, and that's a triple.
Jeez, I mean, I like that play from Split. Try to check buttons past the block of Slash Can to try to get a few more of those sword power hits to land on a Trainer, but Trainer and Slash is working together perfectly in tandem to shut down that fight and setting up Trainer for a nice KO streak of 3.
Regieleki now was being chipped up by Luminosity, but they don't have the secure exactly that they would want in this moment. Talonflame able to pick that up. Slash in trouble and goes down.
All right, so one objective going in favor of Denial, but Luminosity Gaming taking that bottom one, and of course, this is classic LG playstyle. You take one objective, you make sure you push that advantage even further, if possible, into the enemy central and pushing onto that tier 2.
It's so funny seeing this mean look onto Overlord right here, and he can't really do anything, right? Can't chase them down. However, he can charge up the boosted attacks to repower Queenly Majesty so they can jump back in with their moves reset. As we see Luminosity now reigning the points in 168-104. While we've been watching a lot in the top path right here, bottom path has gone great for Luminosity Gaming. They have their Zarina up to level 10, and they've even pushed towards that tier 2.
Yeah, a very, decent overdunk on the top side of the map, but only at 187. I actually wonder if it's kind of around the same on the bottom side. You know, not gigantic overdunks, but still decent breaks either way. Denial looking a little bit better with that Regieleki in terms of the scoreline sitting at 104, but they are having to play it a lot more safe. They finally have some Unite moves to work with, not on Mamoswine, but the rest of the roster can try to force a big team fight. Problem is, Luminosity Gaming have recharged their entire roster of Unites.
Talonflame making a very sneaky play towards this bottom tier 1, looking to see if they can break it early. Not enough points in hand, but they do put some more points on the board here. Some really aggressive positioning around this here, and we have Slash being picked up. No, Otter picked up Slash going into the Unite move right here as we have Denial pushing forward towards Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, great Unite by Russ, shutting down that buddy barrier play from Slash, trying to save Otter even though they're trapped in that Ice Fang, but here's the counter punch from LG. Infinite Cyburn for a few stuns. Trainer picking up everything else. Trapped in a mean look that slows them down only momentarily. As they pick up 3, Overlord picks up 1. LG never taken down for long.
And here we go. Reg Ice just getting ripped apart by Luminosity right here. Very much in control of this objective as we have Denial heading to the top path, seeing what they can get done here around this Regieleki. They obviously would like to even up this score line, but here comes Overlord, the triple axle ready to go. Can they get this secure? Talonflame is in the air, but a little too early from Talon. Regieleki was not low enough. The patience from LG right there. They take the objective and 2 KOs.
Yeah, Stanley just really hoping that some poke damage would be coming into that Regieleki, at least from their teammate, but maybe thinking that LG wouldn't have the patience. Otherwise, Overlord holds on to those moves, and now we got yet another fight around this tier 2.
Yeah, and here we go. Huge Unite move here from Hoopa, able to bring the team in. We have Slash with the incredible block, pushing them away. Massive heavy slam knocks up 2, and they are just ripping through them at this tier 2. Luminosity Gaming in absolute control right now. 303 to 130.
Yeah, Denial having a really tough time even centering up to these team fights around a tier 2 goal zone. It's just the pressure that Luminosity Gaming is able to exert. A flame sweep caught dead in its tracks by Slash Can's block means that they can't push anybody away, and Luminosity Gaming having surprisingly full HP bars even after a huge push. So Denial not able to fend that off. It might be one more set of objectives around the bottom side of the map that's contestable, but Denial not in a good position to even force that.
Yeah, I mean, not in a good position is an understatement. It's a level 14 Mimikyu, 14 Zarina. I feel like the rest of this match is just going to be them ripping through Denial. The one opportunity they do have against Luminosity is if they can get one of these, massively powerful Pokemon on the other side down, the KO timer will be huge as we come towards Rayquaza. But being so far behind right now, I'm not sure how they're going to get that done. Obviously, LG would love to secure this objective, just make it so much easier to win that Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, take a look at this. Trainer as far back as they possibly can, but utilizing their teammates' vision in that enemy tall grass. So if they do want to extend a long-range Shadow Sneak, they'll be set up for it. Don't hate this play from Denial. Just all in, crashing around this Regieleki, expecting Luminosity Gaming to focus on that basement Reggie. Will be a Reg Ice, so not the best buff, but certainly a decent amount of experience across the board. Mimikyu on the fast track for that level 15. Take a look at the Overlord and Trainer duo headed towards that tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, while this is being secured in the top path, we have more points raining in from Luminosity, bringing them up to 396. So that's not going to matter at all. Massive start to this fight already. Slash with the block. You have them trying to rip at Rayquaza, but I don't think it's going to work. LG is going to be able to run in on you. Huge Mewtwo Unite move. The Shadow Sneak misses, but there goes a Alolan Raichu down to the Zarina, fighting around the Rayquaza pit, trying to take down the Mamoswine here. Rayquaza goes down also to Luminosity. An absolute dominant performance here in game 1. I mean, you're not supposed to surrender on broadcast, but if I was going to do it, I'd do it right there.
Yeah, I mean, what a clinic coming from Luminosity Gaming in that series. They are known for being absolutely phenomenal in positions like that. LG, I don't know if you could name a better team that plays in the advantage state stronger than Luminosity Gaming.
No, and that's true, right? The only time you see Luminosity even having trouble at all, in my opinion, is when the game is close. And
yeah,
I don't like to keep it very close, you know? And that was a great example of that. We had some good stuff early from Denial. I think they had some opportunities there, but as soon as LG got online, it felt like they could never crawl their way back.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming is known for these kind of stranglehold positions in matches. I think it comes a lot from those tier 2 pushes, and you see players like Trainer and Overlord are just so incredibly self-sufficient. They can push into the enemy central all the way towards these tier 2s, not even needing backup, and still coming away with really big plays, whether it's scores on those goal zones, taking down the enemy central area Pokemon. It is so impressive what this team can do when they're simply just not afraid.
Yeah, well, Luminosity Gaming, I feel like, is one of the best examples in the entire scene of funneling the experience to the Pokemon who need it. And I feel like this has been something that they have done since the beginning, especially, I mean, I remember their year 2 World Championship win where it was Rin and Overlord, and you had these 2 incredible carries that you were funneling XP to. I mean, we have a level 15 Mimikyu and 14 Zarina here at Ray, ticking over to 15 during the Rayquaza fight. They make sure that they get all the XP they need so that they can win these big engagements.
Yeah, and to your point in that, Curio's only at level 12 on that Mewtwo Y, but again, what you mentioned is that the Pokemon that need it in some of those team fights. So one of those Pokemon, of course, going to be Trainer's Mimikyu, rocking the Excel Bracer, the Muscle Band, and the Razor Claw. Just a phenomenal performance. 15 knockouts in your first game on broadcast. It's got to feel pretty good. I think Kella was posing the question, is LG going to be coming into this tournament a little bit cold or something like that? But with a group stage as phenomenal as it was, and a game 1 as fantastic as that, I think it's safe to say LG is playing with some heat today.
Yeah, absolutely. They're tip of the cap to LG. They're absolutely for a game 1 win, and that's a tip of the cap. Look, you have to use the props. They said they'd take them away if we don't use them. I really do think, I talked about this earlier, if you have a Mimikyu player, it's like having a Zoroark player. They can absolutely dominate. I don't think
they have both.
And they have both, that's true. They have both. I do think Trainer is the best Mimikyu in the world.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone plays this Pokemon as well as Trainer. Trainer is unbelievably good, but boy, on this Pokemon, I mean, what an absolute force. Where some games I feel like Mimikyu is pretty mid in a lot of players' hands. Not in Trainer's hands. One of the absolute best in the game, of course, as a carry, but I really do think singularly amazing on this thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, to the point where even in metagames where it doesn't feel fantastic, it's still good in a player like Trainer's hands, so keep forcing that. Let's flip the script a little bit to Denial. They have a tough game 1. I think you've talked about this before a few times, you know? Sometimes those games, you would rather lose that hard in a situation like that because it's easier to forget it, easier to move on into that game number 2. What do you think Denial can start with in our drafting phase to kind of start contending with LG? I mean, it's hard to take away Pokemon from LG. Maybe more so, what do you want Denial to go towards instead?
That's a great question, right? Like, how do you pivot from a situation like that? Because there is a thought as we move into our next draft here. was it the draft, or did you just get outplayed in a few moments and you actually liked your draft a lot? One thing is for sure, they are now on the first pick side here, Zoinks. So to me, that says they are going to change up what they're doing. And wow, Zarina with a 1% ban rate. Overlord has made his way to the 1%. Get him, Bernie.
Tip of the cap.
Tip of the cap to Bernie Sanders.
If I'm gonna say anything about Denial's composition, I'm not in love with support Umbreon right now in this metagame. I personally wouldn't prefer it, especially when Luminosity Gaming is honestly playing a lot of really bulky carries. Both Zarina and Mimikyu are really good at fighting and keeping up their HP throughout it. So that mean look Umbreon, I'm not a huge fan of, but Luminosity Gaming, not really deterred by this ban phase so far. Gonna go back to that Hoopa and Snorlax.
We talked a lot about Overlord and Trainer in that last match, deservedly so. They played amazing. Got to give it up to Otter. I think Otter is just such an incredible support player, kind of coming from that attacker role. And you can really see that in all of the picks he brings out. Hoopa is kind of the perfect supporter-attacker combination.
Yeah, it looks good. I feel like Otter got caught out maybe just one time in that last situation, but we're also watching the top path a lot in that last game, so we didn't get to see too much of those trick shenanigans. Breezy is going to lock down that Buzzwall. 48% pick rate in North America, which is kind of interesting. A lot more than in EU that we saw previously. So let's see where Luminosity Gaming decides to go. This Darkrai pick from Curios, I think should come at no surprise. Curios has been playing a ton of this Pokemon, but Overlord on Zacian, maybe a little bit more of a surprise for this team.
Here we go. Final picks over to Denial. We have Russ. Oh my gosh, would I love to see a Wigglytuff right now.
I think you will.
Oh, yes, let's go. Wigglytuff locked in. And then our final pick here, Dragonite. Seeing an interesting amount of play in a lot of these. I mean, it kind of comes... 2%? 2%. It kind of comes like in that last pick spot, and you definitely want a player who really runs it. We saw Desu running it in EU, so I'm very excited to see what this looks like. Trainer right now hovering over the Leafeon, another Pokemon that they're very, very good with.
Wow, kind of a shocker to see the Mimikyu left on the table when there's a Comfey duo being created in that option. However, I don't think Mimikyu is a fantastic matchup into Wigglytuff, if I'm being honest. You have some really tough spots that Wiggly can put you in. However, I think it's worth to be known, Russ is well known for this Wigglytuff for years at this point. He's been one of the most common players of it in North America, and does tend to pick the rollout Wigglytuff. They are a rollout Wiggly enjoyer. We actually have two teams still in the bracket that are that way. I think T-Gang does really like the rollout Wigglytuff as well, so we might have a chance to see it a few times in this game. I imagine Russ will be picking that option on the Wiggly.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting seeing, when I'm looking at this here, Zoinks, I see, like, those really cool new items shifting a lot here. I mean, you have Pokemon that
Rocky Helmet?
You have Rocky Helm, but you normally would see a lot of these Pokemon stacking. And instead, almost none of them are going for it in these moments, deciding instead of stacking, I'm just going to bring my Drive Lens or my Excel Bracer into the match. I kind of love that, and I love how it's changed the dynamic of trying to win your lane early, right?
Totally.
Because it used to be, I'm trying to push past, and if I can, I'm going to get some of those stacks early. But now it's really, can I out-secure my opponents? I might not even need to score, and I can play it a little safer.
And, like, what a Pokemon to drop it, like Buzzwole. A Buzzwole moves like this.
Yeah.
That's so slow.
Do we get it?
I think we got it.
Tip of the cap to that one.
Tip of the cap.
As we head into our game number 2 here, Denial, Luminosity Gaming. Denial, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. Denial has some tough sledding ahead of them, but that's when sledding's fun. You don't want some light sledding.
Yeah, no fresh snow, ice on the ground, bit of rocks in the mix. Denial in their home territory.
And here we go, looking to see if they can get this secure right here. And it looks like it does go over to the side of Luminosity, as the Gyarados kind of has to play a lot safer here. And look at Slash. They're very well aware of this as they're moving in to try to pick up a really aggressive KO. One thing is sure, they got the objective there that they were looking for, that wild Pokemon, and luckily neither of them going down yet. Scary moment here for Curios, because if they do go down, this Magikarp, oh my gosh, could evolve very early.
Yeah, I don't think Curios was aware of Greninja 2 times on the rotation, so they won't be making. I think Slashcan picking up that last hit secure with the tackle, by the way. So not a lot of effort gauge filled up for Ganon, only about half on the poor little Magikarp. We probably won't be seeing Gyarados for quite some time, but Trainer, well aware of that fact, is going fishing.
Yeah, and here we go. Trainer down to the bottom path right now. I don't know if they knew this was coming as they move in looking to pick up a KO. They take one. We can have the Darkrai continue to push forward and put them to bed as they try to score in this bottom path. Big start here for LG. They kind of won every single bit in that bottom path, and Overlord picking up a KO in the top path.
1v2 as well. That's a Buzzwole with a Comfey. So Buzzwole only at level 4. Really desperately needs that level 5 to kind of contend. Overlord punishing the fact that they have a tougher early game and really makes that play fantastic. That means no Accel Bracer stacks for Buzzwole at all yet, and this fact is going the other direction for Overlord.
Yeah, this is pretty tough here for Denial right now. I mean, if you're looking across the board, they essentially lost every single position on the board. Now we have Darkrai already at level 7.
Wow, and just the scary little nightmare, putting the Wigglytuff to sleep and getting a free score because of it. Nasty play there. We'll try to sleep Breezy, but extending the distance with that jump won't be enough. Trainer taking them down, and look at this. A 4-player Luminosity Gaming rotation just to chase one knockout on a Comfey.
This is unbelievably bad here for Denial. Such a rough start, and they do have a few Pokemon that want to scale, right? Now on the side of Luminosity Gaming, they have this Leafeon that can fight so aggressively so early, but they needed to get Gyarados online. They need level 5 for the Buzzwole. Dragonite takes 25 years to be useful in a match, so this is really tough, Zoinks.
And take a peek at where Leafeon is for Trainer LGC right now, always in the enemy central area. One thing we talk about, they time those so well to make sure they're taking them basically off spawn. Ganon on the escape route will get that Comfey, and the rollout Wiggly will be the escape route used for us.
I gotta say, I mean, impressive way to actually get out of a very bad fight there for Denial. The rollout Wiggly was a huge help, extremely aggressive, almost level 10 already. Trainer just farming the map here, playing a little Stardew Valley while everyone out here is playing Pokemon Unite. Great secure, already level 10. Curios almost level 9 as Overlord is taking control of the top path by his lonesome.
Yeah, well, Stardew Valley, but you're taking a Team Rocket-esque turn. Not a single one of those buffs were for their side of the map. Taking them all from the opposing team's central, and now they're going to clear their own. So both Baltoys and the buffs will be re-upped for Trainer LGC, and I think we're going to be likely looking at another level 14, potentially 15 Leafeon by endgame.
Yeah, I mean, this is very scary. It's already 11. It has another Unite move. They could push with this. Overlord is now 10. Curios with the Unite as they're walking towards this tier 2. If Denial can defend right here, they can come back in this game in a big way, but this is so unbelievably difficult. Dragonite moves in with the Unite move, trying to make something happen. Goes down almost immediately. Huge KOs here from Luminosity Gaming as we have Denial trying to stop them on the goal zone, but it's not enough. Put to bed, Reggie Alecki walks, and now they score in the top path.
Wow, where did they go? Denial was setting up a decent defense, I thought. Roll out Wiggly, kind of setting up that blender between those two walls. Dragonite for the top rope for a bit of CC, but the Unite moves from Luminosity Gaming at this point, and just too much of an advantage. I feel like I talk about this a lot on broadcast, but in those team fights, when you have Unite moves and the opponents don't, that is a great time to be hyper-aggressive on some of those tier 2 pushes, because you know the enemy team doesn't really have that great punchback ready to go.
Now we have Denial. They all have Unites. No one from Luminosity does. This could be a moment that they could possibly fight. Dragonite doesn't have a Unite move. They used it to target themselves with a KO a little earlier in that top path. But 4 members of Denial could fight right here, and this could be a great opportunity to get some of that juicy comeback experience. We have the Reggie spawning here, and now everyone on Luminosity Gaming has their Unite move back except for Darkrai. I don't know. They might have needed to take this fight about 10 seconds ago.
Russ is going to have a really hard time of when to use this Wigglytuff Unite move, but for now they're going to use the other Unite. Just to roll out Wiggly Slash, making that a weird situation with that power now being an impassable wall. Wigglytuff slept, all hands on deck to secure the Regirock. Hyper Beam won't do it. It's going to be Luminosity Gaming picking up yet another objective. Ganon on the run, but Waterfall not going to bring you far enough.
Yeah, this is really tough right here. I mean, you see why Denial decided not to fight earlier, right? They wanted to win this objective here, but instead they waited long enough so that Luminosity could all show up with Unite moves and win this fight. Now Luminosity is staking claim to the central area of Denial.
Yeah, well, we were talking about Luminosity Gaming with an advantage, right? Like, this is always so good for them, making sure that the enemy team just has no chance of a comeback. You do that by removing the enemy team's Pokemon farm off the map, as well as just getting cheeky KOs where you can.
And now, I mean, look at this here, 38 to 333. Incredible stuff. Luminosity, an absolute dominant performance right here. And we talked about how Luminosity moving forward in this bracket is actually nice for some of these other teams because it means, you know, other lower placing teams in our regional finals will actually be able to secure their spot to Worlds.
All right, Leafeon on the run. The Slashcan looking to try to stun this Wigglytuff. Does look for the yawn, not going to find it. Russ going to bail, but now we do have a chance for Denial to try to rally back, but I don't think around this Regieleki. It looks like Luminosity Gaming going to be handling that, but they do steal it. So Denial going to find a way to secure it. Looks like that's going to be the Dragonite Hyper Beam to finally get an objective on the board, and that's a lot of Unites. They're starting to earn some KOs here, Spraggles.
Well, things are happening right now for Denial. After that secure, they're pushing forward right here. They pick up one with a KO, moving towards this goal zone. Some daylight at the end of this tunnel. 153, 373, and all of a sudden, they are back online. That Hyper Beam secure from Dragonite can make some miracles happen. That's what they need right now with some of these levels, but look at them now, peeling down towards this bottom path, getting ready for this next Reggie as we have multiple members of Luminosity now running to this fight, but Denial's ready to go with the huge rollout.
Yeah, Russ set up yet again. Huge yawn into the Unite move from Slashcan. You're going to shut down that Dragonite first and foremost. That's the main objective secure threat, so there's no chance for them to steal away the Regirock. As soon as the Dragonite goes down, Denial has to retreat. Nice setup by Russ, but great credit to Luminosity Gaming. They play around it great. Just totally avoid that Reggie pit at the first moment of that fight and instead dive on the backline of Denial. Good engage by Slash.
And here we go. Luminosity Gaming way up on the scoreboard right now, up by over 200. Great positioning here around Ray, but at the same time, they're not going to want to take Rayquaza, but look at them hiding in the tall grass right here. So aggressive, ready to take a fight at any moment as soon as they walk in. The rollout's out, the Sacred Sword is out, they're pushing forward. Dragonite now being pushed back right here as Gyarados is in the Comfey Unite, but they can't really make much happen. However, Darkrai goes down without uniting. Dragonite now jumping into the pit.
All right, Wigglytuff Unite move does get a little bit of shield again, and with a big Dragon Current on the top side. Now, it is going to be the Dragonite doing some damage to that Rayquaza. They got to bail. Trainer almost at level 15 is down to half HP, and that Hoopa Unite move will be there for Kyrios potentially. They won't have the portal. Zasha is going to take it. Overlord securing that Ray.
Beautiful play there. What a counter punch by Luminosity Gaming. You know, I see the play from Denial. They decide to throw the Dragonite Unite move towards Ray, but I wonder, of course, hindsight always being 2020, with the advantage in that fight, do they just push forward with Dragonite, not focus on the objective, and try to take another member of Luminosity down before they get this secure? Well, one thing is for sure, LG countered that perfectly, and they are going to take game number 2 here. 153, 735 right now.
Yeah, Denial had such a great start to that fight. I feel like they thought it was going to go a different direction, but can't agree with you more, Spraggles. I think a really tough just misallocation of a direction in that team fight. They go a little bit too hard on that Rayquaza, miss out on a chance to win a team fight. Luminosity Gaming clutch up yet again. I think Kyrios had almost a 30-second respawn timer when they went down. Good call out, good catch, but unfortunately, Luminosity Gaming, or unfortunately for Denial, Luminosity Gaming holding their spot.
It looks like a little Romeo and Juliet situation right now. Trainer on the balcony, but they do decide to move in Otter. I don't know who Otter would be in this situation. Yeah. I guess one of the maybe. Montagues that doesn't like this relationship. I don't remember all of Romeo and Juliet, but I know that the family didn't approve.
Love when Shakespeare wrote about a giant portal opening up and fists from space.
It started to get weird, yeah. Shakespeare had their moments where you're like, I don't know if this is something we're going to remember, you know?
Exactly.
This part's a little odd. What a game from Luminosity. Incredible stuff. Tip of the cap, obviously. They look incredible. They look like a team that could be your future world champions, the repeat world champions. I mean, they're just so incredibly good. It was going to be tough from Denial, no matter what. Even though they put on a great show, that was going to be hard for them to beat LG.
Yeah, I think a bit of a better response in game number 2 compared to game number 1, but still, yeah, Luminosity Gaming looking the best they maybe ever have. What a great start to the tournament for them, hunting for yet another regional championship. And of course, we talked about the world slots implications with Luminosity getting a match win. Now, in the next round of the losers bracket, whatever team wins will be making it into a world slot for North America. Obviously, it will have that trickle-down effect. Anybody who makes it to the loser semifinals, I believe that matchup is going to be between Denial and UNITE Coaching to determine a world championship spot.
Yeah, so they're definitely not out of this, right? They still have an opportunity to secure their world spot. This is such an interesting fight right here. This was game 2. They tried to take this. I think the Dragonite play, I mean, in one situation, if they can distract Luminosity long enough and you're able to take Ray, how amazing. But it's going to take a while for Dragonite to get it all on their own. Player of the game here, Overlord on Zacian, looked absolutely incredible.
Yeah, looked phenomenal, was out-leveling and kind of outperforming Breezy's Buzzwole in the top path very early and kind of was consistent with that throughout the rest of the match. We saw Overlord and Trainer into the enemy central area through a lot of that matchup, either trying to hunt on KOs for enemy team members retreating or even just picking up that central area, making sure that those respawn timers were always being taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff right here. And we've got something that we're going to show you right now. I don't know what it is.
All right.
Next here, your eye in the sky on Eos Island and the boots on the ground in the Thea Sky Ruins. Hashtag how does he do it? Hashtag he must have some long legs. Now, I went ahead and asked how does it feel to have the first win on stream, and the answer I got was quite simply, feels good to get one under our belt, feels good to win with everybody watching to kick off the day, but there's plenty of work left to be done. Back to you in the booth.
Job's not done.
I'm not done.
As always, our job is not done.
Our
Caging
watch is
Kaiju.
ever present.
Yes. We will make sure he doesn't escape. He will be stuck inside that screen forever, at least if I have something to say about it.
Yeah, it's a task we don't take lightly, but it is honor bound that we keep him within that cage.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from LG. Not surprising to see them moving forward. I wonder if anyone can stop them in this tournament, but there's so many great teams in front of them.
Totally. We have an amazing matchup coming up next, the other side of our winners bracket. We're going to be looking at version 1 versus Orange Juicers, an open bracket team with an amazing run versus one of the most historic and successful North America teams, kind of like what we just saw.
Yeah.
It's going to be an awesome matchup. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty incredible here. We will be right back very soon with more Pokemon Unite here at the North America Regional Finals. Do not go anywhere. We, of course, cannot because we have to guard Kaiju Doob Snacks and make sure he stays in the wall. We'll be right back, everybody. Yeehaw. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North America Regional Fun. What happened?
I don't know. Kello's had some 10 feet back.
We are back here for your regional finals in the NA region. Spraggles, Zoinks, Kellosaurus, and Wonder Chef. What an exciting time it's been. Obviously, we got to see Luminosity. They looked absolutely incredible in their first match. A tip of the cap to them. Our studio is in Texas.
It certainly is, and everyone got that, I think. I hope so. Well, we have a very exciting matchup coming up for our second winners match. Of course, this is going to be a Worlds qualification matchup. One of these two teams will be going to the World Championships because they'll be ending up in the winners finals.
Yeah, that is really exciting to see. Orange Juices, as you mentioned, just a team that has been so prolific in the NA region. But I'm kind of curious, which type of orange juice are we going to get today? We're going to get pulp or we're going to get no pulp? I don't know which one is better. That is obviously up to you. I mean, well, what's your favorite
I think is
orange
their
juice?
Twitch rallying cry
Yeah.
pulp up. I think lack of pulp.
Yeah.
Did they want more pulp?
They
Want more
want
pulp?
Okay.
More pulp?
A controversial choice here, but I don't need that much pulp. I don't need to know how much fruit it took to make the drink.
I want pulp. Give me a milkshake of orange juice.
Okay.
That
A
that
milkshake
was
and
a little
orange
bit.
juice?
I don't know what you went there.
Orange juice.
Yeah. What's the upper limit of pulp? Like at some point you're not drinking orange juice. You're drinking orange, right?
That's what you want.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You need that much orange. Well,
Fiber.
that's maybe what the juicers need here. If they are planning on pulping up, I mean, this might not need to be a juice anymore, just a full-on orange. Wow.
Just orange. That's their evolution. No longer juice.
Orange holds
Is
the
this
juice.
commentary good? Answer the poll in the chat.
Can we get pulps up for good commentary? Pulps down. Pulp down? I don't know.
Yeah, pulp down.
I got a fun one. I got a fun one to take us off of this topic, which is just honestly a blessing. But
Yeah,
you know,
really.
we were back in Europe, and I got to hang out with Flareon's and Flareon's mom, which was always great to do. Right? We love the parents here, but that's my shout out, my transition today, because it's Mother's Day, so I got to wish a happy Mother's Day to my mom. And if I didn't do that, I would be in much trouble.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's true.
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to my wife. And, of course, happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers, Timmy Studio.
Yes.
But I think this one is going to be Wonder Chef and Kello. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that. Well, there we go. We have Orange Juices up against version 1. Now, we didn't really get to cover version 1. Now, the exciting thing about this team is this is actually the first time they have reached top 8. So they have been playing in the NA region throughout the season, but they're first time in top 8 and going up against Orange Juices who have multiple top 8s throughout the season. This is a scary one, potentially.
Oh, yeah. I mean, multiple top 8s is almost an understatement, right? I mean, Orange Juicers, they have been one of the most successful teams that we've had for quite a while now. I mean, winning the regional finals last year, and we can see this draft, it's starting to start off relatively normal. The one thing, of course, that we do need to point out is that much to Kaiju Doopsnax's ire, we are going to see the ban on the tiny gentleman right there, the Sableye, and that's a really heavy call-out, right? To say that Orange Juicers, we know that you have a player there who can potentially be quite annoying to us with those invades, and we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, a little bit of respect there, just to go and recognize the prowess of the Sableye. You do not want to get invaded otherwise. We do have a Mewtwo White and a Hooper locked on in for version 1. Be interesting to see what Orange Juices round out their composition with. You can see OJ has selected that Buzzwole, and Zugrug is hovering over that Lapras.
One big difference between today and yesterday, of course yesterday being the European broadcast, is that Snorlax was banned almost 100% of the time. We saw the first set and then I think the last set of the day where Snorlax was actually available, but it basically had a 100% encounter rate, I believe, and being able to get through multiple games now in our first 2 sets on broadcast, pretty interesting that the bans are just slightly different over here in North America so far.
One thing I did notice from the Juices here is they have switched up their items. They have equipped an Assault Vest onto Roland and Zugrug, the Psyduck and the Lapras, just to go and counter the amount of special attack that version 1 have. They obviously have that Mewtwo White along with that Glaceon, which can do quite a fair bit of damage.
And Hoopa, if we're being 100% honest. We just got to see the quad KO streak from OC for Hoopa, and definitely, especially once it uses that Unite and becomes unbound, the damage can be pretty ridiculous, if I'm being 100% honest. So I do like the Assault Vest. A-Vest is one of my favorite kind of flex items in this game. I hope that we eventually do get more items where you really get to decide, oh yeah, their comp is going to be somewhat countered by this item. I think the cursed items are a great example of that, being with the healing stoppage, you know, as they say, and then that we just talked about. So I hope we get to see some more of those where we really get to think about it.
Do you think we're going to end up seeing more experience share on attackers all around us, though?
I mean, yeah, I think we're going to see a lot. I think the bigger question is if we're going to see the really, really late scaling Pokemon get the EXP share, because that's what we've been seeing, or Shifu and Decidueye, and I don't know what's happening anymore with the meta, but we're going to get a chance to see how this one plays out. We're going to our next Worlds qualifying game. Orange Juicers on the left versus version 1 on the right, and this is an exciting match. We were talking about the teams a little bit. Version 1 really, really successful in a lot of grassroots tournaments, and this would be an amazing storyline for them to break through and qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, that would be an incredible story to tell, but the story is still yet to be written. But up in the top path, we do have Psyduck and Buzzwole. On the side of Orange Juicers going up against Magikarp and Hoopa. They have taken a bit of a beating, but looks like they're just going to focus on getting their own Bunnelbys here.
Yeah, this is going to be most likely a little bit of a slow path, at least at the start. There is certainly an opportunity for Orange Juicers to get some huge jump and try to get a KO. In fact, Roland's going to go for a little bit of vision. They do see that Scarf is there. Kratos was just waiting in the tall grass, not quite able to get it. The eject button was able to get them out of danger, but having to pop that really early before these birds even spawn, with especially 4 members of Orange Juicers up here already, that does mean that the majority is going to be going to them. They're going to be waiting a little bit longer for that Magikarp to get its evolution.
Yeah, but it's not too far off, but the push is on as they have left that Hoopa. Magikarp still up to its own devices, and a bunch of Eos energy ends up going into this top pad. It's already left on 17 points.
Oh, that is a very early level of aggression. I mean, I don't know if I've really seen... Okay, it's going to evolve. I was going to say there's a chance that we'd see a Tier 1 Gold Zone go down that the Magikarp is at while it's still a Magikarp, and I feel like that's very rare unless you're playing solo queue, which happens to me all the time. But in actual competitive, that's a really tough thing to do because you don't have that safety to go back to. Luckily, we did see a pretty early evolution, even with how much pressure Orange Juicers has been putting up on that top pass. So Riker getting that maybe 8:20 evolution, able to come down here for the 8-minute mark experience, that's going to be great.
Yeah, and whether they're able to soak up any of this experience, it looks like a majority of that ended up going to the Orange Juicers. They've taken what they wanted. They're just going to run now and get whatever wild Pokemon experience is available on their side.
Zugrug bringing a little bit of a gift down on the bottom path, and unfortunately, they're trying to return that to sender. Zugrug getting hit by everybody on the other team. That's looking like the end, I think, of that push.
I actually didn't even realize that Lapras could leap that far up in the air. Otherwise, up in the top half, once again, the pressure is on towards this Tier 1 pad. Buzzwole able to get in 11 points, so leaving it on 6, but 3v2, they are outnumbered, and the hyperspace hole doesn't actually hit the pad, so they're not able to bring up any backup.
Ooh, that was probably... I have to guess that was an auto-targeting error, right? Where it went on top of maybe, like, OG, and instead of actually getting on top of the goal zone, which is really unfortunate, because they could have really used that support. They are going to use it back on that Tier 2, but obviously would have liked that a little bit earlier, and they are going to be able to rotate down at least for this first objective. The Regirock already getting burned down, but Regieleki going up to Orange Juicers very quickly.
Oh, but look at how low 3 of these members from version 1 are. They are going to get a reset through that hyperspace hole. Regirock already below half HP as Snorlax is just going to take a quick snooze here.
Oh, Regirock getting very, very low, but the secure options are pretty weak, and it is going to go to the Mewtwo-Y. Yeah, well, I mean, realistically, there just aren't that many great secure options within that fight, at least. And in general, in this game, I would say maybe Talonflame. Speaking of, we get a chance to see them with a little bit of an invade. Might be the best option. Oh, tried to push them off, but wow, they somehow all avoided the Flame Sweep. I'm actually not 100% sure why they were able to avoid that. I'm trying to think of answers, but maybe it just missed, just slightly. I do like the concept. I like the idea of pushing off the hyperspace portal, but it didn't work.
No, I believe they ended up hitting the Gyarados and pushing him into that Flux Zone, but they were able to make it on out. So not much value from that Flame Sweep. The benefit is it is a low cooldown timer.
I feel like flame sweeps this weekend have been super impactful. And I think we're used to flame sweeps probably hitting walls 90% of the time, and the other 5 out of the last 10% probably just hits nothing, which is also my experience using Talonflame. But we've seen some great ones. We've seen some amazing ones. Gatlu hit some of the most banger flame sweeps I've ever seen in my entire life yesterday in one game. We've seen just a lot of good Talonflame play, and that can be such an impactful Unite, especially because, like you said, it has a really low cooldown, so you do get the opportunity to use it quite a bit and take some big risks with it, but it can be used for escape or aggression, and right now aggression is certainly happening.
Aggression is the name of the game here for the Orange Juicers as they try to take this tier 1 pad. It's only this solo Snorlax trying to defend, but they cannot stop him as they're going to get frozen by Zugrog and Flareons.
And that's probably going to be the end. By the way, Smuglax playing Snorlax, amazing. I love when the names line up, like when we had Invader from OC invading, or Invader was from OC, right? I think. Yes.
Sure.
Invading. That was a great one as well. But right now, this is looking tough. We got to admit it. I mean, the level's honestly not looking the worst in the world for version 1, but the points lead and the map control all just completely in Orange Juice's favor. The fact that both tier 1 gold zones down leaves them such little space, and look at this, they're just burning them down. Big, huge KO. Talonflame going down means that they are going to have an opportunity, but they're still just completely getting cleaned up. Only 2 members left for this defense, and that is just certainly not happening.
No, it's not happening as Buzzwell is trying to leash some life away from Riker, chucking him up in the air, slamming him down once again. And all the meantime, we actually had a few members of OJ dunking in that tier 2 pad already. So they're going to start on this Regieleki, but that has provided enough time for some members of version 1 to come up here, especially with this hyperspace hole to bring the crew.
Ooh, if they can steal this, oh, what a steal. That's beautiful. That's actually going towards the home goal zone. There's a good chance they could defend against it, but now everybody's back from Orange Juicers, and we have to see version 1 run away. They're getting eliminated 1 at a time to go back through the hyperspace hole. That's actually gigantic. They should be able to jump pad back over to defend against this, but if we really want to try to, I'm sorry, they don't need a jump pad. It's the home goal zone. I don't even know why I'm saying jump pad. This is just a tough situation to be in.
This is really tough. We have 3 Unite moves available for Orange Juicers here, but it looks like they're just going to back on up, not willing to actually utilize them, considering we are close to that 3-minute mark.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very long 3 minutes, I think, for version 1. But again, they're still not out of this by any means. They are losing in pretty much everything except for, well, now levels are starting to look a little bit more tough, but still only maybe about a 1 level difference across the board. But I think we're gonna start to see Orange Juicers try to make sure that that level lead grows as they're playing very aggressively in that center area. Roland maybe getting caught out, but oh, it was actually a bait. Kratos jumping in, huge flame sweep, only catches 2, although it did kind of land on 3 people. That's going to be another KO, 3 KOs, version 1 falling down to the probably about to be their last member, if I'm being honest. That is what's going to happen. This is a great way to try to hold on to the lead very aggressively.
Yeah, that's just going to slow down version 1 so much. Because of those cooldown timers, they're not able to use that time to get this wild Pokemon experience. They have no level 13s over on their side, whereas OJ, they have 2 level 13s, so have both of those plus movements available.
I love that OG just literally went and sat in that top tall grass and is just like, yeah, I'm just standing here for 30 more seconds, and they're still, okay, they finally moved over. Roland gonna catch Smuglax just slightly. They are gonna be able to get that reset with the Hoopa Hyperspace Portal, but unfortunately, they just are getting caught out once again. Smuglax actually going in, trying to catch out Flareon's. Flareon's eject button's out, back to safety, is gonna be able to do a ton of damage. Smuglax almost going down, but first it's gonna be Hoopa without even using their Unite. That's super unfortunate. They're gonna be chasing Liko all the way around the backside. Riker probably the next to go down, and Snorlax is staying healthy, but only for a minute, and there's nobody else left to try and contest that. There's still a minute 30 left, and there's, I think, a pretty good chance, especially with 2 members going down, that Orange Juice is not going to try to, like, burn down Rayquaza or anything, but that's first fight, maybe not going the way of version 1.
No, there's still a minute and 20 seconds left, and here come the Rings Unbound, and they are trying to rip this Rayquaza, but there's still members of OJ left trying to get into the pit. Talonflame ends up diving on in, and they are the ones to get the secure for that first match. Ray goes to OJ.
I gotta say, I think that was a really good play from version 1. The fact that they went down early in that fight with Hoopa, not using that Unite, and they decided to sneak back in, use the Unite, try to rip and flip. When you're behind by this much, I think that is actually one of your best options. It's just, right now, Talonflame is an incredible Pokemon. It is amazing with Secure. It's great at playing, and its role as an assassin, its mobility, its survivability, everything's really good. I say as it immediately gets KO'd, but that's a big reason why we're seeing it so much, is that Secure, and unfortunately they just weren't able to deal with that from a level 15.
Yeah, the secure, but also the ability to get into the backline towards that Mewtwo White and that Glaceon. They knew who their targets were, and they definitely, I mean, yes, they did end up getting taken down, but it was very beneficial for them, as the rest of OJ were able to just stall for time and allow them to come on back in.
Yeah. The fact that they were so strong gave them the ability to really hold on a long time in a lot of situations, multiple situations, because honestly, even that first fight didn't go all that well for OJ. They did, obviously, they nearly team wiped them, but they lost 2 members, so it was like 3-2 at a point. Regardless, OJ, they looked really dominant throughout most of that game. And one thing we didn't talk about, they went 0-2 in the last monthly cup that they were in, so it's great to see them back in top form. Obviously, the fact they're in winners meant that to begin with.
Yeah, but there were some incredible moments here from OJ here that we are going to recap. I mean, gotta say, in terms of version 1, their composition worked out well. This Snorlax, I mean, they have a right to be smug here because they actually had some pretty incredible power naps. At the end there, they actually managed to knock up 4 members of OJ.
Yeah, I mean, Snorlax, there's a reason why we saw it with 100% counter rate yesterday, as far as I can know. I don't know that stat for sure, but it's basically 100%. And I'm really surprised Orange Juice didn't actually pick it back earlier. They were just prioritizing other things, but there's a good reason why it's so picked, and we can see it right there. But the play was good. Honestly, the play was quite strong from version 1 across the board. They were just, unfortunately, behind by quite a bit from the start, and Orange Juice is one of those teams that's so good at keeping you playing from the back foot, is what I would say. We got a chance to see the secure right there from our player of the game, Kratos.
Yeah, on the Talonflame there, they have 81k damage dealt, rocking the double stacking items there, so the attack weight through the dunks, but then you also have that drive lens through the KOs and assists.
The new items, Excel Bracer and Drive Lens, so good. I mean,
I got the color wrong again, didn't I?
I don't know.
They're pink and red. They're too similar.
I know. Wait. I thought
Excel Bracer.
wasn't red's the special attack one, isn't it?
No, pink is
No, it's not. Okay, pink's the yeah. You see, I know that they're choosing the right ones, but I still get them mixed up constantly. It's wild. But anyway, the new items. That's why I just keep calling them the new items. They're so good. I think we saw them on it was like 7 of the Pokemon in the last game. It was something around that. I counted it before it started, but there's a reason why the meta has changed so much. A lot of it is because of those items. They are being run on everything. Because even if you get assists, you're getting those stacks. They're just so good at scaling into that late game.
Yeah, especially when you're going in with those big team fights. Picking up that assist is going to give you that one, whereas the KO gives you the 2 stacks, maximum 10. And I feel like the aggression from earlier on to pick up those early KOs, that really just snowballs them into that late game.
Yeah, and there are a lot of Pokemon who I think have been used an okay amount, but they stopped getting used quite as much because they didn't scale quite as well. And just being able to snowball and scale better, it's good for everybody. So we're going to keep seeing those throughout the weekend. But altogether, we got to say, Orange Juicers did an amazing job in that first game. They felt like they had control most of the time. And now version 1 have to find an answer because Orange Juicers are now 1 game away from qualifying from Worlds.
Well, what is the answer here? Do they want to go in for another Sableye ban, or do they want to target something that is a little bit more valuable, aka a Talonflame ban?
Talonflame is probably one of the biggest question marks throughout the entire weekend, right? We've seen it picked from both sides of matches. There have been best of 5s where it is showing up in 4 games, 2 on each side, and it's super successful, but also it's been one of the least banned overall. We have seen some bans for it, but it's been super key for so many different victories. I would love to see more bans for it, but I think a lot of the teams feel like they either have an answer or they just want to try to get it themselves. And unfortunately, sometimes they end up not getting it themselves. And I don't know. I think maybe they've got to deal with it. They obviously have to deal with it, right? It was too much last game. If they didn't have that secure, they might have been able to get the Ray off the rip and flip. If they weren't getting KO'd by it all game, they might not have been so far behind. But I definitely agree, do something. It's that spot where people don't really want to do as much.
Well, I mean, considering the draft that we ended up having last match as well, Glaceon was the final pick there. And especially when you know you're going into a Talonflame, maybe going for something a little bit bulkier, aka a Metagross. That way you're not going to get shredded on down by a Talonflame as much because you have that bulkier more in that front line, whereas Talonflame, it counters Glaceon so well.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we didn't end up seeing like Fly. Fly would have been amazing in that situation, but honestly, it's just so good in so many different ways. I do feel like there have been some attempts to try and counter Talonflame. I know we saw the Wigglytuff with Sing, and that was a really cool concept where it's like, okay, if you dive on us, then I'm just going to Sing, and before you can get out, you're going to sleep, and you're not very, you're kind of squishy. It'll outlast the damage reduction from Brave Bird maybe, and it didn't actually work out in that game. Like, we saw it work out a few times, but unfortunately in the final fight, they were all split up, so I would love to see something like that again. The Metagross, I think, is a great call. Metagross in general, I think, is a great spot right now in the current meta. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Honestly, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I kind of feel like I'd like to see maybe some Meowscarada able to like bait out. Okay, Zoinks off screen just went yes.
Well, we saw it at the top of the win rate there.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the key. Speedster into Speedster. But I guess, there's so many options. We have such a vast roster in Unite. You really could pick up multiple options, but okay, we're actually going to look at top Pokemon by win rate here. Greninja, is this the NA or EU? I feel like this is different from the one we saw earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the current one for today, but we did get a chance to see some really strong Greninja play, so we can talk about that. And honestly, there's some great Greninja players in North America. I feel like there were some that we've seen play Greninja back when I guess you could say, yeah, I mean, it was at first meta viable, and it's been out of the meta for a very long time, but
the new items.
The new items are big. People also realizing that maybe the playstyle is slightly different. I know Spraggles was talking the other day about how Surf is like what people want to pick because it is always fun to like go around and just get resets and be like, yeah, I have secure and I'm just running over your entire team and, I'm a top player. I want to show off. I want to play Zoroark basically. But a lot of times we see Greninja do really, really well playing Water Shuriken where it's kind of just kiting and it's really hard to catch. And that's why we actually saw it get that nerf in those patch notes where it got less self-sustain, which seemed like a wild thing because like, who's self-sustaining with Greninja? But it is because that playstyle has become stronger and stronger. So I would not be surprised at all if we saw a good amount of Greninja, or at least some Greninja today in North America.
Well, whether we'll actually end up seeing version 1 or Orange Juices pick it up, I don't know about that. I guess it depends on their playstyle. But, I mean, as I said, we know a lot about Orange Juices here. So, they have a wide Pokemon pool that they can choose from. But
and wild.
Yeah. But version 1, well, I mean, hey, I'm not really too familiar with whether they have a Greninja player on their side.
Well, I do know that they have some flexibility, but it's kind of hard to say exactly what they can pick right now because a lot of the time that I watched them play was, I would say, maybe earlier in this season in a lot of grassroots events. I mean, they've been playing in a lot of the monthly cups, but the current meta is just so different that even teams that I've seen play 100 times, I don't know what they're going to play today, which is exactly what the case was for example, Luminosity in our previous set. But starting off with the Inteleon, that's always going to be solid.
Yeah, a solid pick there for a Liko, but that does mean OG is going to lock in the ever so beloved Zacian.
The dogs, both the dogs, right?
Yeah. Cat.
I'm just going to keep pushing that.
Again.
All right, so I do have to say, Talonflame Hoopa, great second and third pick. I do have to say, though, giving up the Suicune to Flareon seems like a very, very dangerous choice. Suicune currently one of the most banned Pokemon in the entire game across pretty much almost every region, and Flareon's always known as one of the best attacker players in, honestly, the world, just incredibly strong. We got to see him do so much in that last game, so giving it back to him, I'm surprised. Especially, Inteleon's great, but I mean, Suicune is just a powerhouse right now.
Yeah, we actually saw a pretty incredible Unite move during that final fight. It just has so much impact, provides so much shielding in the backline for them. But it looks like Riker isn't going to choose Greninja here. Sorry to disappoint you, Chef. They are going to lock in another Pokemon starting with G, which is Glaceon. But Smuglax actually switching up their defender pick. Instead of Snorlax, they're going with a Mamoswine.
Ooh, yeah, I love the Mamoswine. I mean, I've been loving the Mamoswine and Suicune combo that we've been seeing a lot. By the way, we are almost at an entire team of quadrupeds for the side of Orange Juicers, except for Eldegoss, who I guess Eldegoss just floats, but everybody else is on 4 legs. That's pretty cool.
Hoopa?
Hoopa floats as well, right?
Exactly, yeah. And Talon only has 2 legs, so...
No, I'm talking about Orange Juicers.
Oh,
right.
Orange
Yeah, they've got four legs,
okay.
four legs, kind of.
I see what
4
you
legs.
mean.
Yeah.
Flippers. Lapras
yeah.
has flippers.
They're kind of legs. I don't know. We're getting laughed at in the studio. I don't like this at all. We do actually have quite a lot of legs on the other side as well. But actually talking about the match, yeah, the Glaceon, this time around, I do feel like the Glaceon is going to be very valuable. There are a lot of really bulky targets that it's going to be able to do a lot of damage to over time. And now that it's an Absol for Kratos, I do feel like being able to lock down the Absol is going to be very, very strong. However, I'm curious if we're going to end up seeing Sucker Punch, because that could be very, very good if you know that damage is coming your way.
Yeah, especially when you have Scarf on the Talonflame diving at you. That could be a great maneuver to just go and dodge them. But we have Hoopa and a Talonflame. Yes, last time we saw that hyperspace hole, but Talonflame, Brave Bird, and Trick is such a good combination.
Yeah. We were talking about this yesterday, but I really like the combination of Fly and Hyperspace Hole or Trick and Brave Bird. So we'll see if it's any combination of those, honestly, is going to be good. But which one it actually is now Orange Juicers only need one more game to qualify for Worlds. Suicune is a Pokemon. Yes, Suicune. I don't think we're... Oh, that's right. Dog. Yeah,
we're not doing this conversation right now, Chef. Okay, we're going to move on. We can see up in that top path, Zacian and Gossifleur are going up against Hoopa. We actually have the Fletchling in the top path this time around while Glaceon takes the central area.
Ooh, that's actually pretty interesting. I mean, the Glaceon does need a little bit more experience to... kind of pop off. So I wonder if there's a chance that we're going to see them switch a little bit later on. That was a strategy that was super popular for a while, especially with evolutions, and then we just stopped seeing it. So I wonder if right now we are going to see them go back just slightly, maybe the second rotation. Smuglax going very far forward. Didn't he actually score? I'm surprised. 2 points. You could have definitely at least... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the other way around. For some reason, I got tricked because they were on the opposite side last time. They're defending, so they're very far back. The other team very far forward. Orange Juicer is already looking very strong.
I feel like Version 1 have taken a page out of OJ from last round. They actually had the 4 members up in the top path, whereas OJ have decided to send that 3 down in that bottom path. But even then, Version 1, despite having the numbers advantage, they weren't able to go and push them and get any points in.
Ooh, this is super aggressive. Orange Juicers once again trying to go in that center area, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. Kratos going down and actually giving that evolution. That is not the Pokemon I think that you want to give some extra EXP to. So high level of aggression. It worked out really well in game number 1, but version 1, they're playing a little bit safer. They're ready for it this time and definitely rewarded for being ready.
You invade me, I can invade you too, but it looks like Scarf is going to give up that red buff. Does end up getting cut off by OJ and taken on down, so a little bit of revenge previously. Otherwise, Birds are going to get ignored. They're going to go in for a team fight instead.
Ooh, this is a lot of members being very aggressive, and once again, Kratos going down, Roland going down too. They might need to just, I don't know, step on the brakes maybe a little bit. This is starting to be a lot of KOs that you're giving up, and especially as we're talking about the new held items, that means that they're starting to get those stacks on that. Points advantage definitely still towards Orange Juicers, but I mean, look at this, the levels, they're starting to add up, and the stacks certainly are.
Yeah, we already have 2 level 7s on either side here, and the benefit for Glaceon is they get you their Unite move at level 8. They have charged up their Icicle Spears, chunked up half of the HP from OJ, but they aren't actually going to get taken down, focusing on those birds instead.
Now we're just going to separate a little bit before the first objectives. I'm interested to see who's going to prioritize what. Of course, having that hoop on the side of version 1 is going to be really, really important. Nice snipe shot. I almost called it a Spirit Shackle since we saw so many Decidueye yesterday. We're going to have to go through the opposite problem. But we are going to have a lot of challenge for this top Regieleki, and basement Reggie actually getting soloed by Absol. That's going to be Talonflame going down. Riker doing so much damage. Oh my goodness, this combination of Riker and Liko are just melting the enemy team. Great secure as well. I feel like version 1 really has found their footing at the start of this game.
Yeah, that is such a great combination. Riker on the Glaceon with the Shred, but then you have Inteleon Snipe Shot with the Secure. Yes, OJ tried to go and contest that, but that timing was definitely key for Liko there.
OG getting pretty low, but 4 members up top. They're going to be able to take down Riker. They should be able to get some points on this tier 1 goal zone. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to break it. Did they have enough? They did have enough. I think that was a relatively low overdunk. I could be wrong on that. They all kind of scored at the exact same time, but they're ahead by 152 points, which is, or I'm sorry, 142 points, I think, which is still really good.
I think at this moment, OJ are just looking to open up the map. We saw them be so aggressive last match. I mean, we just saw a Roland trying to take away this red buff away from this Talonflame. So there's just that potential to starve version 1 of all of this experience.
That's what they really did a good job of in that last game, and it's definitely they've not been able to do it quite as well this game. Oh, that's scary. Yeah, Sakurai sees that immediately. He's like, oh, nope, never mind. All right, I'll see y'all later. But Riker in particular has been doing a really good job. I think that the Glaceon pick last game didn't look quite as effective because of the draft, but this game, it's such a good pick, and it's really, really showing that off. It just need to find one target, which so far, oh, they do manage to find Zugrug, and there is a little bit of a counter here. Smuglax now getting jumped on by Kratos is going to go down.
No?
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon.
Oh, well, it did eventually end up happening there. Otherwise, Whale Lord is left to defend this bottom pad as the push is up towards the top. Flame Sweep isolating that Eldegoss, but they're going to take to the skies, land on down, looking to take out Liko, and they were successful.
That was a really, really nice flame sweep once again. Like I said, we're seeing so much mileage out of that Unite move. Oh, Riker just barely getting clipped, and that's going to be them frozen. That's probably going to be them going down. Again, I think it's very scary that they gave this Suicune to Flareons. Want to see, once it gets to late game, really how much that comes into play. But so far, it's been looking pretty good.
Well, the benefit for version 1 not having those tier 1 pads available is they have so much experience over their side, but we just have global experience being shared amongst OJ as they have just secured themselves a Registeel uncontested. Zugrug placing themselves really aggressively here, potentially looking for a back cap. This is risky because we do have Liko here to defend.
Kratos, by the way, has soloed 2 basement Reggies uncontested so far today, which is surprising, I think is what I'm going to say. Oh, Zugrug just walking back into an unbound Hoopa saying, wait a minute, what is this? Why am I back here? What is going on? Regieleki, though, being soloed also, well, not necessarily soloed, but uncontestedly taken by Orange Juicers as they basically gave up that basement tier 1, and now they may make an attempt to push this in. They do know that Unite's gone from that Hoopa, but I don't know if they really want to push this. The scores are getting pretty even.
3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. You might as well just go and use your whole bank of resources. Regieleki does end up crashing on in along with all of that Eos energy. A great flame sweep coming out from that Talonflame. But it looks like OJ are looking to try and escape. No, they're looking for more KOs. 2 KO streak for that Absol.
I can't believe that Regieleki went in. I actually don't know why it did. It felt weird. Nobody went down before that happened, but I think we just saw a triple KO streak right there. So Orange Juicers getting a lot out of that exchange. Most KOs. They got the entire goal zone down. Next Regieleki. Well, actually, I don't think there's going to be another Regieleki, but the home goal zone is going to be completely open, and this is looking pretty good for them, honestly. It was starting to look pretty even, but they really grabbed control back. If you look at the levels, I do have to say, it started to look pretty even, but once again, a level 14 Absol at 3 minutes.
Yeah, that is definitely a scary thought. Still 40 seconds left to go until the final stretch. We have another basement Reggie about to spawn. 3 members of OJ have decided to position themselves around here, while version 1, they're taken to the central area looking for some potential picks, especially because Liko chunks so much damage away from that Zacian there.
This is just going to be, I think, a patient pre-positioning. It does look like Orange Juicers were able to take down that Reggie Rock for that buff right before the final stretch. And Orange Juicers, they're kind of split up. So this is actually a little bit scary. If they, I guess, wander into the wrong tall grass, they are in trouble. But I love that safe rotate around. That's a beautiful macro decision. Orange Juice is making sure that there's no surprises that they can't deal with. But the fight is just going to start. Okay, it was going to start very quickly. We do see the Talonflame go back with the Hoopa trick. And now, oh, they're going in. That's a huge first KO. Flareon's going down. Unite being popped from the Eldegoss. Only going to land on Smuglax. There's only going to be a little bit of damage to a defender. Whalelord getting very, very low. But the Hoopa Unbound has already done what it needed to do. Riker getting very low as well. Manages to get back. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get through any sort of portal or anything. Smuglax will go down next. And Roland just barely escaping. Kratos at 1 HP as well. Look at all these extremely low members of Orange Juicers. They're trying to reset, but no, Whalelord, the aggressive Hoopa, taking him down.
Oh, the trick just to go and give him the speed boost, but also the Phantom Force to go and gap that distance. But well, OJ, they still have the point lead here. They don't need to shred this Rayquaza. It's just a matter of defending. But this Glaceon, this shred, is going to be a threat.
Yes, they have to be careful for this damage. They have to be careful of the Secure that we have on version 1. Both the Talonflame and the Inteleon, very strong options. They're going to have to make their move very soon. We're starting to poke them down, but so much damage coming out from Suicune. Eldegoss getting a KO on Riker. That's a huge one. Lego's going to be the next one. Their damage line has completely melted. Their every line has completely melted for the side of version 1, all a little bit too close together for that Suicune damage. Whalelord, the one who was able to chase down the last member last time, now is the last member having to run away as the Secure comes from Orange Juicers. 30 seconds left, shields all across the board. This looks like that might be the end.
Yeah, 25 seconds left to go. 2 members are still knocked on out here. That does mean we are going to have our second placement. They're joining Luminosity Gaming. Orange Juices, well, their version is looking pretty good today.
This is, I don't know, how much pulp? What's the pulp percentage, chat?
90%?
90? That's a lot of pulp.
That's a lot of pulp.
That's a lot of pulp. No, congratulations to Orange Juicers. That does mean now our first and second seed from North America have qualified for Worlds. Of course, our first seed from North America qualified for Worlds months ago. And our first, second, and third seed from Europe qualified as well. So everybody's playing by how well they did in this season. But we've got more spots, of course, for North America still coming up. Congratulations to Orange Juicers. I think version 1 played very well, but Orange Juicers, they were just holding on in such a great way to their leads.
Yeah, I definitely loved the version. That version 1 brought this match. It looked a lot more cleaner this time around, pairing up that Talon with that Hooper. They got a few picks there, but really, Orange Juicers, their dominance to be able to break those goals so earlier on in the match and just dominate the field.
Yeah, that's really been a playstyle that I feel like we haven't seen over the last weekend or the last 2 days, last day and a half, whatever it has been, where we haven't seen super aggression. There's only been 1 invade, I think, in Europe, maybe 2 invades in Europe. There were almost no invades here in North America so far, but we got a chance to see Orange Juicers basically live in the enemy central area. They were able to get so much EXP from the enemy. They were able to take down so many different goal zones. The fact that they had the tier 1 and tier 2 goal zones both down on the top path in both games, that is just a ridiculous amount of aggression, especially considering the fact that we saw Sableye banned out, which would have been even better at that playstyle.
Yeah, going and dunking in that home base potentially. But yeah, this was the fight, the final stretch. We obviously had Glaceon taken on down. They did come back up, but I think Orange Juicers, knowing they had the lead here, they didn't need to start that Rayquaza. All they had to do was just waste time and defend.
Right, I mean, having that lead was gigantic, and we can see the player of the game, OG, and OG was the one who secured that final Rayquaza, as well as being the one to stand in the tall grass for 30 seconds straight up in that first game. I loved that. On the Zacian this time, though, of course, it was the Buzzwole in the first game. Zacian, another Pokemon that has had, I believe, well, no, actually, I was going to say no bans, but there was very specific Gen 5 bans yesterday. But it's been relatively unbanned throughout the current meta, and it is so important. Secure seems to be a really important tool. Zacian has that very strongly.
I mean, considering how much we have seen OG play Zacian throughout the season, I mean, I feel like that is a potential for another respect ban there, but you only get 2 bans per match.
Yeah.
So it is really tricky one there. But otherwise, they played such an incredible set 2-0 up against version 1, which means they are now in that winners finals. They are qualified for Worlds. It's just a matter of whether they can take down one of the other big titans of NA, being Luminosity Gaming.
It's a classic matchup that we've somehow been avoiding for the last few months, so I'm really excited to see that in winners finals, which I do believe will end up being our next match. But I'm glad that we get to see both these teams at Worlds. I mean, okay, again, Luminosity we already knew it was going to be at Worlds, so we'll talk about that later. But at least we get to see Orange Juicers, who now, like I said, went 0-2 in their last tournament, now immediately going to the winners finals of the maybe most difficult tournament that we have throughout the entire normal season. So we get a chance to talk to Doob Snacks, who I think was let out of the cage for this one as a pretty big fan of. We got some reactions here. Not allowed to let him out of the cage. Okay, we're talking to him in the cage from the wall. Let's listen to what he's got to say.
Thank you. Yeah, a big 2-0 win. And I wanted to get a little bit more insight on the draft and how the team felt overall through those 2 games. They seemed very content. They feel like their Pokemon pool was deep. They got access to a lot of the Pokemon they wanted. Felt like they were doing a decent job cutting the opposing squad off from what they were trying to do, and really always maintaining an edge. So that's their plan to keep operating through the rest of the day. Back to you in the booth.
That was so bizarrely normal. I was ready for him to say anything, and I was not ready for him to just like say normal things. That was the one curveball he could have thrown.
Maybe that's the weird thing about that part is, well, it was so normal that it was weird.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe he's trying to get on everybody's good graces so that we lit him out of the giant wall.
Yeah, he needs to stretch his legs for a bit, potentially. You know, being in the giant wall is tough.
Yeah. So that's actually the way we have it built, is he's actually like below ground, and that's why his head is up at the top of the wall. Is there's this giant pit behind the wall. It's actually clear. There's no screen back there, so we just kind of open it up for him, and he kind of like sits up, and he's like, "Oh, it's time for the reporter," and he's holding his gigantic microphone that's only tiny to him because he's, I don't know, what, 40 feet tall?
40 feet tall. That is really huge, but you know what? That was an incredible set. We already have our 2 Worlds qualified teams for North America. I think we are going to send it to a break and bring in our other casters up next. So sit tight, folks.
Three parts. Third part. Trilogy has 3 parts. We've made it to the end. These are our finger foods. Who named those? No one knows, but that's the direction we went with this category.
So on your charcuterie board, you have this very specific Doob Snacks type of cheese that also brings the nostalgia we mentioned with the previous episodes for sweets. Next, so this one, part of the potential charcuterie board situation here in Brazil is that you have this guava kind of paste.
Okay.
It's nice and
Guava paste.
sweet, and for your usual incredible experience in Brazil, you cannot not have pão de queijo. That would be a cheese bread in a very, very, very quote-unquote kind of situation because it's super different from it, but it's cheese. And next, for some reason, we have some sausages, so I guess we're doing sausages.
I made them put these on the plate. They tried to take them away from you and from me. Not today. Those are right there.
Sausages.
Yes. Okay,
Yes,
so
right.
let's get into it. We're starting with the cheese. We're going to start with the peelable, and then we're going to go to the charcuterie board here. That's terrific. You don't even need a cracker. You don't even need bread. And if you did need bread, they didn't give me any. So, oh! So this is production actually forcing me to do this because we're running low on time.
Yeah.
And it's getting later in the day, so traffic is picking up.
Oh, man.
Well, that's a lot of cheese. As it turns out. I'm going to rate them as a unit. Because production forced me to have all of those together. Thanks, production. Thank you.
You're not gonna. That's not bad. That's not bad, actually.
This is great.
This is great. Yes. Goiabada.
It's like a fruit snack if it didn't have a bunch of artificial stuff in it. Awesome. And what are these again?
So it's a different style of the cheese bread, the pão de queijo. I don't know
So we
what's
have
the
like
difference.
2 different styles.
Yeah, this one we have at our catering backstage. So.
Very seedy.
Yeah, I think this one's like a multi-grain one. So you gotta complain that with production.
I'm on lock.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Just the absolute catastrophe that my stomach's gonna be later. Can't wait. Okay. And this is the more classic cheese bread here.
I did try to
A
heat
little
it
bit
up
of
for you,
paper.
but
Not recommended at home. This is how I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
You can eat it however you want.
extra bit of flavor.
And even a hair of peanut butter.
No, you're not.
We've been out here for a minute, but Soph did heat that up for me, and if it was warm, I can only imagine how much better it would be. All right. We've got these sausage nunchucks here. Is this actually a snack?
It's supposed to be with the charcuterie board. You just cut the slices and have the cheese. And
What?
then go.
Why'd you let me put it on the plate?
I don't know, bro.
Okay, no.
You're the one insisting it.
Well, I wanted to like try it. Overall, this stuff
Maybe
is
too
great.
smoky.
I had so much more cool stuff to say, but they're rushing me here.
Peelable cheese.
5.
Okay.
Stack of cheese. 6.9.
Okay. Nice.
Guava block, S tier. This is a 9 for me. I love this. I love this.
Is that our champion?
So far, yes. And it will be. Spoiler alert. Nothing's gonna crown the guava block. Okay. These completely overpowered, honestly, by the 7 pounds of cheese and guava paste I had in my mouth. Undecided. As I was so disrespectfully served, fine, 5.3. But warm, 8.5.
Nice.
8.5. I think you could just house a tray of these. Okay.
Yes.
And then the sausage nunchucks. This is 7. I mean, it's if you like sausage, if you like sausage, it's sure.
Okay, so do we have our reigning champions, Goiabada? Round of applause for Goiabada. And that was it for us next with Snacks. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. And speaking of tuning in, make sure to be here for LAIC on your screen here at the venue, Expo Center Norte. And Pokemon Unite is going to have action up until what? When? Championship Sunday. That's what it is. Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deep Snacks. That's just how we go.
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans, to the Unite Championship Series North America Finals.
That's right.
It has been an incredible first couple of sets for the day. 2-0s across the board so far. But, I mean, Chef, that was pretty incredible. I think we also have a Teleustrator segment ready for ya, but we're going to do that first, or we're going to do the interview?
I think we'll do a quick little Telestration.
Okay.
There's just a fun couple of moments in that last series that we wanted to talk about. So if we can pull those up, we got some really interesting moments and a kind of some cool mechanical use of abilities to dodge other abilities. It's kind of what we were looking at. So both of these clips are from game number 1. If we want to take a look at specifically the Glaceon in this moment. So watch how this Talonflame Unite move triggers, and immediately Glaceon leaping mid-air and dodging it with that huge glacial stage. You can see it right there on the screen. Able to leap airborne, therefore dodging the Brave Bird. Thought that was a pretty cool moment. We had something similar happen in the final stages of this Rayquaza fight. So in this one, I want you all to watch out for the Laireons on the Suicune right about here. Some really cool tech in this matchup. Now, the never-ending Ice Spikes, that Unite move, is a really cool Unite move that gives you unstoppable for just a moment, allowing Flareons to dodge this great block play that was being made by Smuglax to try to kind of kidnap that Suicune, and instead able to get unstoppable for a moment, and then, of course, eject button to the other side of that block, really shutting down what otherwise could have been a great push by version 1, but a great counterplay by Orange Juicers, and we just saw a lot of really cool moments like that throughout the match. Little small mechanical moments that just showcase how these top players operate on the map.
And you talked about it, right? What a big catch that would have been had Suicune gone down right there. You just needed a moment of that crowd control being cleansed, eject button right the other way. Really strong play. And you can see it was just a moment, too, because that Psy Strike hits and he's knocked up. So it had to all happen in a split second.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Really, really fun. But I do believe we have an interview ready here with Roland from Orange Juicers. We're going to get to hear from one of those players. It's going to be very fun as they have now qualified for the World Championships.
Hey. Congratulations. You've now qualified for Worlds. How does it feel?
It feels great, you know. I've been here multiple times, but every time I get here, it just feels like I really want to show what I can do and our team, how much we've grown.
Okay, so first I got to ask, where's your cowboy hat? This is not acceptable.
I wasn't informed. No one told me about a cowboy hat.
You should have known. You should have known. That's
my bad.
That's all right. You're not qualified for Worlds anymore because of that. But no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so first I got to ask. Okay, obviously y'all had a not the best showing in the previous monthly cup, and then you had to go from that immediately into the highest stakes tournament that you've had so far this season. How did you bounce back from that, and how did it feel morale-wise for the team?
We were really in the slums when that happened. You know, it doesn't feel great when you're considered one of the best teams in a region and you get out so early in the tournament. It really feels like you're a letdown, but you know, we got ourselves together, we rallied up each other, and we did our best. We focused on what we needed to work on, and you know, I think we're gonna really show it today.
All right. How do you gonna feel? Obviously, there's been some pretty big back and forth between your team and Luminosity over the course of the season, but it feels like it's been a while at this point. So, how's it feel going up against them after kind of a training arc for both teams?
You know, they're a long rival of ours, Luminosity Gaming. It's always nice to see them. Always nice to compete against them. I really feel like it can go either way, really. We're both great teams, and you know, no matter what happens, I feel like it'll be a great showing.
All right, and then last thing, now that we know that you're qualified for Worlds, just real quick, any shout-outs to your fans that have been cheering you on this entire season? Any shout-outs to your teammates? Anything like that?
I want to shout out my mom. I love my mom. I want to shout out Chris Smith. Shout out Ducky. Yeah, that's it basically. And shout out Unk.
All right. All three people shouted out after qualifying for Worlds. I was kidding. Congratulations. I know you got to run into your next match. Good luck with that. We're all very excited to see it. And hopefully we get a chance to see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Great stuff, obviously. Congrats to the Juicers, one of the best teams in North America, possibly one of the best teams in the world. I mean, they made it to day 2 last year. quite a squad, and they look fantastic here. They had a rough month, but a lot of teams can have a rough month. What a bounce back, though. They look incredible.
Yeah, flawless so far in the regional finals. Didn't drop a single map in the group stage, and now that their bracket stages began with a 2-0 win, they remain flawless. Now let's see if they can keep that up against Luminosity Gaming.
Well, that one is going to be a tough one considering their track record as well. But you know what? I believe that one's going to come up soon for you folks. So I guess, Chef, I do have to ask, in terms of orange juice, I mean, we're talking about pulp and no pulp, right? I said 90% earlier. How much percent do you think it's going to take to actually beat Luminosity Gaming here?
I think you either have to go basically no juice, or you have to go all juice, right?
Okay.
Like, I don't know if they're expecting all juice, no pulp, because they're going to try to catch on to the pulp, and there's going to be no pulp for them, and so they're going to be like, we just can't even control this team, and I don't know. I don't know where it's going with that. That's pretty much it. Yep.
I already love the premise of the question. I think I have to ask this, Chef. Where are we at?
We do
Because you
need to know.
asked me, you asked me, but I didn't get a chance to ask you.
That's fair.
So I needed
That's
to know.
true.
It was bugging me, okay?
True.
It's in my brain.
It's only fair, yeah. From what I understand, we do have an updated win graphic, by the way, that we wanted to show everyone at home for the North America region, if we can get that up on the board. So this is a little different than what we saw earlier. This is our updated win rate, and it says fixed up there. We fixed it, guys. We are fixing things around here. Important.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we making sure you're getting the accurate, up-to-date data at any given moment, and most importantly, Meowscarada still at the top of the win rate graphic with a 93% win rate for that Pokemon. Gyarados also doing very, very well despite a couple of losses in that last matchup. 83% for Gyarados.
You know, it's funny, Chef. I think you brought this up earlier with Gyarados being that high. Maybe teams would need to start banning. And then the first game of the day, we see a Gyarados ban like right off the bat. So it does look incredible. And it's one of those Pokemon, it feels hard to ban unless you know they want to play Gyarados, because there are just so many strong Pokemon in the meta right now. Obviously, these two teams, I feel like, have a very deep pool of Pokemon between them. OJ, LG, what a matchup we have coming up. One thing that I would try to take away immediately is Flareon Suicune. That thing looked incredible.
Yeah, it feels like a must-ban at this point. That Pokemon is so incredibly good, and Zugrog able to flex onto that Lapras they've been really enjoying as of late, so it's been a crazy lane to really compete against in that bottom path. Did want to give an update to everybody. There are a few matches that are happening off broadcast, and due to Luminosity winning that last matchup, do have pretty crazy implications when it comes to those world champions. So if you take a look at our losers bracket, it's version 1 versus T-Gang. That match has not began, but that is not the same story for Denial versus Unite Coaching. That match is going the distance. Those teams are tied 1-1. So whatever team makes it out of that matchup will be taking a world championship.
We got live update.
And there it is. It just happened before my Start GG even refreshed. We have Unite Coaching moving on, eliminating Denial. Lutano, JL, and the crew are going to Worlds.
Wow. I mean, it's such an amazing thing that Luminosity already has a spot right here. So even being in that lower bracket, we have teams qualifying for Worlds right now here in NA.
Wow.
It's actually really interesting. So obviously there are a lot of players on that team that have been to Worlds before, but technically there's a team that is their first time. And on the other side, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think nobody on any of those teams has ever been to Worlds. And now they know that one of those teams is guaranteed their first ever Worlds qualification. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, a player that got a shout out in our last interview, Chris Smith, it's their very first UNITE Championship Series tournament ever. It's the North American Regional Championships, and they have a chance to qualify for Worlds. That's wild. But we are headed into our winners finals to cover Luminosity Gaming and Orange Juicers. Thank you so much, Kello and Wonder Chef. Spraggles, let's take it away.
Yeah, here we go. LG versus Orange Juicers. You know, we've talked a lot about world slots being on the line, but of course, in front of all these teams is the North America Regional Championships, and they want to win this whole thing. They want their lion's share of that $50,000. They want to be the champion for their region, and there wouldn't be two better teams to duke it out here in our winners finals than the two best in North America. LG looking like possibly one of the best in the world, and if anyone can take them down, it's the Orange Juicers, who have been on a run in this tournament.
Yeah, both these teams making my power rankings of top 10 global just on either sides of the list. So this will be a fun matchup between these squads. Luminosity Gaming, listening to your coaching, is going to be banning that Suicune against Orange Juicer's Flareons.
I just think it's such a difficult Pokemon to deal with, and when you know a side is playing it very, very well, take it away from them. One Pokemon, however, that I would also love to take away from the Juicers is that Zacian. I feel like OG is so dang good on this Pokemon, and I don't know how deep the rest of his pool is. His Buzzwole looked pretty good earlier, but man, I would not want him on Zacian.
Yeah, and also Overlord showcasing that they're very comfortable playing that Pokemon like they were in their first matchup in the Winners semifinals. So potentially a choice for later in the draft, but for now it is Curios on the Alolan Raichu, trainer on the Mimikyu. And there we go, we get a chance at looking at Orange Juicer's Sableye. Roland had this banned against them both games in their winners semifinal, now having the chance to bring it out in our winners finals.
I can tell our observers right now, keep an eye on this Sableye because it can make some really exciting plays in some crazy situations. We could see an early invade from a Pokemon like this. On the other side, we talked about it briefly. Curios on Alolan Raichu, a Pokemon that has been surprisingly fine throughout the weekend. Not amazing as maybe some people thought it would be, but I'm really interested to see Curios on this. Curios, he reminds me, he's the kind of player I feel like that will pick something very, very good, even if the community isn't fully ready to play it. It reminds me when he played Liquidation and Teleon at Worlds. I just thought he was so on the money about that being the best way to play this Pokemon at the time. I'm really curious to see his Raichu.
Yeah, I think Curios, when we talk about that player quite a bit, sometimes the discussion becomes, well, they're not as much like a highlight reel player like Trainer or Overlord. I feel like that's changed a lot this year. We've definitely found moments where Curios is the shining star of the team, but one through line always remains with that player is they are a very unselfish player.
Yes.
And I feel like the attacker role in Pokemon Unite, at least for the last year or so metagame-wise, has kind of been dependent on that. You need a player that's very consistent, always getting their levels and matching up. Now, Flareon, I could say the same thing about them and picking yet another Pokemon that's just very good at putting in the work, and it's going to be an Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, and their Alolan Ninetales look pretty incredible. You've got a couple Pokemon on the side of Luminosity that really want to dive in, right? You have Mimikyu and you have Absol. They need to be right next to you to do a lot of their damage, so I think Alolan Ninetales is a great call. If you get caught in a Blizzard Avalanche combo, it could be all over for you.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, they take away the Suicune, and instead of pivoting over to a Pokemon you might expect, like in Teleon, we have Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, a very strange tournament weekend for Inteleon overall. I mean, a Pokemon that was by far the top of the charts for that attacker role has just kind of slowly fell down and down to the point where EU is playing Decidueye over it quite a bit. And of course, Alolan Raichu, I think, taking a lot of that attacker presence.
Well, here we go, our winners finals. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. And there's that Sableye right away, running across the map into the central area of LG.
We got the Sableye cam, everybody. Don't worry. Roland taking
He got it! And he got it.
First and foremost, what a call out from you, Spraggle.
I'm a genius that I knew one of the best Sableye players of all time was going to be one of the best Sableye players of all time.
Safe money, still money, and we know how much you love it, Jake.
Oh, please give me more. I just want it. I just want it. Why won't they give me more?
Well, that's what these teams want too. Essentially, at this point of the bracket, every single match win you can pick up, you are almost doubling your total prize money at this point in time. Getting into that grand finals gets you that much closer to the grand prize of $20,000 for our regional champion.
We got 9 minutes on the clock right here, so 10 seconds until we have the Altaria and Swablu spawn in the center between these two paths here. And we have Sableye looking to create some influence here in this fight, just waiting for their moment right here, not trying to get caught out by the enemy team until it's time to go in, catching the Absol, looking for the KO, not able to make it happen, but Kratos does pick it up.
Great, even with the full heal from Absol, it won't be enough for them to get away. Slashcan with a revenge knockout will take down the Dodrio, but now it's a 3-on-3 fight remaining. Slashcan with a forward presence, Curios with the backline, but just not into the game enough for that damage numbers to be enough to break through that goal zone healing.
Beautiful play there by Slash, really, to counter that. Obviously, Dodrio wanted that KO, but Slash right back the other way. You got to be really impressed with Slash's Umbreon. I've said this many times, and I think we're talking about this a lot on broadcast, but we are seeing the stars of this game right now. I don't know if there's a better Umbreon in the world. I think Slash's Umbreon, especially the year he was on G, really convinced me that he was just the maybe the greatest to ever play it.
Well, already Happy's going with the mean look build. Will get taken down, but a 1v3, that's tough odds for any Pokemon, even a defender as prolific as that Umbreon. It will be a lot of experience going in Orange Juicer's favor. Kratos getting very close to that level 9. Of course, that big benchmark the Central Area players want to hit before the 7-minute mark.
I don't know if you just said he's on mean look. Maybe I just saw it wrong. I thought it was foul play.
I meant to say foul play. My bad.
Okay, no problem. Just give some of his money to me. That's how that works.
Man. I can't believe I almost complimented Mead Look.
I can't. I know.
That sucks to hear from myself.
Unfortunate.
All right. Luminosity Gaming getting a whole lot of points in that bottom path, but it's not as much as Orange Juicers were able to pull off, as they did break that tier 1 on the top side. Overlord having a tough time breaking through the high defenses, but with that cycle cut almost all the way down to 0 HP for Zugrug.
And look at that, just Curious ripping through the enemy team there. Orange Juicers losing a player right there to the auto attacks from Alolan Raichu. They're trying to catch this Absol, but they weren't able to make it happen in the Blizzard Avalanche combo. Regirock just getting torn apart, and it's down.
That's a tricky room from Trainer. Big box on the map. Interesting to see what they're going to try to play around it. It will be one of those moments where Dodrio is going to have a tough time getting their speed boost anytime that box is around, because it will inverse that stat buff. That's a tough look for Kratos.
Yeah, kind of an annoying moveset to play into with Dodrio, but to be fair, everything annoys Dodrio.
Everything counters Dodrio.
Everything counters Dodrio, sense release. But, you know, the other interesting thing about this, anything that's attacking Mimikyu outside of that zone is going to do considerably less damage. I mean, the big Pokemon would be, of course, Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, sticky situation. If you try to get, brawling right beside that Alolan Ninetales could be huge for Trainer, who has hit that level 9. So now Luminosity Gaming poised to kind of make a big push into one of these team fights, but both these teams have started to unlock some Unite moves. Snow Globe, one of the best defensive Unite moves from any of the attackers in the game.
Look at them just with incredible push right there. Slash keeping everyone at bay while LG scores here in this top path. Nice siege by Luminosity, and now they can just peel away.
Slash was genuinely a 1v4 positional battle win all the way into the enemy flux zone. That was huge. Now, Orange Juicers, they are well known for this. Zugrug, this defender player, is known to be kind of the steward of the bottom path for the majority of any of these matches. Is not well known for rotating towards top side, pushing these tier 2s, loves defending this goal zone, and it's paying off for Orange Juicers in terms of keeping pace in the points race.
I don't know why I love that so much, the steward of the bottom path. It sounds like someone from Game of Thrones, you know?
The watcher on the tier 1.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice. As we see Alolan Ninetales.
Season 4, which is huge.
Yeah, which is it's still good, you know.
Right.
It gets crazy around Season 8, I can tell you that much with Zugrug. As we head down to the bottom path right here, 5 seconds left until this bottom Reggie. We have multiple members of Luminosity deciding whether or not they want to kind of pivot top. Umbreon staying there. 4 members of Orange Juicers down to this bottom path here.
Yeah, both teams all set up. A Trick Room from Trainer goes down early, but that play rough from the Zacian is going to get that KO. All in Raichu from Curios doing a ton of damage. It's up to Roland to create a little bit of space, but the Absol Unite is going to be putting a heck of a doorstop on that.
Yeah, and here we go. Dodrio Unite move moves in. They're looking for a possible secure here, but Reggie's steal is actually still pretty high. Flareon's hiding in this tall grass. Can they make something happen? They do! Wow. It looks like it was actually the Avalanche that catches it before the Blizzard. Now the Mimikyu Unite move takes down Alolan Ninetales. Zugrug fighting right here, seeing how long they can last against these 2 carries from LG.
Man, I can't believe that objective goes in the favor of Orange Juicers. I mean, winter has come, and they take it down with those 2 ice types.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. And in the bottom path, we have Roland scoring an even break into this tier 1 goal zone, but they're trying to get themselves ahead on points, which they are. 168, 190 for the Juicers.
Yeah, Orange Juicers with a lead, certainly in points, and nobody hitting that level 13 point until Dodrio just does it a moment ago. So Orange Juicers also leading the lobby with a few nice big break points for their damage dealers.
Overlord right now looking to rip this down. No one from the Juicers coming up to stop them as they are pushing towards this tier 2 goal zone. They could peel away from this and just try to get some experience right here. Looking for a fight down here. It looks like Mimikyu's in a lot of trouble right now. Unite move being being used. And look at the pressure, 100 points being put into the bottom path here as LG is assaulting this goal zone in the top path, and they're getting pushed back. But no, they're actually able to score, and the points rain in 288 to 280.
Wow, Zacian and Alolan Ninetales, normally a set of Pokemon that would be extremely good at defending that tier 2, but again, Luminosity Gaming's aggressive playstyle comes first place yet again, breaks through that defense, gets a huge score. They have now taken the points lead barely into their hands, and Orange Juicers trailing by 8.
We have one more objective spawning here in the bottom path. 20 seconds now until that bottom Reggie. And we're watching Curios right here just move across the map. The 3-hatted bird should be 3 cowboy hats today, getting as much experience as they possibly can. Unite moves on every member of the Juicers except for the Sableye, which we saw use it recently. Most members of Luminosity also with the Unite move as we get ready for what could turn into the Rayquaza fight.
Both defenders actually poising around this Registeel first. Psycho Cut debuff onto Zugrug, a whole lot of damage early. Foul play knocks them back. That is a Unite move used by Zug just to stay up in this fight, but a great flank by Roland.
Whoa, incredible stuff right here. As there's 4 members of LG, 5 members of LG are down, and they're running towards Rayquaza. It did turn into the Ray fight very quickly. LG is down. Hoopa needs to run here right now so they can bring their team in. They're ripping it apart as fast as they can. Hoopa running in towards this. No, they're not able to do it. The Hoopa Unite move is too late, and Juicers take Ray.
All right, they are only behind by 8 points, so just a couple of scores will turn this around. Flareon's trying to play defensive for Kratos so they can hold on to that Rayquaza shield, and Flareon doesn't give up their own. That could be massive for Orange Juicers. They're still trailing behind, have not scored a single time, but with Roland poising there on the top side with 48 points, I'm sure that's about to change. Orange Juicers, you need some points.
Yeah, Orange Juicers peeling back right now. They have a lot of shields, but they don't have the points yet. Roland hiding in the top path, waiting for their moment right here. It's possible that they are just waiting until it's time to move in and actually distract multiple members of Luminosity, but it looks like LG knows they're there. They must have pinged that Umbreon up there because they are now peeling back. Again, the Juicers are behind. We're going to find out in 10 seconds how close this game is as we have 2 members of the Juicers in the top path and Sableye kind of moving between the top and the center right here. We have the Alolan Ninetales looking for a possible play, but this is one of their worst options to score.
Yeah, especially with that Alolan Raichu hiding away. Eject button again with that goal zone quicker, and the Hundo Burger will be relevant. Curios' attacks not going to be there in time. Absol also taken down. Flareon's likely going to get traded, but no! Roland and Flareon's with too many stuns for the Alolan Raichu to deal with, and Curios goes down.
Beautiful play there by the Juicers. I mean, look at the patience on them, not running to score in that moment, just making sure they were fully ready for this fight, so much so that they could actually push Flareon's in and even get the Alolan Ninetales to score. Huge win to start our winners finals here for the Juicers, 288 to 870.
Yeah, protecting a few parts of this endgame that could have gone awry. Immediately retreat, defend any of those goal zones for any respawning member of Luminosity Gaming to try to backcap, and also give them time to farm up some Unite moves that could have been absent after that fight around the Registeel, just to ensure that a push would be successful. So, a game win going to be on the board for Orange Juicers, the first in a best of 5 between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible start here, and, you know, I think it's always exciting to see a team give Luminosity a run for their money. I think a lot of people expect Luminosity to win a lot of their matches. They're one of, if not the best teams in the world. We just saw them at ACL. But the Juicers absolutely on pace with them the entire game. Looking incredible right here. We're starting off with that early steal there from Roland. One of the best Sableye players to do it. You love to see it.
Yeah. And we got a cool stat there in the lower third, just to remind everybody, these teams have played against each other 21 times this season, with Luminosity Gaming having 15 game wins and Orange Juicers only at 6. But after watching that matchup, I mean, these two teams could not be closer. We had the lead change multiple times between these teams. We're under a 10-point difference headed into the final stretch. I mean, just such an exciting game. This is going to be a great match.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun. I mean, a lot of this match was very close, and then all of it came down to this fight right here. We have Alolan Raichu trying to peel away from this, but look at that Sableye knockoff. I mean, mean, I think they hit 3 members with the stuns from Sableye right there, and they just couldn't do enough. Full team wipe. No one from LG can get back in time. The Juicers player of the game is Flareon's on Alolan Ninetales.
Okay, with that 68,000 damage stat as well as 6 knockouts. So throughout that matchup, only building the drive lens to full stacks via assists, likely, as that match occurred, with 6 knockouts only getting you up to the, I believe, well, no, that would fill it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would get there, but they got him at the end. They got him at the end. Look,
forgot you get 2.
Yeah, it's true, but they did. They got him later, but also that's one of the amazing things about these new items is even if you're not the Pokemon securing a lot of the KOs, as long as you're working with your team, you are stacking these things up. And all of these teams, obviously, they're well-oiled machines. They show up together at these fights. They Pokemon unite and they win big engagements. Even if you only get a couple KOs for the squad there, everyone is sort of sharing that item stacking.
Yeah, it was huge for them. I think that my favorite moment was that crazy Sableye flank from Roland without a Unite move, by the way, which is another great source of crowd control that Sableye has access to. They had used it a little earlier in that central area push that Kratos and Roland were on, and then just a great shutdown despite that. Like that mentioned, knockoff with 3 players, Zugrug on the other side with the Lapras, just a perfect combination play between those 2 players. Cool to see the support and defender working together in tandem.
Yeah, and I mean, what a great start here for the Juicers, right? I know if I know how Luminosity is feeling, and I honestly don't, but if I know how Luminosity is feeling, they do not want to lose this even though they have their spot to Worlds guaranteed.
Totally.
They want to absolutely dominate here in the regional finals, and they're up against the toughest team, the Juicers. They're giving them a run for their money already.
Yeah, and reminder, they are going up against the former North America regional champions. Currently, Orange Juicers hold that title. Luminosity Gaming, the title holders of a whole lot of other accomplishments, but that North America regional title has not found its way to a Luminosity-specific trophy case. Obviously, a few of those players have earned that title, but I'm sure the organization and these players would love to have a win. Maybe they can get it started here in game number 2.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming going to get this first pick right here. Orange Juicers with the 2 picks right after it. We're looking at our bans. I don't know if they still want to ban Suicune, and they do. They do not want to deal with this Suicune right here. Psyduck also getting banned out. First pick on over to LG. I wonder if we see anything different.
Yeah, likely the Hoopa again. I think really wanting to make sure that Otter gets their hands on that Pokemon. It was so phenomenal. With no Sableye ban, you could consider trying to take something away like that. Now, Orange Juicers have essentially an identical outlook that they did in game number 1. They, of course, have the chance to adapt, but it's tough to make that decision when you're already getting some game wins in a series like this.
Yeah, it feels like there's no reason for the Juicers to really switch things up here. The Zacian worked well, Lapras worked well. Luminosity is going to have to change something that they were doing in that last match. Curious, once again, bringing out Alolan Raichu, and it's possible that Luminosity says, look, you know, we had a little bit of a fumble here, but we like everything we had, apparently.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe that was the one thing I would change. Was the Alolan Raichu. It certainly did a lot of damage, but I don't know if it was enough to get them across that finish line. Orange Juicers looks like they're hovering the exact same pick, so an identical comp being loaded up for Orange Juicers so far. But the first adaptation for Luminosity Gaming is going to be locked in. Overlord selecting the Gyarados.
Yeah, we have Trainer once again on the Mimikyu right here. I wonder if they're going to change it up a little bit and possibly not run Trick Room. But they have the exact same situation they were trying to counter here.
Yeah.
So it's maybe they just decide, you know what, Trick Room was the way to go. Obviously, if you have Shadow Sneak, there are a few juicy targets on the side of the Juicers that you are able to dive in on. If you can hit a Shadow Sneak on the Alolan Ninetales, you can get to a situation where you can kind of bait out its Blizzard Avalanche.
Right.
And hopefully it would miss, so that could be huge.
It is a tricky Pokemon to Shadow Sneak, though, right?
It is.
It becomes a bit of a coin flip or mind games in terms of, all right, which way are you going to Blizzard Avalanche? I need to land and then dodge that as well. So a tough spot for Mimikyu to be in. I do like the Trick Room shenanigans against Dodrio. It's a fun little matchup that we don't see those mechanics showcased too often with the Trick Room speed differences. Of course, the VGC counterpart, we see it a ton. So fun to see in Pokemon Unite with Mimikyu being set up that way. But I do think one of the big changes, of course, or the only change in this draft, being that Gyarados locked in for Overlord. We took a look at those win rate graphics earlier on today, and this Pokemon is doing phenomenal in North America.
Yeah, I think Gyarados across the board, like we saw it in EU before.
Worldwide.
Yeah, worldwide. I would say it's Mr. Worldwide.
Wow.
Yeah.
A few people going for that title, but Gyarados gonna put him in the ring.
I really do think Gyarados can get it.
Yeah.
I honestly think so.
He's held the crown for too long.
Yeah, that's enough of you, Pitbull. I do think Gyarados is pretty amazing. Overlord's Gyarados for a long time has been a real force. I feel like I haven't seen him play it in an insane amount of tournaments, but I remember when Gary hit Eos Island, I saw Overlord playing it, and it has a play style that I feel like is very in tune with how Overlord plays. It's very deliberate in a super exciting way, kind of like Overlord's Aegis Slash. As we head into our second game here, Luminosity Gaming, your purple team, Orange Juicers, your orange team. Roland looking for a steal, not able to make it happen this time.
All right, no back-to-back red buff. Good coverage by both Otter and Trainer. You could also see them kind of intentionally kiting that Escavalier into the tall grass on their side, playing it extremely safe no matter how long it takes to take that central area Pokemon.
Roland now just kind of bullying the side here of Luminosity Gaming. They would like to get some of this and take it away from the Magikarp, and it looks like they are able to secure right there due to the Zacian Slash.
Yeah, OG already with 15 points of Eos energy in pocket means they have been clearing absolutely everything, not only because they've been out contesting the side of Luminosity Gaming, but due to Roland's invade, there's just been a whole lot of wild Pokemon for that Zacian to work through.
Now, Roland trying to get some information right here as we have multiple members of the Juicers rotating to the top path, getting extremely aggressive. The snow warning from Alolan Ninetales, though, actually kind of blowing their cover as they move up top, but it didn't matter. Massive double KO for the Juicers.
Wow, okay, Alolan Raichu heading into the central area with a great combo play. He's going to take down a couple of targets on that goal zone, and Zugrug, the holder of the Tier 1 down here, still being stalwart.
The warden of the Tier 1 fights them back. And here comes Gyarados. It's going to be a bounce Dragon Breath Gyarados as they are trying to push the Juicers out of their central area here. 20 seconds until we have a fight in the center there over the Swablu and Altaria. And right now, everyone is heading back to their path so they can get as much experience as possible. OG already level 7, gapping that Gyarados by 3 levels.
Yeah, okay. In the bottom path, it's getting a little interesting, but finally all these teams can rotate. Slash Cam is just super aggressively positioned for information, but Trainer with a long-range Shadow Sneak is going to clear those very, very quickly. The second Shadow Sneak will not find a target, go a little bit wide, and that allows Kratos and Roland to play a bit farther forward, but at this point in time, with no Unite moves to utilize, a full push would be very dangerous.
Great positioning there from Luminosity Gaming. They were behind on levels, but they were able to secure everything in that central area because of how aggressively they played that. As we now have 2 Pokemon heading into the central area of LG once again, looking to see what they can steal, looking to see if they can get a KO on Trainer. So very close. Roland almost goes down, trying to peel away from Otter here, and Roland, what a juke. What a juke right there. Otter looking for them. He knows where they are. He knows what Roland's trying to do. Gonna chase them down with Trick right here. No way. Oh my gosh, the great escape happening right now as Roland somehow makes it out of that.
Wow, backtrack. You know, that's the old trick. You don't want to be followed. You put your footprints backwards in the sand so they will not follow. Roland, an expert on the great escape.
That does feel like something someone in a cowboy hat would say. Yeah. You know how to get out of this situation. Just walk backwards through the sand. There we go. Mimikyu right now securing the Registeel. Zugrug in some trouble right here. Not able to get caught with the Blizzard Avalanche. The Trainer picks up that KO. They decide to throw the Shadow Sneak, and you can see the mind game right there, right? They threw the Shadow Sneak, and they're like, I can base. I can do whatever I want here.
Yeah, but I definitely don't want to get hit by a Blizzard Avalanche. So instead, we'll retreat towards that Tier 1 where Orange Juicers are aggressing on right now. Big push. Kyrios picks up both of those citrus berries, is still ready for this fight.
Yeah, here we go. Flareon's in a little bit of trouble right here, but actually makes it out of it. Zacian now the only Pokemon that ends up getting KO'd, and it looks like Kyrios is going to push towards this goal zone. Flareon's grabbing the berries so that they could defend if they decide to push. Luminosity Gaming instead heading towards the central area to see how much of this experience they could get. They still need to get a Unite move on Overlord, only level 8.
Yeah, kind of a concerning fight for Orange Juicers in that last one, though. Had a huge player advantage, only momentarily. You saw the adaptation from both Slash and Trainer to go and help out Kyrios, but still, Alolan Raichu able to defend that goal zone against so many members, a tough spot, and now Zugrug is going to have to do it again on the top side, with the only backup being OG Zacian.
And here we go, Overlord using that Unite move, just zoning them out in that moment. If they decide to fight, they know that they are going down. Zug getting pushed away here. Beautiful 40 points. Mimikyu trying to put some more points in that top goal zone. Zugrug does go down, but you have the Juicers counter-scoring in the bottom path, so they are trying to get as many points on the board as they possibly can. 160 now, 173. Slash trying to fight in the bottom path and push them off, but it looks like, yes, they are going down to the Dodrio.
Okay, well, play call was made by Orange Juicers to sacrifice that tier 1 in the name of a break in the tier 1 in the bottom side. So, trade for the Orange Juicers. They're going to give themselves a bit of an advantage, and with these Reggies spawning in, it makes sense for Orange Juicers to focus on that heavy experience-focused objective here on the bottom side of the map. Regieleki will be spawning in, though, and a tier 2 is open for both teams on the top side.
Yeah, it looks like most of the focus is being put down here towards this Reg Ice, but of course, Otter has the ability to bring the team from Luminosity in, and he does.
Aggressive portal, too, all the way on the other side. If any member, specifically this Gyarados, heads in, they're going to be jumping into the battle. That's a very quick burn. Flareon's attempts to steal, but take it down. Zugrug with a Unite move, but only bounces up Slash Can. Bubble Beam to protect the goal zone. Mimikyu shutting down that Zacian, and that is a landslide win for Luminosity Gaming. Orange Juicers looking for value elsewhere again.
And look at this, they do get it. So they peel away from that fight. They recognize that, look, Flareons went down. They weren't able to steal anything. They weren't able to get that secure. However, there is a play they can make to keep them in this game. 229, 210. This match so incredibly close right now. Dodrio in a weird spot here on the top path, using its Unite move to possibly get away, but no, they are caught right here. It goes down, and that means LG has a great position for this Regieleki.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming not really relying on the Trick Room to be the stunning effect on the Dodrio this time around, but just a good aim shot with that Shadow Sneak will do the trick from Trainer. So far, it's been working out well. Curious with a few of these Psychic Stuns has also been phenomenal for them to try to shut down this heavy flank style that Orange Juicers has been employing these last 2 games.
All 5 members of LG are here. The Dragon Bounce goes in. They're trying to make something happen. Umbreon up into the air, stealing away the shields. Zugward possibly going down. Flareons with a huge Unite move, trying to defend this goal zone as we have multiple members of LG still crashing. That's a double KO for the Alolan Ninetales. They're pushing them away. Zugrug goes down as they're trying to fight. Curio's still here, but deciding to peel away as now we have Kratos looking to pick up the KOs right here. Great plays from Otter and the Hoopa, making sure he could protect the Alolan Raichu.
Good defensive looks there, but I don't know how exactly to describe this, but this game 2 feels exactly like game 1 if everyone's plans didn't work. I don't know how to say, but we had the exact same thing happen from Luminosity Gaming in that game number 1 on that push in the tier 2, and it went incredible for LG. They dominated Origins, they were able to shut them down, but then we could say the inverse about what happened on that basement Reggie fight last time. Well, Luminosity Gaming going to try to flip the script again as this final basement Reggie of the game will spawn in, and they're going to be the first ones in position.
Here we go. Slash getting caught a little bit, but not all the way into the Blizzard Avalanche right there. Moving forward, actually using Phantom Force to reposition Umbreon. Unite move from Hoopa. The Rayquaza fight once again could be starting early.
Yeah, Roland misses their first stun. It's going to be Trainer trying to shut down an individual target, and then it's both Kratos and OG already down. Zugrug and Flareons have to bail from this fight. Otter giving them no fair runaway plan. Sableye gonna run all the way up towards the Rayquaza, as now they're gonna have to run interference, something that Roland is extremely good at.
And unfortunately, no Unite move on the Sableye. You can't send them all back to base yet. He just ticked over to his Unite. Zugrug moving in with the Lapras Unite move right now, just trying to buy some time for the team to get in. He hit the Sableye Unite move. Otter now caught right here. The Snow Globe doesn't catch Otter, however, and it looks like Luminosity is in a great position.
Slash Cam with a brilliant Umbreon Unite move, just to give a little bit of shielding for Otter and a little bit of breathing room for Luminosity Gaming at that point. Massive maneuver. Luminosity Gaming's Overlord dodges the Rayquaza, tries to chase down the defender, and Zugrug falls.
Zugrug goes down. We see Flareon's waiting to engage in this fight. Luminosity Gaming chipping at Ray right now, almost at half. We have the Dodrio peeling around looking for a fight, but not able to pick up a KO. Now LG knows where Dodrio is coming from. Flareon's getting jumped on, but a huge Blizzard Avalanche catches Overlord, almost down to half HP. Rayquaza down at half HP. Roland right now looking for an opportunity to move in, and it looks like the Juicers might be turning towards Rayquaza. They pick up a KO on Otter. Ray is getting lower. Trainer looking to move in and fight. Ray is getting very low, ripped apart right now. Here comes the Dodrio Unite, but it's secured by a Alolan Raichu.
Kyrios dropping that gigantic star right on top of the Rayquaza and taking center stage. What a takedown for that Alolan Raichu. Backcap's attempt for Orange Juicers are going to try to keep this score close with Gyarados and Umbreon with 50 points in pocket. Luminosity Gaming is going to be breaking away.
What a crazy Ray fight, just back and forth the whole way as Rayquaza was just getting chipped throughout that entire thing. it felt like a team would go to engage, then peel back to Ray. The other team would move out to engage and peel back to Ray until it just got to the point where everyone needed to throw all the damage they possibly could. Great Unite move there from Curios, and continued to attack with those boosted so that they could get the secure.
Yeah, Orange Juicers always kind of fighting from behind in that team fight, having to make some risky plays. I do think that final push they made where they tried to target priority the Hoopa, maybe a little tough of a decision, right? It didn't have Unite move any longer. Maybe you could try to take down another major target like that Alolan Raichu. But either way, a tough spot to be in, and Luminosity Gaming gonna get their own game win and tie this up 1-1.
I mean, what an exciting best of 5. You absolutely love to see it from these two teams. Of course, they are tying it up. And you're right, it really did feel like Game 2, I mean, as we saw with the compositions and everything, very close to a mirror from Game 1. But LG able to shut down a lot of what the Juicers were trying to do. Here was that really exciting early push from the Orange Juicers into the top path that gave him a ton of value. And then, of course, here's Roland just breaking some ankles out there.
Yeah, another matchup that did feel kind of in lockstep throughout the entire time, but this time it felt like Orange Juicers were keeping it close, kind of in consolation prizes. A lot of team fights going LG's way, and then Orange Juicers getting some crazy back caps to keep that score close. The only other time that tier 2 push from LG kind of getting shut down by Orange Juicers was a big moment for them.
Here's that Ray fight, and we could just see Dodrio. They look for the KO right here. As soon as they go on Hoopa, I think Luminosity recognizes they could take Ray here, and there's the Unite move. The second that is out on Rayquaza, that is your indication. That's the bat signal. Everyone attack this right now.
Yeah, Dodrio having kind of a weird path with its Unite move there. It looked like it was initially poised to hit that Rayquaza and charge right through the big old dragon, but at some point either the Pokemon it was originally targeting moved, and it did kind of avoid the majority of that Ray pit. So only able to knock up a couple of targets, and I mean, we said it was close. I was giving LG kind of the edge in that matchup, but still, extremely close finish. It could have went either way, back-to-back games now.
Oh, absolutely. It could have definitely went either way, and I mean, you saw it there, right? You saw how close it was with the Alolan Ninetales throwing the Blizzard Avalanche. We have the Dodrio Unite move. I think in a fight like that, after Hoopa goes down, you might want to get the Dodrio Unite move out earlier and still target some of the enemy players, because you can secure Ray with it. You also can knock up people on your way, but it feels really inconsistent. You're going to have some amazing moments with it and some tough moments, and I think it might be better used to pick up KOs on the way.
Yeah, it's been an interesting strategy that Orange Juicers have been employing. They have kind of this scoring / wild flank composition with the duo of Roland and Kratos on this Sableye and Dodrio, and then they kind of just rely on Old Faithful with a consistent attacker in Alolan Ninetales and a very traditional built, like very defensive-minded defender in the Lapras on the other side, and just kind of OG doing their thing on Zacian. So it's interesting to have kind of these two schools of thought, a hyper movement based composition and then a slow and steady on the other side of the map, and it worked for them great in game number 1. In game number 2, it felt like Luminosity Gaming kind of understood the assignment a bit in a way. Specifically, Slash went, oh, I can push all the way to your tier 2 and still be okay, and set up Curios to be doing wild damage from the backline.
I loved, by the way, the repositioning plays from the Phantom Force trick Hoopa and Umbreon. I feel like you often see it on Brave Bird Talon or something like that, right? It flies in, it does an insane amount of damage, and they, peel it back. But instead, you're taking a Pokemon actually with a huge HP pool, which is even better once it moves back through the portal, right? A huge HP pool, you move in with a foul play, you snarl stun, you decide if this is going to be the fight. Even if it's not, you just port right back, get a ton of HP back on Umbreon, and you're ready to continue to move in again and disrupt them once more. It also continuously gives you information about what your opponents are doing, because you're able to dive so deep that you kind of know exactly where every member of the opposing team is.
Yeah, it sort of breaks up a really difficult choice that Umbreon players have to make a lot of the time. They have great moveset with that foul play and snarl build. They can push into multiple targets, they get a ton of unstoppable tags given, and anytime they're using this combo, but usually you have to decide, all right, I'll foul play in, but I might need the snarl to get back to my team, game, but instead the Trick Hoopa just allows you to go, all right, I'm going to go in, I'm going to press all of my buttons, get maximum amount of stuns, and then immediately retreat to the rest of my team and allow my Alolan Raichu just to free fire into the back.
Yeah, and we saw a really good game from the Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, I thought this was a great game for game number 2.
It looked fantastic, and I think it did require a lot of support, right, from the side of LG, but they gave it to it, and it looked pretty phenomenal. Now we're going to have to see if anything changes up here. Orange Juicers lost that game, so they do get the opportunity to pick which side they want to play on right here. It actually looks like it's flipped around.
Okay, that makes more sense.
There we go. I was going to say they picked second choice, but no, they decided for first pick right here. Blissey, Gyarados, Ban. On the other side, Sableye, Psyduck. Wow. First pick over to the Juicers.
Okay, so Luminosity Gaming have allowed this Sableye to go through multiple games now, are finally going to ban that Pokemon, but that does leave a very certain all-rounder available, and Suicune can be locked up.
Yeah, the question is, what was more valuable, right? Was it more valuable to take away the Suicune, or was it more valuable to take away 2 huge picks for Roland in the Sableye and Psyduck? On the other side, Overlord getting Zacian. I feel like this might be one of the biggest counters to the Juicers. I feel like we mentioned it a lot. OG is insane on Zacian. I don't know how much their team loves them on some of the other picks.
Yeah, this Buzzwole matchup is interesting too. Luminosity Gaming was kind of able to showcase how different those Pokemon scale within the early game in their matchup in the winter semis, and Overlord was kind of able to take a huge lead and just carry it on from there. Luminosity Gaming making even more adaptations, not only stealing away the Zacian, but also stealing away Zugrug's Lapras.
Yeah.
Slash is going to play yet another defender in our tournament.
I mean, Lapras won them Worlds, so I think they're pretty familiar with how powerful this Pokemon can be. I love the Inteleon pick right here. When you look at the Juicers right now, they want to play at kind of a medium range or even very close when you're considering something like this Buzzwole. And Inteleon outranges all of the ranged Pokemon on the side of Juicers. Both Alolan Raichu and Suicune are kind of in this weird zone where any of the long-range snipers, which is why we saw Decidueye from EU, or Inteleon right now do very well.
Okay, I do like Trainer's final pick of this Talonflame. Like you mentioned, you want to try to outrange a lot of that crowd control with the Inteleon. Well, so can Talonflame just by soaring above any of it. Either moveset will really work, but if you have that Hoopa on board for the ride, I think we're probably going to be looking at another trick-based Hoopa from Otter. It's been really huge. I mean, I've been talking all weekend long about how much I adore that duo of Snorlax and Suicune together, but if I was to draft up a composition that would play rather well into it, I really do like this Inteleon Talonflame damage core for Luminosity Gaming.
I think Inteleon and Talonflame here into Alolan, Raichu, and Suicune is a great counter. I mean, this is going to be a hard match, it feels like, for the Juicers.
Agreed.
Talonflame does not need to go in until it's time to crash in and do a ton of damage, so they're really not going to be able to do much to Talon there. And same thing with Inteleon. Inteleon gets to play at ludicrous range, and they almost, I mean, they really have nothing to go get it. What are they going to go get it with? I guess you're going to see Buzzwole possibly dive in very deep looking for that KO, but Curios should be able to just, you know, snipe shot at will throughout this match.
True. I do think if there's one thing that the Orange Juicers can kind of be happy about in this situation is that Luminosity Gaming's kind of unchecked aggressive play style will be a little bit more difficult to pull off with this composition in terms of the constant invades and trying to take away Orange Juicers' wild Pokemon. I think Orange Juicers are going to have a much better time farming up safely in this situation. Alolan Raichu, if everything goes well for Kratos, should be scaled extremely high in this matchup, but I think Alolan Raichu will be a pretty nasty source of firepower for this Orange Juicers team.
I'm interested to see Kratos on this
Yeah.
Because I feel like you often see Kratos on something that is very dive heavy, right?
Yes.
I mean, Kratos is playing Absol and Leafeon, Dodrio. I mean, really in the mix. And this is you have to play at an interesting range with this because you are close enough to the battle to continuously fight.
Yeah.
But you also have to stay at good enough range because you are so dang squishy with the Alolan Raichu that you can go down pretty fast.
Yeah, that's true. A terrifying place to be in, but you do got some good backup to try and give you some protection in terms of that Snorlax and that Suicune, or hey, even Roland's Eldegoss can give you a bit of that backup. So we do have the duel here in the bottom path to start. Zungrug on the Snorlax, /Ken on the Lapras, and Spraggles, which team are they on?
Well, Orange Juicers are your purple team, Luminosity Gaming, your orange team, all tied up here in our winners finals, 1-1 in this best of 5, trying to get all the experience we can over to Curios right now so that they can evolve. We have Talonflame running down to the bottom path right here. In the top path, Overlord getting very aggressive towards OG, and here comes Kratos. Very sneaky play right there, almost baiting them into thinking that they didn't have any support to fight, and instead they are able to score in that top path. OG actually not able to put the points in thanks to that ball toy.
All right, all things going according to plan for Kratos, though. That's 2 Drive Lens stacks so far. Very early to get that attack stat, or special attack stat, rather, boosting up. And then it's going to be massive for them later. I'm not going to lie, I am pretty surprised to see Trainer into the bottom path off the first rotation. Into Suicune Snorlax, it feels like you'd rather punish the Buzzwole early in this situation. But at the moment, Orange Juicers feeling fantastic about their top path play right now. Orange Juicers have their level 5 Buzzwole to work with, and a few knockouts have already gone in the way of Kratos' Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're probably trying to slow down this Suicune, while at the same time, sometimes you just want to mix up where your center area Pokemon's going, so you're not always doing the exact same thing and your opponents can counter you. Didn't work out that well for Luminosity, but this match is still incredibly close. 46-36 right here. Overlord only level 5, and we've actually seen Overlord struggle a little bit in the top path the past few games.
Full level advantage for OG on this Buzzwole, and this will be the first Swablu Altaria fight. Trainer, not worried about the deficit they've been playing around so far, is going to extend all the way to the enemy backline with that Brave Bird and take down Suicune and actually chase down a second. Alolan Raichu getting knocked out is massive for Luminosity Gaming.
Looking for a possible triple, but no, decides to Brave Bird out, noticing that OG was down there. I mean, they would have definitely had an opportunity to get the Snorlax, but instead, you don't want to give up a level 8 Speedster KO for a level 5 defender. Great play there by Luminosity. Just very heads-up play, recognizing when they can't push that advantage anymore.
Yeah, Snorlax's Gluttony passive as well always surprises me in how much they heal off that Citrus Berry, so even if they Brave Bird in, it might be a risk of not knocking out the Snorlax, and disaster striking in that situation would be really tough to work with. That's all right, though. So great plays for Luminosity Gaming. They got the level 9 Talonflame, but Orange Juicers still this top path going in their favor by a huge margin. OG now 2 levels above Overlord. He's, of course, very closely hitting that level 7, but OG having a great early game.
Yeah, and here we go. Luminosity Gaming with perfect positioning around this Regirock. Going to be really tough for the Juicers to do much. The Snipe Shot, the Brave Bird, easy secure there for Luminosity. They get the first objective of our match, and the Snipe Shots continue to ring true. We do have Leech Life on the Buzzwole fighting this Zacian right here, and it does feel like, yeah, Zacian's going to try to do a lot of damage to it, but you're just going to get hugged by your bunny and it gets all its HP back.
So we haven't seen a ton of Buzzwole over this weekend, to be honest. It showed up here and there, but for the most part, we have seen the Leech Life, but primarily into a lot of dive targets. Now, Talonflame would be a great Leech Life target to grab if you can time it well. Zacian on the other side, just such a brawl-focused Pokemon. The superpower might be a bit more in favor. Kratos pulls all the way to the other side with that Talonflame Unite move, dropping their own stardom onto the battlefield, but they will fall. And Teleon picking up that knockout, and Curios now at level 10.
Wow, Curios level 10 right here, and Talonflame just an absolute superstar throughout this match so far, making huge plays and making it out every single time. Really impressive stuff. Otter, some low HP right here, maybe trying to hide the fact that they are still there. Overlord now pushing forward with that trick. Otter trying to possibly score, but here comes a huge Brave Bird ripping through the enemy team. Rolling goes down. OG trying to make a counter right here. They do pick up a KO right into their Unite move. They're up in the sky looking for Overlord here. They miss, however. A beautiful block there by Otter pushes them back. We have Trainer ready to crash in, and they decide not to go after OG and instead pick up the KO on a Alolan Raichu in the central area.
Yeah, I don't know if Buzzwole has ankles, but I don't think anymore. They were broken by Otter's Hoopa in a couple of different moments. I mean, Smackdown failing to hit Overlord Zacian, and then Leech Life failing to grab the Hoopa from Otter. I mean, really shutting them down, and a Pokemon that has been kind of the mainstay point of hope for Orange Juicers in this game number 3, kind of taken down by that duo.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough when your ankles are broken so considerably. They're considered to not be there anymore.
They don't
but
exist.
That is a very scary situation for the Juicers right now. This is a scary situation, a scary fight if LG decides to take it. They have been pushing this a lot in the past few games. Here comes the Lapras trying to make a play right here, but it looks like they hit a wall a little bit. This Uber's getting maybe a 2-star right now, and they are not able to make much happen right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, they might still take this fight. I saw a little icon on the minimap moving very quickly all the way to the top side with that Lapras Express, but I think just a little too late to rally back for Luminosity Gaming in that way, but a heck of a consolation prize with that Registeel being taken down. And of course, if you're following along with the clock, both those objectives knocked out with plenty of time to reappear before our final stretch begins.
Yeah, that's right. We could definitely see more fights at these objectives, and if you're looking at this game level-wise, it looks good for Luminosity. Score-wise, it looks good for Luminosity. And this is very different from game 1 and 2 for me, which I think were very close. This game feels like LG absolutely has their number, catching Flareon's there in a bad situation, but Flareon's able to peel out. Here comes the Unite move from Talon. They want to get that KO, but they do go down. They waste the Unite and they go down. Beautiful stuff there from Roland, by the way, with the Pollen Puff, with the Cotton Guard, all the plays to make sure that Suicune could get out.
And this push could still happen. Kratos does have access to that star power, so he can drop that right on top of a goal zone, make an effective push, but Zugrug going in extremely deep, maybe thinking the team would be there for the backup, can take it down. There's that star right on top of the goal zone. Zasha with the eject button to reset their aim with that gigantic sword. Behemoth Blade taking down a couple of targets.
Yeah, and look at this right here. Talon once again getting caught. Nice plays there from the Juicers, but the counter punches on the moving in here from Luminosity, just so impressive. You called it right there. I mean, you just absolutely have to love seeing players at this level. When Overlord moves in, repositions the Unite move, not only does it move where he is, but it also moves the direction that he's throwing that big sword.
I've never been so scared about just something turning around 180 degrees. It is a gigantic sword, and then immediately only a few Pokemon caught in its grasp. So very, very scary. Luminosity Gaming now taking another Reggie Alecki. A basement Reggie will be spawning in. It'll have around 30 seconds of uptime until that final stretch begins, but both these teams, I think, kind of just feeling out where the enemy team wants to position. Reggie Alecki will land, making that goal zone defenseless. But that basement Reggie, it looks like it will be in contest.
And we could once again be looking at an early Rayquaza fight. Nice snipe shot there, rolling in a little bit of trouble, misses this next snipe shot. We have Luminosity Gaming with the opportunity to score in that top half. They are going to take it, and it looks like they're going to hand this Regirock over to the side of the Juicers, but the Juicers way behind on the scoreboard. It is now 46 to 296. The Juicers right now deciding to score here. LG could start ripping at Ray. We're going to see what they want to do here. Being so far up, it's possible that they don't actually make this play, and they don't. Just waiting to find the perfect moment to fight the Juicers.
Yeah, Roland really hoping that 40 points would land right before the final stretch begin, but it did double up to 80. So a clean break on that tier 1 goal zone. But Rayquaza, so far untouched. Trainer checking some of these points of tall grass where these enemy Pokemon could be hiding. But we talked a lot about it with the Umbreon mechanics in the previous matchup. Because of the Trick Hoopa, they can always recall and be safe in their backline.
Yeah, and here we go. We just see constantly this Brave Bird trying to find members of the Juicers. They land in, can't get much going, but they do bait out some moves there. Oh, here we go. Slash maybe in a little bit of trouble, uses the Unite move. Otter with the Unite right back the other way. They can reposition their team. Pushing forward, Overlord looking to possibly move in and fight. Grabbing at Flareons, but not able to take them down. OG looking to grab them and get the Leech Life, but they can't. Zugrug with the Unite move in the tall grass. Everyone's just peeling back from this engagement. It didn't turn into a full fight, but Zug's trying to start it, but the block was too late.
Yeah, good heads up play by Splash Can to immediately just get out of that situation. Does not want to get taken away. Trainer all the way in the back. Hits so many targets with that flame sweep, but frozen by Flareons. What a good counter. OG takes down Zacian. A top path battle 1 here as they have a KO streak of 2. That Beast Boost passive just chaining together some nasty knockouts. Kyrios gets the punch back though with a massive snipe shot.
And here we go. It looks like the Juicers are trying to pick up a KO. They need to go towards Rave. They need this KO. They have to take it fast, but the snipe shots keep raining through. If it can pick up another KO, they're going to be able to get the secure. Kyrios looking for it with a snipe shot.
Freeze!
Frozen in place and secured by the Juicers.
What a freeze from Flareons. I mean, such a great play. Zugrug tries to isolate the Hoopa. It's up to Flareons to shut down the Inteleon. An incredible play from Orange Juicers. And now all they got to do is put in some points. Hundo Burger for the Alolan Raichu. and this is going to be a game number 3 win for Orange Juicer.
Wow. I mean, I know we're in Texas, but what a hundo burger there at the end, because they absolutely needed it. Again, I own that. Be careful with it. Wow. Yeehaw.
Oh, not that.
Dude, what a series so far. This has been so amazing.
Yeah.
Juicers, Luminosity, what a fight. And it feels like these two teams are deciding to start the Ray fight at 2:30 every match in that bottom half.
It is huge. Wow, what a game. We're going to take another look at it here in just a moment, and then I do have some breaking news as well we'll get to immediately after these highlights. But what a matchup. I'm so happy this is a best of 5.
Dude.
I am so happy that this match is a best of 5.
I mean, this is an absolute clash of the Titans here in NA, and you wouldn't want it any other way. And both teams look phenomenal today. Throughout this game, I mean, you have to give it up to Trainer once again. This Talonflame, unbelievable. It felt like it was such a playmaker.
Yeah, but I do think in that final fight, this Buzzwole pick started to show why it can shut down a Pokemon like that. Not only that, I think it showed why Flareon has not been allowed to get the Suicune so far in this series. Yeah. What a stop. Not only, of course, around that final Rayquaza moment, but as soon as that Talonflame dove in, freezing that area of effect immediately.
I know, it's huge. Just such a great play.
Good.
Obviously, they could be looking for a body block, but there's no even need to body block something that's completely frozen in place right there. Huge fight. When Talon first landed, I think it caught 3 with a Brave Bird, and I thought, man, it's all over right now once you catch 3 with the Brave Bird. But you're right. Buzzwole coming in, and I think we got it was either a 3 or 4 player freeze in that moment as well, which just stopped them from being able to fight. Suicune might be a Pokemon that you cannot allow one of these.
Yeah, I mean, I think we allow the Sableye back in. That's fine. We got to be batting that Suicune. But I did say I have some news. Like we mentioned, that loser semifinal
Should I be sitting down?
Is very important. You may if you would like.
Okay.
We do have an updated bracket
that
we're going to be taking a look at. We know our final North America World Champion slot is going to version 1, taking down T-Gang in a 2-0 fashion. That's right, version 1 headed to the World Championships to represent North America.
That's just so amazing that we have a team coming from the open bracket looking to qualify right here. It's that story that you hope is allowed to happen here in the regional finals, right? A great team, but not a team that has gotten deep in any of our previous months. And now finally, they're in this crazy situation where they are qualified for Worlds. And a lot of that, I mean, they need to give a huge thank you to Luminosity Gaming for already securing their spot, right? Which is a pretty great way to get to Worlds.
Yeah, that's the tip of the cap right there.
The tip of that cap.
Tip of that cap.
Go ahead,
well, congratulations to them. We're going to be getting to see them a little bit later when they go up in their matchup in the losers bracket. But for now, we're talking all about this amazing barn burner matchup between Orange Juicers and Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it felt, that match really felt like Luminosity was in control.
Totally.
But
a 200-point lead at one point of the match. Yeah.
Incredible. But you see how close these two teams are in skill. I mean, I don't feel like a lot of teams can really take Luminosity to the brink like that, and the Juicers are doing it here today.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see some performances from them. I mean, Zugrug, just a seasoned veteran, looking amazing on some of these defender picks. I loved his Snorlax. I think Slash might be looking to maybe take that pick away in these future drafts. Look very good. But then even Flareon's on this Suicune, so phenomenal. I mean, we talked a lot about him last year as a potential Rookie of the Year candidate in this sophomore year for Flareon's looking amazing on that Pokemon in particular. You know, these new releases hit the battlefield, and sometimes we're like, well, some players look great on them, some players not as much, but Flareon's definitely proving to be one of the best Suicune players in the world.
Yeah, and you know, we have a Alolan Raichu winning games back-to-back, right?
Hey,
it won when it was on Luminosity, won when it was on the Juicers right there. So Alolan Raichu obviously has a lot of influence in these matches as well. That's one of those Pokemon that I really have my eye on, because I can't get a beat on whether or not this is great or it's just solo queue great and pretty good competitively.
It feels like, to me, on paper, Mewtwo should be better in almost every way. I mean, you have that Mega Evolution, maybe Stored Power is just a more frequent Mega Evolution if you want to think about it that way. But the Unite move from Mewtwo Y is so fantastic.
So good.
Map-wide vision, stunning effects, as well as hitting wild Pokemon. It feels really solid, but this Alolan Raichu has proved to still have a lot of those phenomenal effects. We've seen great players use use that Alolan Raichu Unite move at the most important moments, like around the Rayquaza. Specifically, I think we saw Lunder tweet out that they had a $10,000 Rayquaza steal with the Alolan Raichu in yesterday's matchups. We're jumping right back into this series with a 2-1 advantage for Orange Juicers, and they'll be in first pick position.
Here we go. The Juicers up right now. 2 games to Luminosity's 1. Again, this is a BO5 that stands for Best 05. Would love it if it stood for Best of 5, but it simply doesn't. And with Juicers up right now, they could be heading to your Grands in 1 game.
All right, locking in the Suicune yet again. But yeah, great points because they are on that match point. Luminosity Gaming going to steal away that Zacian again, and it feels like Honor. Doesn't matter on what side of the map they're going to be on, it will be a Hoopa first pick.
Interesting seeing this Talonflame band out. I mean, they're right. Trainer was unbelievable on this thing. I get Overlord taking this Zacian right here. Kratos once again saying the Alolan Raichu is the way to go, and they are going to grab the Buzz.
And it feels like at this point, Orange Juicers should be drafting in a way where they know Mimikyu is coming at this point, right? It feels most likely. So picking up that Buzzwole and Alolan Raichu are actually extremely interesting to me. But let's see where Luminosity Gaming decides to go as we start finding a few of the damage core. Curios going to return to that Inteleon again, a 43% pick rate in North America. And Slash going to take the Lapras. Zugra kind of having their options. Do you want to go Snorlax? Do you want to go Umbreon?
I liked Lapras. I didn't absolutely love it in the hands of Luminosity Gaming right there. It didn't feel like it was as impactful maybe as some of their other choices possibly. I might have rather had Slash on Snorlax if I'm being honest here, but I think he wants to steal it away from the Juicers because that's been part of their core strategy. Curios, on the other hand, on Inteleon, absolutely looked phenomenal.
Yeah, it's so interesting with all these top teams and these top 8 brackets we've seen. It feels like we see so much Lapras, but still only at a 9% pick rate in North America, where on the other hand, Snorlax by far the most picked defender out of any Pokemon at 64%. Final option for Luminosity Gaming going to be locked in will be that Absol. So Trainer not returning to the Mimikyu, instead favoring a Pokemon that's a bit better known for the tank busting ability.
Yeah, interesting stuff here from Trainer. I feel like Absol has not had a stellar couple of days. It's looked all right. Obviously, all of the speedsters that kind of were popular during the speedster meta getting reeled back a little bit. Talonflame still looking unbelievable.
Yeah.
However, Absol has its moments for sure.
Yeah, it did get a few nerfs, right, to Psycho Cut specifically, kind of being a bit of a slap on the wrist in that situation, but I still feel like that move will likely be the choice that we see for Trainer being locked into this matchup, but they are on match point for Orange Juicers. Luminosity Gaming needing to win back-to-back games if they want to keep their record against the Orange Juicers looking clean, as well as finding that first spot in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, you know that Luminosity wants to make it here through winners, obviously. They've already secured their spots to Worlds, but so have the Juicers at this point. I mean, this is for pride. This is for winning your region. This is for heading to Grands through winners.
This is for getting a tip of the cap. I missed my hat when I did that. We're getting a tip of the cap.
You don't even have to always tip your cap.
Just go like this?
Just the, oh yeah, you could just tip your head.
Yeah.
And that's a tip of the head to everyone at home. We're just going to tip our heads right there as we get ready for our next game right here. Again, Juicers up 1 game against Luminosity.
All right, man, Flareon's getting away with this Suicune yet again. You said this when they were playing in their winter semifinals, that we don't think we would see any more Flareon Suicune. And here we go, game 4 between those two squads. Spragos, would you please let me know which colors they're on?
Oh, absolutely, Zoinks. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team, trailing 1 game behind Juicers here in this best of 5.
All right, Luminosity Gaming Overlord going to be heading into the top half. In that first game matchup, it was not looking great for Overlord when they were trying to battle against OG. It was actually getting outclassed. I think normally on paper you would favor the Sword Dog versus the Ultra Beast, but in this case, looks like OG just had their number. Let's see if Overlord's got to bounce back.
And here we go. Slash just being pushed back here in this bottom path by Flareons. Such a difficult path to deal with. I mean, Suicune in general, just so hard to fight.
Yeah, and of course you have the backup of Snorlax, amazing. Objective secure, and even as they start to unlock their moves, also a very difficult Pokemon to fight in a standard fashion.
If Kratos making their way down to the bottom path here. 9 minutes on the clock. Otter spots Kratos heading up to the top path right here. The trick as they peel down, Flareon's now having to pull back from this as Trainer was going to decide whether or not they were going to move top or they're going to put pressure on this bottom path.
Okay, well, Luminosity Gaming getting a good push there as they do evolve into Drizzile, and that will be a knockout. So Flareon's falling. Zuggrug having no citrus berries to rally back to, have to head into their own central area for self-protection. There's 3 members of Luminosity Gaming dumping points into that tier 1.
Yeah, nice fight there from LG, but obviously the Juicers were able to fight in the top path in a pretty interesting way, right? Get a lot of their experience. They need to get that Buzzwole online, so it's definitely important to put a lot of resources into it getting 5. And now it's already 6.
And this series is just the definition of give and take. And these top-level teams will never let a defeat stay a defeat on any part of the map. If they take a loss on one side, it is a score push on the other. These teams are just too close in skill to allow something like that to get them down.
Here we go. We are fighting in this central area right now. Just about everybody is here as these teams are looking to brawl. And here we go. Massive Sacred Sword doesn't pick up the KO right away. Trainer coming in to grab 2.
Honestly, huge start to that team fight from SlashCat. Just a perfectly placed Ice Beam, freezing multiple targets. Or sorry, not even Ice Beam yet, just that Ice Shard to start out that fight. What a perfect stun. Puts them all in one place, allows Trainer to just crush it on that absent.
Yeah, and a beautiful Sacred Sword as well. I mean, just sets up, you know, a huge amount of HP shred right there. Juicers definitely taking the L in that fight a little bit. Great snipe shot.
2 wild Pokemon stolen and damage to the Suicune.
Yeah.
Not much more you could ask for.
Pretty beautiful right there. And another one hits Suicune.
Yeah, this is a scary amount of damage. I mean, I feel like it took a lot longer for Kyrios to get his Inteleon online in our previous matchup. This time, they are off to the races with this Lizard. Ready to, you know, put out some scary damage, but the objective secure so far has kind of been the main story of this intel.
Yeah, speaking of objectives, we have them being ripped in the top and bottom path, it looks like. Trainer trying to make something happen, but huge play from Buzzwole right into the Absol Unite move. Absol goes down when it wakes up from that Unite inside the Alolan Raichu Unite. Regieleki now being ripped apart here by the Juicers. It does go down to the Buzzwole as they're pushing towards this tier 1 goal zone. Bottom path secured there by Kyrios, no surprise.
Yeah, Intel able to pick that one up. Zuggrug and Flareon's not able to run enough interference. Topside push is going quite well for Orange Juicers, able to dunk a whole lot of points, but Luminosity Gaming now rallying back with a couple of KOs.
Yeah, and here we go. OG in a little bit of trouble right here. The Leech Life won't save them. In fact, it puts them in a perfect situation for a snipe shot, right? You know exactly where they are going to be. Kind of a counter that I didn't even think about is the fact that you are not moving in that Leech Life and snipe shot. Sets up perfect targets. Right now, Trainer in a lot of trouble. Huge heavy slam there by Zug. Secures the KO.
Yeah, you're simply not walking away from a Suicune stun and a Snorlax shutting down your escape route. There is no retreat in a situation like that. Block so powerful. And of course, all that being set up with that Whirlpool Ice Beam stun by the Suicune. Just a nasty combo. I feel like it's been one of the main storylines of our regional finals worldwide, honestly.
And here we go. Flareon's still not level 9 here, but look at the levels on the side of Luminosity. I mean, 11, 9, 10, and 10 for LG. We've got a level 10 in the Alolan Raichu, but it does feel like everyone else is slightly behind on the side of the Juicers.
Zuggrug posting up in that tall grass, kind of staring at the most recent replacement to their role on that enemy team. Think back all the way to last year, Zuggrug playing with that Luminosity Gaming roster, but SlashCan rejoining the team means that Zuggrug finding a new squad on this Orange Juicers team, and you can see how close they are. The championship points being ranked between these two teams, first and second of these North America squads.
As we have the objective spawning here in 20 seconds, and look at the early play right here, going after Otter, trying to stop them before they can get the Unite move, but either way, taking an aggressive KO and now moving towards this goal zone.
All right, yet another big Alolan Raichu push. Suicune dropping those ice spikes on top of the goal zone as well. But so far, the Luminosity Gaming defense has held out. Impressive stuff, even with just an Inteleon and Absol. High damage with squishy targets. They are able to rally back and hold on to that tier 1.
Registeel now getting taken down here as we have the Absol using the Phantom Force trick opportunity to peel back. Registeel getting very low right here, looking for the secure, and it's the Eldegoss that picks it up. Snorlax moving in with the heavy slam. Buzzwole Unite move trying to pick up the Inteleon. Otter in trouble once again. Slash running away as the Lappers might actually get away from this situation right here as it peels back to fight with Roland. Multiple members of the Juicers can now come back to fight this Lapras as soon as they break the goal zone.
Yeah, exactly. Roland just given vision, I think. That's what they're looking for. They do eventually shut down that Alolan Raichu. But of course, Illuminosity Gaming is taking a disadvantage on one side. It is an advantage gained on the other. While that battle was raging on, Regieleki was knocked out by Overlord and put all the way into that tier 2. A lot of points scored by Luminosity Gaming, but not enough to take the lead as Orange Juicers are holding that with a point score of 211.
Yeah, something to also note about Overlords right here, Zacian, is they're already level 12 as they were not participating in some of these fights, just using that as an opportunity to get stronger and stronger and stronger. We've got the Unite move from Slash. Carry and Trainer are around the map just looking for some of the Juicers' farm right now, seeing what they can steal away. They're actually able to catch Buzzwole with a huge Unite move right into a snipe shot. What is this fight, Zoinks?
That is the most written up, pre-planned play I have ever seen before. They take that giant long route, and Teleo takes a long walk to get in a perfect sniper position, and then they shut that down with a full combo. Amazing work from Luminosity Gaming, and now they all port down with that Hoopa portal, break the goal zone, and tee up for another huge fight.
Yeah, and here we are pushing forward right here. I'm not sure how much more the Juicers are going to try to get. Instead, they just decide to position very well around this bottom objective. Top path right now, Trainer around this top objective. Otter obviously looking to charge up its Unite move. That was a pretty late Hoopa Unite, so they're going to need to get some of these last hits on the wild Pokemon, and this is probably a free objective in the bottom path here.
Yeah, Zugrug honestly just trying to see how many targets of Orange Juice, Slash trying to see how many targets from Orange Juicers are actually hanging around this objective to know if Luminosity can, kind of split push around the Regieleki and their own Central. And that is the case. Orange Juicers have a bit of an all hands on deck situation for the Regirock as it is knocked out. They're going into this final fight with a big defense buff.
Yeah, now the question is, how does Luminosity want to play this now? That's going to walk towards the tier 2 of the Juicers, and I think the Juicers are just going to let this walk in and possibly try to take a fight after it walks. Level-wise, the Juicers are behind here.
Quite a bit.
Luminosity, yeah, quite a bit. Luminosity looking very good as they start chipping at Rayquaza. Hoopa Unite move, and here comes the Lapras.
All right, you got to try to see where that hits anybody up. It's actually Zugger able to ignore most of it, so good play by that defender player to shut down that Unite move, and of course going to try to cut off these two targets from reaching each other. Hoopa and Intel on one side, the rest of Luminosity fighting on the other side of the battlefield.
It doesn't look like LG's been able to make much happen here with any of these moments. Huge Unite move from Buzzwole. They're looking for Curios, and they get him. Slash also goes down. That's 2 members of LG going down. The Juicers are now turning onto Rayquaza, and every time someone from LG is coming in, they're going to try to stop them, looking for a possible secure. Overlord is charging near the objective, seeing if they need to move in with the Unite move. Hoopa goes down. Absol coming in, not able to hit with the Unite, and it goes down. The Juicers wipe Luminosity off the map, and they're going to take it down here in Game 3 as long as they can score.
That Zacian Unite move just literally HP bars away from knocking out that Rayquaza. I think in the replay we'll see the exact numbers, but the Eldegoss the one to clutch it out, or maybe the Alolan Raichu, I don't know. Who cares? Orange Juicers feeling good about it no matter what. Able to take down that Rayquaza. Luminosity Gaming only have 45 seconds to rectify this score lead, but it's looking a little too strong for OJ.
Wow, what a great fight from the Juicers. It really felt like there were a couple moments Luminosity moved in, and they just couldn't find anything on the side of the Juice, right? There was a moment when Eldegoss was in the air. I saw Roland kind of looking for the target to heal, and everyone was almost full. It was almost,
I guess we're good.
Yeah, it was like it was a reaction to what was happening there, but they realized they didn't need to do much. Zugrug right now just hanging out on that home base. Curios trying to stop them right here, but unfortunately Curios not able to take them down. We know if they were able to take them down, the match would change.
Yes.
Luminosity would win in that moment.
Yeah, a bit of a raid boss. I do think in that final fight, it did feel like that Snorlax a raid boss, and this time, it's a match win for the Orange Juicers.
I mean, amazing stuff here. This is exactly where you want to be if you are the Juicers, right? If taking down LG in the winners finals, they're going to be heading to Grands. Woo. Maybe LG is going to join them, but we have so many good teams still left in this tournament.
Yeah, you got to feel good about taking down your in-region rivals. I mean, it's been a storyline all season long between these two teams. I mean, what a way to showcase that in this best of 5.
Yeah, it feels like just such a great series between these squads. I love that we got to watch these games because you're watching two teams play at the absolute highest level right now in these regional finals. You always love to watch LG, and you love to watch a team that can actually compete with them at a very high level. Not only compete with them, but the Juicers just showed beat them here in a best of 5.
Yeah, a 3-1, a gentleman's sweep, if you will. Like, what a huge...
I will, by the way.
Okay,
I
like
will,
that
I
one?
will.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, I like that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Orange Juicers with the gentleman's sweep in that last matchup. I really do think Zuggrug taking MVP in those final moments to get that shutdown on that Lapras combo they were looking for. We saw them bring in the Absol again, right? So we were looking for another one of those knock up into the Midnight Slash, try to set up for a big burst of damage that's kind of uninterruptible. Instead, Snorlax stops them in their tracks, and then we have OG go all in with the Buzzwole onto the Inteleon. 2 Pokemon that can learn Fellstinger.
Hey, there you go. I mean, in case you didn't know that, now you do. And you can't unlearn it. That's how knowledge
Now you know that
works.
forever.
Now you know it forever. You can't take that out of your brain. Something important that was in your brain, like your PIN code or something, is gone, but 2 Pokemon can learn Fellstinger.
Yeah. That's true. One just very early. Buzzwole getting it as one of their starter moves. Of course, Inteleon using it a whole lot in that match, but unfortunately, Curios couldn't use it to actually get away from that threat. Stuck in the Leech Life, and I've been loving how OG's been playing that Buzzwole with this Leech Life combo, is if he gets the Leech Life and that target is not knocked out, it is an immediate Unite move. You can eject button as far away as you want. That is still going to track you with that Super Swole Slam to the ends of the earth. So Buzzwole just ensuring the KOs in those major moments, and you see why it's so important in that game number 4.
And I got to give a quick tip of the cap there to OG. I've found that OG really likes Zacian, and teams could maybe start to disrupt what's happening with the Juicers when he doesn't get Zacian. But this Buzzwole is looking even better right now, and it maybe is just the Leech Life is exactly how he wants to play it, but it looked amazing. So huge tip of the cap to OG there.
Yeah, it was so impressive, and now we're going to have that team in position waiting for their opponent in Grand Finals, which there still are a few contenders. Of course, Luminosity Gaming, the most likely candidate. They are headed down to the Losers Finals. Losers Semifinals will be coming up rather soon. We're going to get to those in a few minutes, I believe. But we do have version 1 and You Need Coaching going to be going up against each other. The first time that You Need Coaching will be on our broadcast this weekend, but a team that has stolen a lot of fans' hearts, I think.
Yeah, of course. It's, a lot of legendary players returning to this game to see what they can do this season. And they're great at it. They're still amazing at the game. You see how deep they're getting in this tournament. A lot of fan favorites right now.
Totally.
And then, of course, we have this team coming from the open bracket, a story that I personally love. What I want to see is a team like that get deep in a tournament. Of course, a fan favorite team, get deep in a tournament. And then the best of the best, like the Juicers, like Luminosity. So the regional finals really has it all right now.
Yeah, the script writers, us, absolutely popping off for this tournament.
We're crushing it right
Shout out us
right now.
in terms of the script, and Slowpoke, of course, our lead writer.
Yeah, and he's very demanding. I feel like we're up to all hours of the night rewriting this script.
Yeah, punch-ups constantly.
We got more notes from Slowbro.
Yeah,
Make it better.
But we apply them all, boss.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though it is a vague note. We are going to be back here in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. The North American Regional Finals blazes on. We'll be right back. Tip of the cap to you, everybody. Tip of the cap. A quick tip of the cap.
welcome back everyone to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. This is the regional finals, and it's for North America. Ooh, looking good. What an amazing matchup we just had in the winners finals, and we now have confirmation of the 4 teams so far from North America that are headed to the World Championships. We just got a great look at 2 of the strongest teams, I think, potentially headed into the World Champs, and then Orange Juicers versus Luminosity Gaming. It was an incredible match. What do you think, Kello?
Yeah, I mean, this has just been incredible right here. The Juicers looked fantastic. Luminosity Gaming going down to them. I think a lot of people would expect that Luminosity Gaming would have an easy time against the Juicers, right? Especially with how decorated their season has been. But the Juicers is a team you can never really count out, Zoinks.
100%. Yeah, it was such a fun matchup. And Orange Juicers showcasing they are a team not to be slept on with that gentleman sweep over Luminosity Gaming. But Kello, I think we were hearing your thoughts just a moment ago. So what were you thinking about that series?
I said a lot, and I think that's pretty much the key word. There was just a lot happening during those 4 matches. It was so tricky to actually pinpoint all of these moments, but I mean, we do have some highlights here that I would love to showcase, and you know, I've got to show off the slow-mo feature. Yes. That is honestly my absolute favorite. But here we do have this match here. I believe this was game number 2, actually. One thing that we want to look at here are these pair, the Lapras and the Umbreon. Okay. So, if I push play,
keep an eye on the defenders, folks.
Keep an eye on the defenders. So we do have Lapras coming on in with their Lapras Express. The amount of shielding that Zugrug managed to get from that. Now, this is where the magic happens. We push play here. Slash actually uses their Unite move to steal all of those shields away, just buffing them up. They end up healing. Now, one thing I noticed about a lot of these Rayquaza fights is slow and steady seems to be the pace. It's all about, well, trying to pick them off one by one. Zugrug eventually ends up going down, but it's just the way that Luminosity, they're always scoping the map. Seeing who is going to be the next pick. They actually had 5 members there in the Rayquaza pit, but they didn't actually go and rip it despite having that Gyarados there. They ended up weaving away that Ninetales, and Zugrug has come on back. Let's do a little zoom in here real quick. And, I mean, Race Against the Clock, Dodrigo tries to zoom on in, but unfortunately, the pedal to the metal just wasn't enough for them to actually make it on in. Now, we do have our next... Oh, wait. I have to rewind because I wanted to do this one in slow-mo. So, if I push this button here, we have the Talonflame that was frozen, which seemed like forever.
Oh, yeah,
it was absolutely insane. But the way that Trainer ended up bouncing back from that, despite being such low HP, going into 3 members, I mean, they eventually end up getting taken down, but it's just the way that OJ have repositioned themselves once again. So I feel like in terms of their gameplay, it was very similar between the 2 teams. Once again, just slow and steady. Well, we'll take it off slow-mo.
I love that you got to show that slow-mo there because something I didn't notice was how that Rayquaza tornado knocked up Buzzwole and stopped them from getting Curios earlier. That's actually pretty wild.
Yeah, but pretty much OJ have done what Luminosity have done the next game, and then we have our final Rayquaza fight here. Obviously, both of those tier 1s are down, but once again, the defender is who we have to look at. Zugrug going in for these engages, getting these stuns over and over again. The big old power nap, and Unite moves are flying. It's just an absolute scramble here, but Zug just targeting on down the Inteleon in the back line. 2 members are down, and once again, OJ, they have the advantage here. They're not going in for a full rip. It's just being able to keep these other members out. I mean, obviously, Zug didn't end up getting to take Trainer out there, but Trainer did make an attempt to come on in, the Sovereign Sword, to attempt the steal, but, I mean, being outnumbered 1v4, yeah.
Tough stuff, but incredible target priority, I think, in all of those fights. I mean, the freezes were kind of wild, too. That was really fun to see. And I actually do believe we have an interview with the man responsible for those very freezes. Content Cowboy, if you want to go hear from Flareons, that would be awesome.
Oh, of course I do. Yeah, we're coming on up to the big screen right here. We've got Flareons from the Orange Juicers. Congratulations, my friend. Amazing series against LG. How did you feel going into this weekend knowing that you would probably run into LG once again?
I can't lie. I felt super confident about this tournament. You know, obviously last month was a bit of a disaster, but really this meta too, I feel like was just such a good meta for us after all the speedsters got nerfed. And a little bit stuff more of our play styles has kind of gotten better. So like I felt very confident against LG going into this match. And I mean, hey, it worked. We won, so.
Yeah, amazing.
Not done yet.
Congratulations. It's not done yet. However, you are heading to Worlds. You are heading to the Grand Finals. This is huge for the Juicers. You are, always looked at as one of the absolute best teams in North America. You had a great year at Worlds last year. How do you feel looking towards, Worlds on the horizon? How do you think that you might have changed from last year so that you can make it deeper or possibly win Worlds?
I think just more. I think our team having a bit more time to work together. Obviously, we were formed mid-season last year, so just having a bit more time to build more synergy with each other, I think is really what we needed.
And I guess last question I have for you here, Flareons. Now that you guys are doing so well, you're winning, you're crushing it, can we agree that the Wi-Fi was never the problem?
The Wi-Fi was the problem. That's why we lost. I'll die on that. But we got Ethernet. We got Ethernet now. And Ethernet buff is crazy.
Okay. The Ethernet buff is incredible. Congratulations once again, dude. You guys are playing amazing. I'm so excited to see you in this position. They're heading to the Grand Finals. Flareons from the Orange Juicers, everybody. Thank you again, dude.
Yay. Congratulations, of course, on qualifying for the World Championships. That was a match ago, but still congratulations to Flareons and the rest of the squad for Orange Juicers. And now we're going to be looking forward at a matchup that is going to be between two other World's Contender teams with version 1 and You Need Coaching.
I'm so excited. I mean, two teams that have some of the most unique stories that we've seen of any of our Worlds qualifiers in almost any of the regions, right? Of course, version 1, we just talked about it. They really were on the cusp of making top 8s, but now from going to the cusp of making top 8s, doing really well in grassroots tournaments, to suddenly just having the tournament of their lives and qualifying for Worlds. That's an amazing, amazing storyline. A bunch of players that I think a lot of people aren't familiar with. We're going to get a chance to see them very, very soon. In fact, I would say probably right now as we're going to be moving into this draft, so thank you, you two. I know you need some rest after that last set. I certainly would. But me and Kello are going to take this one away.
Yeah, we do have UNITE Coaching over on the purple side, so that first pick position, they've actually decided to lock down 2 attackers here in Teleon. You do not want to deal with that Snipe Shot and Mewtwo Y as well. Otherwise, the other bans are going to be Talonflame, which has been pretty impactful so far in this tournament, along with this Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, Alolan Raichu somehow has become like the best secure Pokemon in this entire tournament. I don't know why it keeps happening, but that star on the ground is just absolutely unstoppable. And I genuinely can't believe, especially after seeing that last set, how much we're letting Suicune through in this tournament. I mean, look at Lutano getting Suicune, Flareon's getting Suicune. Obviously, I think we just can't let that happen anymore. But Lutano, that sounds terrifying to me.
It has been an absolute nightmare to deal with. Just the amount of freeze, the stun that it provides. But, well, it's going to be a battle of cats versus dogs here, because we do have a Zacian on the other side paired up with a Hooper.
Yeah, that's true. Gyarados is a cat, certainly. But no.
Catfish?
Ooh, maybe. I actually don't know what Gyarados is. But yes, the Zacian has been very, very important throughout a lot of these, I should say a lot of teams really kind of play around its Zacian core really well. There's some teams that really don't play it almost at all or very little, but this is looking to be somewhat version 1, I think, comfort comp. It's a lot of what they played before. It's a lot of what I assume we're going to continue to see them play. Specifically, Riker on this Glaceon has looked really, really good for a Pokemon that, well, it's not out of the meta. It's not being picked like every game.
No, and I guess we were speaking about this earlier. There is just a wide Pokemon pool to select from. you've got to stick with what you know. And Riker, they have demonstrated they know Glaceon pretty well here, but we actually have another evolution being picked up on the other side. Vin Diesel on the Leafeon. So picking up another Speedster, which means, well, version 1, they have to counter with their own Speedster and Absol. So over onto the dog side, cats versus dog. I don't know if Leafeon would be considered cat here.
I don't know what Leafeon is. I don't know what Absol is. I don't know what Glaceon is. I don't know what most of these Pokemon are. I'm sure they're going to give us another message where they say they're Pokemon. They're Pokemon, which is accurate. But yeah, I mean, so far looking at this draft, I think it became a lot more aggressive than I thought it was going to be. The fact that we're going to have now speedsters on both sides. I do specifically think that the Glaceon, once again, is going to work really well into this comp. The Glaceon having, well, the last time we saw it play, when it had a lot of really tanky, I guess, targets to kind of harass, I think it looked really, really good. And it's going to have that again. It's going to be able to catch the Leafeon pretty well if it's not the target of the Leafeon. I like it a lot.
One thing I have noticed on the side of version 1 is they actually have no score stacking items. So they do have 2 Accel braces over on their side, the Zacian and the Absol. So looking for those KOs and assists in those big team fights. And Riker to go get that cooldown reduction with that drive lens as well, looking for those KOs. But we do have a few of those, well, actually only one of those items on Vin Diesel, who is also pairing that up with an attack weight. So double stacking there. The early game presence that Leafeon can have, especially if it goes into that central area, that is something we are going to have to be wary of.
Right. I think that the double stacking on a lot of the central area Pokemon has looked really, really good, so we'll see if they can make it work. Certainly we've seen it happen before. We haven't had a chance to see any Unite coaching on stream yet, but this is their first match going up against version 1. This is an interesting match. I always like to talk about the stakes at the start of it, but right now people are just fighting to get into that top 3 and more money and closer to the travel award.
Yeah, they have already secured that world spot, but you cannot rest just yet because, as you said, it's that travel award that either of these teams could really use. But otherwise, some freezing happening down in that bot path as Suicune and Lapras is going up against that Swinub who has some freeze of their own.
Yeah, there is just a lot of ice. I mean, honestly, this is just all ice when you really think about it. But ironically, a lot of the ice Pokemon that technically do not have the ice mechanic, and then the water Pokemon that has the ice mechanic. So we don't really talk about the typings much anymore. But up top, we get a chance to see that Scarf is waiting in the wings with the Absol, looking for a juicy target. There's definitely some potential sashimi right there if they do manage to find it. They see it.
They do see it, but they aren't actually taking the bait here. They are going on the dive onto that Leafeon. They do end up getting stunned by that Psyduck and wiped on out. However, JL also ends up getting traded on back.
That's huge, actually. They got the assist, I think, with the Magikarp on that. It is so close to evolving. That's why we're seeing Chisel really just kind of push forward. They also were able to get one of the stacks for one of the new stacking items up on that Leafeon, which we just talked about earlier. They weren't able to score after that because it was kind of a one-for-one trade, but I think altogether they've got to be pretty happy with that, as they did just evolve to Gyarados right as we went to the bottom path.
Yeah, and that is before that 8-minute mark. They are at that level 5 already. Otherwise, once again, just the battle of the ice laying down in this bottom path. But we do have this Leafeon coming to join in. They aren't going to dive in just yet, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce.
No, wait. Oh, that's so scary. They did so much damage. And honestly, I felt like maybe the other two, aside from Leafeon, weren't quite ready to follow up with extra damage there. It did manage to do quite a bit of damage, but the fact they all had to back up after that, maybe not as effective as they would have liked. There's also a lot of aggression up in the top path right here, where we're going to see the goal zone get down pretty low, down to 27 out of 80 already. There's points in everybody's pockets. It looks like Lico's already looking towards scoring. But as we saw, no stacking items at all for version 1, so they don't need to worry about it too much.
No, but it is a points game after all, so you want to try and take those opportunities wherever you can. Lico did end up picking up 2 KOs though, so that was actually pretty huge for that Zacian. As we do pivot back down onto this bottom path, Vin Diesel playing a risky game with this Altaria at minimal HP, but they do manage to grab themselves a berry, so Altaria don't get the KO this time.
Pretty huge resets coming in from the hyperspace hole on the side of version 1. They were taking a lot of damage, and there's just a lot of harass damage coming from UNITE coaching. Specifically, obviously, Suicune is going to do a lot extra, but I mean, it just adds up from everybody. You can see right there, even the Psyduck managing to take one of the KOs on a defender even. More than significant damage from that Pokemon for sure, even after all the nerfs that it's got. Registeel going down, no contest, no attempt to steal. So that's going to be pretty free for the side of the Unks.
Yeah, I guess knowing version 1, we're outnumbered down in that bottom half. It's just a matter of gathering up all these wild Pokemon, prioritizing this Regieleki, even with the Midnight Slash from Scarf. It ends up being Psyduck JL to lock down another objective for UNITE coaching.
Psyduck true carry, they're really pushing it as well. Unite's starting to pop off. They're chasing all the way into the speed zone. And oh my goodness, that's a huge reset. But unfortunately, I'm surprised that Wailord went back in. I was going to say, unfortunately, they're going to have to stay back at base because they can't go back through that portal, was what I was going to say before they did. But it's not really going to matter. That's going to be the Regieleki going in. They're going to get a ton of points, potential huge overdunk here. I mean, 28, no, it's going to be 33, which is still pretty good. That's a pretty solid lead. Almost 100 points now for UNITE coaching.
That is going to be so hard to take down that Gyarados. They managed to get in a bunch of stacks and are now at level 10. We have 2 Unite moves available on the side of UNITE coaching. Version 1 also have 2 Unite moves, but they are falling behind in levels here. Absol ends up getting caught on out by the Bubble Beam. They are able to escape though, so no KOs for UNITE coaching here.
I really still am just so curious. Oh, there's a fight going on right here. This is a Unite to, I guess it's not really a fight, more like a retreat at this point, but just getting out of there. The increased speed of that Unite that it got buffed, I don't know, maybe about a month ago, does make it a lot better for escaping if you do need to use it that way. And the UNITE coaching, taking down the other tier 1 goal zone. So that's going to be tough considering you have a hyperspace hole Hoopa. Whoa, my goodness, that was you know, you talk about melting for an ice Pokemon, that is a literal melting.
Yeah, the sun just got to them and spring has finally sprung. That was absolutely insane, the amount of damage onto that Glaceon. But the thing is, Leafeon, they're 2 levels above them, so they're just going to pack an absolute punch. But we do have some objectives spawning up shortly, as we do have Riker locking down on that Gyarados with the Icicle Spears. They are going to back on up, and there are 2 berries available for them.
Machizel's just playing in a really annoying style. They're taking a ton of damage. Oh, we're going to see the Lapras come in with a huge Unite. They're going to be able to catch out Riker once again. Off the back of that, they are going to take down, or try to take down Liko. Smuglax coming in to try and protect. They're actually getting a pretty solid amount of damage, but Uguay is just going to counter them, dealing so much side damage with that Lapras finally going down. As we actually saw Machizel just completely retreat, not a part of this fight. Maybe trying to steal the Regieleki, but I actually just don't know why Machizel's not fighting. They're just standing in this left side, and Regieleki might actually just reset here.
Regieleki is trying to decide which way to go. It looks like they're going to go back home, but we do have Smuglax getting dragged back by JL. Hyperspace Hole is available, so a double, never mind, only a single reset as Smuglax ended up missing the bus there.
Seems like a little bit of miscommunication. This is a little bit of a scramble situation for both teams. And Smuglax, with only half HP, going in immediately, somehow does not get immediately taken down. They are going to get that second reset. And oh no, they're coming back to the portal. Smuglax immediately. Maybe you just should have stayed at half HP at that point. But Jizzle will be picking up a double KO streak as only Riker is left to try and fight for this objective that looks like it's maybe never going to go down. Although finally, it looks like it will, as that was a really long fight. Now going down to 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
248 points to 53 currently. Regieleki is marching its way towards that tier 2 pad, but the thing is, we do have UNITE coaching. They're not actually going to push this. It looks like they're just going to soak up whatever wild Pokemon is available and starve version 1 from catching up in experience.
There are a lot of wild Pokemon available. Both, well, there was on version 1 side. Now it just all got snatched up. But then over on their own side as well, on UNITE coaching side, you can see all those little yellow dots. But they're going to be sitting here waiting to see if they can maybe get a little bit of an ambush down at this basement Reggie. It doesn't look like version 1 is going to go for it, so instead it'll just be a free take, a free buff, or just steal buff as well, going to the side of UNITE coaching. That's going to be very, very helpful for what is inevitably going to have to be a big final fight. Version 1's only real chance of a comeback, I think, is getting a near team wipe and taking down this Rayquaza.
That is going to be really tricky going into a level 14 Leafeon, level 13 on the Speaker and Garrus, but they are missing their Unite. Smuglax does end up getting caught on out, able to Earthquake their way up, but they end up missing the bus once again.
That is unfortunate. It's one of those days you're just running a little bit late across the board, and Smuglax might have to fight at a little bit lower HP. It looks like the initiation is going to start. Oh my gosh, there's so much damage. 1 KO going down on top of the portal. They're not going to be able to teleport back through that one for sure. Lico's going to run all the way back. Riker as well trying to kite Oogway, and unfortunately it's going to be several members now out of the fight for version 1. UNITE Coaching not going to be trying to take down Rayquaza quite yet. They're just going to be waiting. They know that they have a huge lead, waiting to see if they can find any more picks.
A minute 30 left on the clock. We still have UNITE Coaching in the lead. They aren't going to risk shredding up this Rayquaza. Once again, they just need to buy some time. Tier 1 did end up getting depleted during that fight, but we do have Riker. Their Ice Blast shards ended up expiring.
Oh, the Unite to try and just survive from a chisel, and instead it's going to get a return KO on Lico, and that's going to mean that they are just losing so much damage that they need, even if they do manage to come back from this fight. 2 members down. Rayquaza taking just a little bit of damage from Scarf in the backline, but it's not going to matter. They do take on a chisel, though. That's actually pretty gigantic. All of Unk is at super low HP, except for maybe Lutano. Everybody else certainly within range of being one-shot by that Absol, who at the moment is just maybe trying to take some damage on Rayquaza, but now they've given enough time to turn around, and UNITE Coaching will simply take them out. Scarf going down, Lico going up next. They're just one at a time running in, trying to burn out the Rayquaza, maybe get the last hit. They need to find something, but no, it will be UNITE Coaching Leafeon in the end.
Yeah, first match does go over to them. You've got to give it to them for buying that time. Yes, they did end up taking that Rayquaza, but they knew they had the majority in numbers. Riker was only just respawning, and now they're going to get in these hundo burgers at 646 to 80 points.
That's going to be certainly a win for UNITE Coaching, and honestly, version 1 fought quite well to stay within that and get it to a somewhat flip situation. Obviously, they were still at an disadvantage, pretty big disadvantage as far as numbers going into it, but they were able to at least stay and try to challenge, not completely shut out. But UNITE Coaching, I gotta say, they did feel like they were in control pretty much that entire game to me.
Yeah, they managed to break down those pads pretty earlier on, shut down that Hooper. That way they weren't able to utilize those hyperspace holes. But you know what? That was a pretty incredible first match from UNITE Coaching, as you mentioned. So it's just whether they can keep up this momentum.
That's something I wanted to talk about, actually, was how well UNITE Coaching was dealing with the hyperspace holes. They have a few Pokemon. Specifically, we saw a lot of the Gyarados using Unite on top of the hyperspace hole, whether to catch people coming back or to catch them as they were, trying to get inside of that hyperspace hole to get the reset. And unfortunately, we just saw, whether it be, some miscommunication or the attempts from UNITE Coaching to stop people from getting back through those resets, we saw a lot of missed health resets. And that's something that you have to deal with quite well if you want to be a top team, especially with how common hyperspace hole Hoopa used to be. And UNITE Coaching, with so many veteran players on it from previous Unite seasons, certainly know how to fight this.
Yeah, well, they've only just appeared in the NA region as a team only 2 months ago, but I think their synergy seems to be on point here. Version 1, yes, they have played throughout this whole season. First time in the top 8, definitely put up a good fight, but as we mentioned, this Leafeon got online so early, they ended up being a level 14 at this Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, that the level difference, you can see it even here right now. This is kind of the end of it, but you can see that it was just a little bit one-sided. And Leafeon, a strong pick, and we're back going to see Vin Diesel on that Leafeon be our player of the game. 73,000 damage dealt, 9 knockouts, and we were just talking about it before the match, how strong it can be with double stacking items. If you start winning, you snowball to become a monster.
Yeah, really early game, late game, Leafeon tends to do it all. As you mentioned, 9 KOs, that means that drive lens right there, that was at full power.
Yeah, that's I'm assuming they also had full stacks on the actual scoring stack item, so probably the scariest Leafeon you could possibly fight against, especially piloted by Vin Diesel. But like I said, certainly version 1, they stood a chance in that game. It was not like the best chance in the world, which obviously, they didn't win, but I think that if they just managed to hold on to the early game a little bit better, we could see a very, very different rest of this set. And also, as a reminder, we are moving back now to the losers semifinals, so this is a 2 out of 3, as you can see on your screen right here below. So this is the last chance for version 1. Obviously, they're very happy. I've been looking at their tweets as we were watching them qualify for Worlds, and they were all very, very happy. One of them was even like, wow, this was my first season competing, and I'm playing at Worlds. I think Waylord said the little team that couldn't. It was really, really cool, so I'm very happy for them. But right now, they've got a lot on their plates because they got to win 2 games straight.
Yeah, so they started off as a Magikarp and then evolved into a Gyarados. So they've just got to use that enrage in them to try and take a match off UNITE coaching and bring this to a match 3. But heading on into this next game. Now, we have seen Suicune time and time again slip on by. I think they need to get rid of this legendary beast.
Yeah, I never, ever like to feel like I know more than the pro players, right? I mean, there's so much information behind the scenes. Specifically for this game, the meta evolves so fast. We get the, patches pretty often that the really, I think the best players or the best people of knowledge, as far as knowledge go, are definitely the players that are streaming constantly and have this behind the scenes knowledge. But I do have to say, I feel pretty confident after watching all of the regions playing recently that Suicune is getting through a little bit too much. It's been so key. I mean, just look at the LG versus Orange Juice's game that we just saw. It was, the most beautiful freeze to prevent a steal. We saw huge comebacks from just Flareon's play. Right now, Lutano, again, like I said, another incredible player. I just don't think you can let Suicune through. It is so good right now.
I feel like it just gets unpunished because it is that mid-range all-rounder, so it's just providing those freezes, but then it's not really getting hit. So you need some dive to try and deal with it, but then you end up getting some shielding as well when you get that freeze, so it's just so hard to deal with. What is really the answer to dealing with this Pokemon unless ban it or pick it up yourself?
Well, yeah, if you can pick it up yourself, I think that's the key. We just saw it, by the way. Be sure to follow Pokemon on all socials, as we're not done with the season yet. There's still a whole lot coming up, and of course, we're not done with the set yet. But just as a reminder, any of these teams that are not qualifying for Worlds, or maybe want a travel award or something like that, they can still go to the final stretch at North American International Championship, which is going to be happening in just a few weeks, something less than a month, I think.
Weeks? Is it that close already?
I think it is, yeah, right? It's like a little bit less than a month, I think. Am I wrong? Maybe it's a month? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's happening pretty soon, okay? I'm not going to remember all the dates. I take it one day at a time. But there's still going to be the final stretch there, and that's going to be the last chance for these teams to qualify for Worlds. And we're going to have some amazing competition there, so be sure to follow on socials because there's still going to be plenty of news about the season, and then you're not going to want to miss Worlds as well.
Well, we already have 4 teams locked in for Worlds, which, we could potentially make it a 5th if another NA team ends up taking NAIC, but we did have the play-ins earlier on in the season, so it could also end up going to another region.
I do like that you said, we. This is because you're wearing the cowboy hat. You're like, we as North America,
We are.
Yeah. No, it's true, though. North America does have a chance to earn actually 5 world spots, which is pretty ridiculous. But there are teams, they'll actually, technically, I think Japan has the same opportunity if they do end up showing up for the final stretch. I would really love to see that. We were able to go to ACL, and that was such an awesome experience. The Japanese teams are super cool, but we're not talking about them right now. We're talking about North America. We're talking about our region, right, Kilo?
Oh, okay. EU wants me, NA wants me. I don't know which one to choose here, but you know what? I don't have to make that decision right now because we are heading into our next pick ban phase.
You didn't even say OC? That feels mean. All right, yeah.
Who's got that covered?
Okay, that's fair. Shout outs to Fu we had talked to earlier. But here we go. Like I said, version 1 needs to win 2 games straight. They've got to make a pretty big adaptation. And look at that. UNITE coaching, actually, the ones to ban the Suicune. Since they're going second now, I think that's really smart. They obviously understand the value of that Pokemon after watching that last game.
Yeah, and it has that 65% ban rate there, so definitely hot property. Otherwise, Talonflame, and we were talking about dive. That is great dive, especially into a Glaceon, but it looks like Raikou potentially switching it up, locking in this Alolan Raichu up first.
kind of a similar style of the Glaceon, I could say. In a way, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but certainly definitely makes sense is what I would say that Riker would play that as well. On the other side, on the Chisel, going back up to pick that the Zacian up, which has been a pretty strong pick the entire, I don't want to say season, but longer than a season for quite a while. Lutano on the Mewtwo, that's pretty interesting. I wonder if that's going to stay or they're going to trade.
Yeah, well, I guess this is only that first prep stage. They can obviously switch it up to another member later on, or even switch up these items, but Scarf is going to lock in this Leafeon, so it'll be interesting to see what UNITE coaching answer back with, whether they're going to end up locking in a Speedster as their last pick, because it looks like they're opting for 2 defenders here, Umbreon and Lapras. Lapras has been a defender that I feel like has fallen down in the meta as of late, but it's risen or not. But wait a minute! What is going on? We have a Duraludon?
Very interesting. This is not the first time that we've seen Duraludon in UCS. I do feel like we saw Duraludon last monthly cup. It might have been version 1. Maybe it wasn't. I actually don't remember, but it actually did pretty well. It's not doing all that bad. It might be one of those Pokemon that we start to see more like Decidueye because of the new KO assist stacking items. But this is going to be tough. This is certainly going to be a tough game, I think, for it, especially the fact that now they were able to choose the Mimikyu, who potentially could play Shadow Sneak and just sneak in there, just kind of take it out from the back line without too much problem. We'll see if that's what they choose, though.
I'm trying to break down this Duraludon pick. What does its kit actually bring to the table? We see Lutano on this Mewtwo Y. We also have Lapras that can provide some stun, so it's passive. Can't remember because it's been so long, but I know that it has, similar to what the evolutions bring in that it can't get stunned. Heavy something. Do you remember?
I should remember the name.
I should remember.
But,
it's been so long.
Yeah, I'm blanking. It's not good. But yeah, it's definitely, I think, the biggest reason why people choose it is the range, right?
Yeah.
It's just the fact that it has so much range. I mean, I guess there's technically multiple ways to play it. I believe last time we saw it played, it was Flash Cannon, which is the move that increases its range, and then it was Stealth Rock. They played Stealth Rock as well, which is an interesting combination to play together, but that is really nice at preventing people from diving you. And that might be what you're going to have to go around this time, because we do see, of course, that Mimikyu on the other side. But the range, when you've got a team that I guess their maximum range really is Lutano on that Mewtwo, maybe that's their goal.
Well, one thing they're definitely going to have to be wary of is the potential for a rip. But, folks, we are heading into our second match of the losers semi. UNITE coaching is 1 up, so version 1 need to take a point if they are to bring it to a round 3 here.
They certainly changed their draft, but both teams really changed their draft by a lot, so it's very nice to see, and who knows, it may backfire. Certainly, we can see with the great coat Holloware, by the way, that is going to be one of the biggest Pokemon to look at, the Duraludon. Right now, JL running in circles, doing a pretty good job, honestly, of looping Scarf right there.
Yeah, and being able to grab both of those berries. Just leave that Zacian for the time being, just being a bit of a nuisance, a distraction, as Leafeon and Chansey are going to slap it down, but it actually ends up being Riker, the Pikachu that is soon to turn into a Alolan Raichu to get the KO.
That was a surprising amount of damage. We don't really get to see that much action because the evolution's so early from the Pikachu. Like I said, we got to choose a name for it. I'm going to call it Pikachu from Alola region. But the Pikachu from the Alola region does a surprising amount of damage at that point, I suppose.
Now, we do have the shred on those objectives, otherwise it's going to be a 3v4 up in that top path. Looks like Vin Diesel and Uguay aren't looking to put the pressure on there, just want to farm up a little bit more considering it is still early days.
Oh, so low. Smuglax just barely getting the berry, but doesn't look like it's going to help them all that much. They try to get a KO in return, but unfortunately just 3 strong members are able to defend that goal zone extremely well. Lapras always well known to, I think, is one of the best goal zone defenders. It's going to be so tanky, it's going to do so much AoE damage, very hard to deal with that. So they had to take a risk over there. Unfortunately, UNITE coaching now is going to be up a little bit as far as KOs and maybe those stacks.
I think a great rotation from them, knowing that they don't want to push up in that top path. Otherwise, we do have an engage from Vin Diesel, locking down that Shadow Sneak onto Scarf, which means they end up getting eliminated. All of those birds going over to the side of Unk, but Mimikyu ends up getting bonked on the head by Smuglax and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
That was like a leapfrog engagement. It was like one person engaged on someone else, then someone engaged on them, and then someone engaged on them, and then someone engaged on them. And it kind of just ended right there as we saw Umbreon going down finally. But so far, a lot of KOs. Certainly a little more, I don't want to say a more aggressive game from last game, because last game was decently aggressive, but just a lot of people actually going down for whatever reason. I love the spitting. We love the dancing in the tall grass.
Dancing, maybe just trying to keep them on the toes. Otherwise, a great Woodhammer coming out and catching out two of those members. Uruguay does get punished, and this means it's going to be a 4v2 down in the bottom path. I mean, Liko is here. This is what a Duraludon is known for. They've laid out their stealth rocks. They're getting ready to rip.
This rocks can do quite a bit, and especially, I mean, there's so much just auto attack damage here from this combination of Pokemon. By the way, it was not Flash Cannon. I didn't get a chance to talk about that before, but it's Dragon Pulse, which is going to be doing a lot of extra kind of finishing damage. That makes me a little bit more curious as to what the usage of this Pokemon in this situation is. But we basically traded an objective for an objective. Scarf should be there up top to be able to defend this Regieleki pretty freely, but maybe some aggression coming from UNITE coaching. The Shadow Snake does look like it may be connected. They did manage to get behind, and they're going in fully. 4 members now pushing that Regieleki in. We're going to have to see the retreat from Riker. Not going to be able to make that fight happen.
Yeah, it's left on 10 points. There is still 12 seconds left to go. Umbreon making sure to whittle it down ever so further, but it's just delaying these Indeedis as long as possible. Otherwise, that was a pretty hefty overcap from that. It's now 18 points to 148. More control for the side of UNITE coaching.
This is starting to look tough, certainly. The levels are just slightly ahead for I'd say the strongest carries on the side of UNITE coaching, but a few of those Pokemon are so hard to stop once they get ahead. Specifically, Mimikyu can just run through your entire team from a strong player, and this is, without a doubt, a strong player for Vin Diesel. So you really need to shut it down in some way, and it's just, they found so many good targets, and that's really what you need. Your target acquisition needs to be perfect on Mimikyu. That's what we're seeing. But Chisel jumps in, but does run into the 1v2. Did not expect the Bliss assistance, which is now pushing forward to help them try to get more KOs. Unfortunately, the shield is stolen away by a great Unite from JL, who is going to go down in turn. Another KO. It will be going towards the direction of, well, I guess, UNITE coaching's player going down. I love the ideas there, but it was just, again, a weird fight where everybody ran in late.
But in the end, version 1 came out on top, picking up those KOs, catching up in levels, being able to break that tier 1 pad up in the top path of their own. But we do have those objectives spawning on in, which means we have version 1 going to retreat and use those jump pads to go and make a rotation.
The disappearing Blissey. I didn't see the backing. Reggie still getting very low. The Hornleech going in. They are going to be able to get a KO on Lutano and pick up the secure. So V1 taking some really big wins here, and I guess you could say team fights? They're kind of not. They're kind of just scrambles. I mean, that was only 2 KOs. Oh, we are going to see the Lapras Express going up for a pretty big engage up in that center area. They were able to get the stun. They wanted to get some of that experience. Nobody else is really with them. Lutano finally coming to back up. Same thing with JL, but their damage really depending on Lutano. I'm not sure if Wailord's going to be able to escape from this. They do get launched up, but the consistent damage not going to be there. And so it really was a Unite, just sort of repositioning that maybe didn't pay off.
Potentially just looking for a pick, but it didn't end up going their way. We already have 2 level 12s on either side here, but we have both of these defenders on Unk that are still at that level 9. Regieleki is here. All of Unk are here to shred it on down. No one from version 1 is here in sight to contest it.
It looks like everybody's actually going down towards that basement tier 1 goal zone, and there is an attempt to defend here. 2 members as, the Unite's coming out from the Duraludon. Uguay getting extremely low, still going into the fight. Actually is going to go down. We're going to see the dive in the back from JL, combination with Machisel, which is going to do a big chunk, but unfortunately the shielding is just too strong. Still Lutano here, able to try and stop them, but getting zoned out by Liko, where the triple is enough, gets the KO, a 2 streak, and hey, this is looking like a pretty good pick so far.
It is 209 to 208, only 1 point difference because of that great push from version 1. But as you mentioned, this Duraludon, a very unusual pick, but it seems to be working out for them. Paired up with that Alolan Raichu, they just have so much shred.
they have a ridiculous amount of shred. It's kind of gross. And I think that the interesting thing about their comp is that when they're going to get into this final fight in probably 40-ish seconds, as we're 1 point apart from each other, they're going to have a lot of really good Bliss Assistance targets, and who they're going to target is going to really, really change the outcome of this. Registeel going down for free with 30 seconds left, so that buff could fall off at some point, maybe during the final set of fights. That wasn't as late as it could possibly be, but this is a really close game. Level 13s on both sides, multiple level, really close in levels, 1 point difference. I feel like this is maybe the closest we've been in any of our sets all weekend going into the 2-minute mark.
This is the final tournament life that version 1 have here. They are looking good with 3 level 13s over on their side, 2 level 13s on the side of UNITE Coaching, but it's going to come down to this Rayquaza as we're going to see it's a close battle!
That's an understatement, maybe, actually. It's a very close battle, and it's going to be really nobody making a move. I love this catching this. Thank you, observers, for catching this potential flank. They are going to find Scarf over in the tall grass behind, but it's actually going to be Lutano, the first one to go down. A great turnaround from the side of version 1. They're going to be popping that Alolan Raichu. UNITE doing tons of damage to everybody underneath it. They are going to be chasing down, finally taking down the Alolan Raichu. Riker going down, but 4 members down now on UNITE Coaching. Only Machizzle is left, but you cannot leave Machizzle up for an easy take on Rayquaza. They've got to be careful. UNITE coming out from the Duraludon. They're going to be focusing on Machizzle, getting extremely low. Rayquaza has nobody left to challenge it.
And 1 minute 11 seconds left to go. We have the Duraludon securing the Rayquaza. Version 1 are still in this competition. They just need to go and dunk in some goals. 100 goes down. Some shields have been broken. There's still a chance for UNITE Coaching to make a comeback here, but just to make it even further, Smuglax has dunked in another 100 in their home base.
201 point leads at 45 seconds left, so this is doable. There are 2 members down now on the side of version 1. You can see this speed from this team just running it down on the bottom path, but the fact that it's actually 201 points is pretty significant. I guess 200 as well would have been huge. They need 2 hundo burgers plus another set of score.
The stealth rocks! Look at this defense here! Trying to stop these goals! Machizzle trying to get a dunk, but it does end up expiring. 49 and 49. It ends up actually being the Lapras to get a dunk, which means they have their UNITE move on hand, ready to crash on in, getting a surf. A great UNITE move coming out from Machizzle to shred them on up. But look at this, 3 members of UNITE Coaching and now down. A great defense from version 1, which means they are still in the competition.
Wow, what a comp to have to be able to defend a goal zone. They were able to set down stealth rocks, and then they used the Alolan Raichu UNITE, and then even if they got to the chance of potentially getting to the Duraludon second UNITE, that would have been another thing they could have placed on the goal zones. It's just like, what are you even going to do here? It's very, I guess, reminiscent of back when we used to see, for example, like Venusaur throwing down the poison on the goal zones, but wow, what a game from version 1. What a turnaround. UNITE Coaching had that amazing moment where they flanked all the way around that we got a chance to see, but once they found a target, version 1's reactions were so incredibly fast and so incredibly good that they immediately brought it down to a 5v4 in their favor. They cleaned up that team fight so well. It was like it was no problem to them at all, and all on the back of, I gotta say, an exceptionally successful Duraludon.
Which is so unusual because we don't really see this pick in this meta, and this is why I love Pokemon Unite. Just being able to showcase these unusual picks, show that, you know what, they can still be relevant, they can still get wins, but you know what, the Stealth Rock paired up with the Dragon Pulse was such a great thing. You get those blue rings around your opponents and then pop them with that Dragon Pulse in the end for just some big bursts. I mean, you know what, definitely earned that player of the game. Liko on the Duraludon, 76k damage here.
That's very impressive to see this work out. Also, again, Dragon Pulse, which is not the last time, or I should say it's not the move that we saw the last time that we saw this Pokemon in a UCS event. There are multiple ways to try and make this Pokemon useful, but really they just played it kind of like a normal attacker carry. So very, very cool to see it. And you know who else is excited to see something like this? The Kaiju eye in the sky, Dupe Snacks. Will he say something that makes sense? Will he say something that doesn't make any sense? Only one way to find out, I guess.
Yeah, much appreciated, gang. Much appreciated, gang. Back to you in the booth.
Much appreciated, gang.
Much appreciated.
Much appreciated.
Dupe Snacks, Kaiju Dupe Snacks. All right, that's how I feel about that game as well. And that's about as much information as I can pull up in my brain about why the Duraludon was chosen and why it works so well.
You know what? We don't even need answers here. I think the results just demonstrate themselves. But whether we're actually going to see this Duraludon pick going into this third match, after all, they have already landed their world spots, but, well, waiting in the next bracket is going to be Luminosity Gaming, and I bet both of these teams want to go into them because, well, that's one of the titans of the NA region.
I mean, you want to...
But you don't.
But you don't want to.
But you do want to because it's regionals.
Right.
North America regionals. We are here. This is one of the final competitions that we actually have besides NAIC, but you know, one step closer to earning a travel award, that would be pretty epic.
That's true. Is there any chance that the travel award goes down too? Because does Luminosity already have a travel award? I don't know. Could I get some confirmation on that? I actually have no idea if that's how it works or not. So never listen to what I say on stream. Always look to the official channels. Follow us, Pokemon everywhere. Pokemon UNITE Esports. But yeah, I'd be really curious about that. Definitely LG already having so many victories under their belt this season has shaken up how the prizing works in ways that I don't even ever understand how any prizing works. But regardless, yeah, definitely, especially seeing the fact that LG, who's considered one of the best teams in the entire world right now, can be beaten already. We've seen that today. I think that once you see that, if you get a chance to go up against them, and you're already qualified for Worlds, you're already very happy, you're going to be like, all right, now it's our chance to make an even bigger statement, and that's got to be really fun.
But I feel like once you have a taste of something, you want more. It's like a slice of cake, right? You have one slice of cake, you want more. And I think version 1, you need coaching. Well, they want more cake.
Yeah, I guess. You'll never have enough cake, if we're being 100% honest.
I don't have any cake. Where's my cake?
Maybe it's a crafty. But, yeah, production, can we get some cake out here, please? No, I did actually, from production, they actually did speak in my ear, and it wasn't about cake. They did tell me that the travel award will be only going, it's not like it goes down an extra spot because of Luminosity being in the tournament. So, you are going to have to beat Luminosity if you want to get a travel award. You're going to have to do quite well, and that's a pretty tough path. But, hey, any of these teams can do it. We've already seen at least one of these two teams win a monthly cup, which is something that Luminosity's done a few times themselves. And then version 1 is just, I don't know, man. I don't know what this weekend is for them. It's awesome. We're seeing new superstars for sure.
Yeah, we mentioned their story time and time again this broadcast, and I think it's just so exciting, the fact that this is their first time in the top 8 for this season, whereas UNITE Coaching, they actually ended up winning the last tournament, April Cup. So to just come out of the woodwork, picking a Duraludon, I am absolutely loving the flavor that version 1 are bringing here today. And it just goes to show that determination and progress that they've had throughout the season.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I know we keep talking about it, the Duraludon pick. For anybody who isn't aware, I mean, Duraludon came out, it was a very, very strong Pokemon for a very long time, but then the meta shifted, and the meta's been shifted pretty far away from just normal physical auto attackers, I would say, for quite a bit of time, especially the ranged ones, things like Cinderace that we used to see, we're not seeing it as much, things like Duraludon, we're not seeing it as much, and then slowly things have started to come back more and more. We started seeing Decidueye a ton in Europe, which, by the way, we haven't seen it all today, I think. We started to see now Duraludon, we've seen a little bit more Cinderace for other reasons over the past few months, and it's cool to see stuff like that because I feel like that's a role that we've been missing a little bit over the course of maybe the last year and a half of Pokemon Unite compared to how much we saw it in the first year.
And we're probably wondering what the answer to all of these unusual picks, and well, I'll answer that very shortly, so definitely keep your ears peeled because we're heading into our final pick ban draft stage for UNITE Coaching and version 1. We actually have UNITE Coaching on the first pick position here, locking out this Mewtwo along with this Blissey, which makes sense considering it has that 73% ban rate, a Talonflame and Gyarados out of the mix this time around as well from version 1.
The Blissey was absolutely huge last game, but honestly, a first ban Mewtwo is kind of interesting. I don't feel like that was something that version 1 has really been prioritizing too much throughout the entire weekend. Maybe I'm wrong. strong, but they've got so many options that they can choose in that spot. For example, the Alolan Raichu, which looked amazing, and they're just going to go to very quickly. So we'll have to see from UNITE Coaching what their strategy is behind banning that Mewtwo. Maybe there's something that they really don't want it to be able to do against something on their team. But we are going really far into this draft. Yeah, I was going to say without getting a Suicune, and we still might if Jail's actually going to pick their own Pokemon. Are we going to see a Suicune? Wow, this is maybe the furthest the Suicune has, like, in this entire weekend gone in a draft.
Yeah, we did actually see UNITE Coaching hovering over it, but they're prioritizing the Psyduck. So whether version 1 are seeing value in it, no, it looks like they're not. They're going to lock in a Trevenant, and I've got to say, Smuglax on the Trevenant actually look pretty decent, getting some huge setups. But this Eldegoss pick is an interesting one, considering Umbreon was still available, and Uguay, well, they're going to lock that one in for themselves.
Hoopa was also available, but we didn't see the... Right?
No, I was going to say, no, they're not going Umbreon.
Oh, yeah. They're not going Umbreon. They're not going Suicune. I don't know what's going on in this draft. I mean, hey, that's going to be... I mean, those last two picks, both very strong Pokemon right now. And Snorlax, the amount of bans in Europe is pretty different. What? We're just... No Suicune? This is one of the first times we're seeing absolutely no Suicune. There's no Umbreon, even though it's available. I feel like we're missing something else that's pretty huge, but I'm blanking on it.
Well, you know what? I feel like Suicune's encounter rate was quite high, and that's just taken it down a notch. But we actually get to see Machiza on the Meowscarada. We haven't really seen this speedster much this tournament. It was the highest picked Pokemon for the NA region throughout that group stage. So this is really excited. I'm really excited to see this cat.
I think it was the highest win rate, right?
Oh, highest win rate.
Yeah,
it
huge
was.
Win rate, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm wondering who exactly did end up picking it. I know that we've got actually quite a few players in North America that are very good at this Pokemon. LG has used it certainly before. Right now, we're seeing a good example, and I'm very excited to see that. I know that. I mean, I think kind of all of us have been more and more fans. Oh, look at it's the homie.
Oh, look at him. He's just chilling.
I know. Everybody say cheese.
I think everybody needs to say cheese because. Big smiles, everyone.
Cheese. All right. Got a picture of all of you, so now you know you can't leave. We know who you are. You cannot not watch the rest of this tournament.
Are they going to be locked in the wall just like
Yes.
snacks?
That's how it happens. When it takes a picture of you, it's just like, no! And you just start like spinning around and you get teleported into the wall.
Well, you know what? This match is going to get teleported into the wall as we are loading on up. But I did say something a little bit earlier. Well, what's the answer to this question? Well, you know, I'm going to put a pin in that once again because we're actually going to head into this match. But final match of the losers semis. We do have UNITE Coaching on the purple side, version 1 on the orange side. Whoever ends up winning this is going up into Luminosity Gaming up next.
What a prize! That's what you're fighting for. But no, I mean, this is huge. Again, this is, despite the fact that these are technically both the underdog teams, UNITE Coaching is just so many players that have been incredibly successful over the last several years of Pokemon Unite. And version 1 being players that, like, literally it's some of their first seasons playing. This is such an awesome clash of new versus old. That's why we keep calling them Unks, is because it's a little bit of a joke. It's a lot of older players within the scene. And the fact that they're on such even ground, I think it's awesome.
I mean, I'm too old to even keep up with this lingo here. So, you know what? Okay, Unks and all of this. But let's get back to the match. We have 3v1 down in that bottom path. It looks like Zacian is going to come and join them, waiting for an ambush on Uguay. But all of the other members from Unks are actually up in the top path. So whether Uguay can hold on out, they're getting shredded on down.
That was no chance of survival. That is very aggressive from version 1. They're going to get a lot of points in. And back up top in the northeast tier 1 goal zone, it looks like they got a lot of points in as well for the side of UNITE Coaching. So that was a little bit of a trade. And now, yep, they're rotating down through the center area. Vin Diesel and JL trying to get as much as they possibly can. We're actually doing almost like kind of an exact mirror where everybody just took this goal zone very, very quickly and didn't destroy it, but they, I guess you should say, won the fight there. Rotated through the center area, triggered some EXP, went back up, kind of switched paths around a little bit. It's pretty fun. This is going to be, I think, another close match.
You know what they say, sharing is caring, and I guess that includes those buffs there. But birds are about to spawn. They are going in for an engage. Liko has been able to dodge out of the way, but they have been zoned out from this central area, which means these birds are going over to Unk.
It's interesting, though. It's going to be 2 members getting this experience. Well, not per se getting this experience around, just purely around Lutano, right? 2 EXP share supports, and then Lutano. So they're really focusing a lot of that experience there. We talked about how important that can be. Scarf going for some damage. Was not fooled, I think, right there by the double team. Machisel doing a good job of using that to escape, not take too much damage. It definitely tricks me on commentary, but we got a lot of full health, scary Pokemon here. So for this next spawn, we might see a KO. 4 members, I mean, for V1.
Wailord just staring down the barrel of that Meowscarada. They end up getting stunned, but it looks like these teams are just going to play passively, retreating back to their pads, as we do have 10 seconds left until these first objectives do spawn.
A big rotate down, it looks like, from version 1. And yeah, that was a little bit scary. I mean, Machisel went down to half-life in that fight a minute ago, but there was no KOs, which is surprising to me. But I think it's because everybody's really prioritizing this, and they've got to be careful. There's a numbers advantage here for the side of version 1, but we're still already down to half. They're not even on top of it. Lutano can get the steal as well, which they do not. It looks like it was... Oh, no, they did, actually. Wow, that's surprising. It looked like the snapshot was way too early, but great stuff from Lutano. Vin Diesel going in, trying to get a double KO. Lico's going to KO them in return, and Lutano using that Fell Stinger to try and get further forward, popping the Unite, counter Unite, but Lutano still going, trying to get one more, gets the double streak, gets Woodhammer. Lutano and Ugwe both extremely low, but Lico maybe just doesn't have the mobility to be able to chase them down fully. JL's going to take the brunt of that damage. Snipe Shot's coming back out as well. That was very aggressive. Could have been a huge turnaround, but they just knew exactly when to back out.
I love how he had that side up, using that side kick onto that Trevenant, pushing him back. That way they weren't able to creep on closer to the intel, and that was quite low. We do have Meowscarada securing that Regieleki, but it ended up getting shredded on down quite quickly. But T1 has been depleted up in the top half.
Yeah, that's tough. Already a lot of aggression coming out from UNITE coaching, and they're really taking advantage of every time that they leave a path. And right now, they're trying to force them to leave their own center area, but they are getting fought out a little bit. Scarf is going to get a good solid amount of damage on Machisel, is going to have to back up. Considering the fact they don't actually have true healing support on the side of UNITE coaching, any sort of damage, especially harass damage, which may come into play a lot later with 2 ranged attackers on version 1, is going to be semi-permanent, and they're going to have to deal with that by honestly just retreating. They don't have any other options.
Yeah, you want to try and stand on that pad, especially when you have Lutano lurking about with those snipe shots. You want to get that shield, but Lutano's already at level 11 here, creeping ever so closer with that Fell Stinger, chunking half that HP from Trevenant, but they have the Zacian getting taken down.
Yeah, looks like it, and that's actually going to be a double Vin Diesel 2v1, or I should say 1v2ing up top while the rest of the team fights down on bottom. This feels like that could end up being an objective win on both directions for UNITE coaching. It's going to be the big slam in, popping the Unite just as well to say, yep, good luck. This is our Regirock. Ugwe doing a great job of zoning out, and now let's see if we see Unk try to push down this tier 1 goal zone. It's getting pretty late in the game. This is certainly a time where they would love that.
Oh, it is only just a little bit past that halfway mark, but a great engage from Ugwe. Lico answering back with a Unite move on their own. They're going to have to retreat on back as Machisel is going to pop their Floral Flourish, try to create some space, but Scarf is coming up to clean up this mess and pick up these KOs. Great defense from version 1.
That's actually a huge fight win. They were behind in levels, and they caught up a lot. They're still behind in levels, just barely. And wow, they're really aggressively pushing to try to take down this tier 1 goal zone in return. Oh, 40 points is just too much on Lico. They almost managed to get it in. That would have broken it with a pretty decent overdunk, but the damage from all these snipe shots is certainly just too much. They have to back out. They didn't really lose all that much, so it could have been a whole lot worse. Got to test the waters, I think, but they were, I think, a little bit too cold.
Too cold, even though there aren't any ice Pokemon this time around, actually. Otherwise, Smuglax going in for an engage on Vin Diesel, but is able to speed away. Smuglax, once again, copping a snipe shot, looking for a KO, able to use that Horn Leech onto JL, but they end up getting shot in the back. Ugwe putting 2 members to sleep, which means they end up being able to dunk in 11 straight in their faces.
It's so funny to see when multiple people just put to sleep and then they just can't do anything, and it's just a slow walk up from Snorlax. That's always such a funny thing to happen, but Still no tier 1 goal zone down. I mean, altogether, the score is pretty good because of a pretty big overdunk, but the amount of goal zones down before this final stretch is pretty low, I would say, for the average game. There's a chance that we are going to see it, but both with tier 1s available on the bottom path, I see them already kind of pre-positioning to potentially even fight there. I know they really want to get rid of these tier 1 goal zones, but I don't know. This is tough. You don't want to overcommit this late into the game, especially with relatively getting evener levels.
Well, it's 2 minutes, 35 seconds left on the clock. A Reggie Rock is here for the taking. All members are present, looking to get the engage. We do have Zarshan taking a nap, but they end up getting pushed on back with a huge Horn Leech from Smuglax, and now version 1 have the numbers advantage.
That was a great pick, but they've got to be careful. I mean, Smuglax is very, very low. Realizes that's the double team. They do manage to take that buff. I mean, that pick plus that buff is pushing them up in levels by a huge amount. I think this is a great comeback potential for version 1. Once again, we're getting into a very close fight situation. We are all the way back. No Unite. Oh, actually, we still don't have the Unite on the Trevenant. That's something we're really going to have to watch out for, but both teams kind of positioning in even ranges. They've got to be careful for Lutano with those snipe shots. I think the longer that we see version 1 try to hold on, the worse this fight is going to be. They're right now trying to get Liko to level 13. They just managed to make it happen. I think the engage is coming pretty soon.
Version 1 have their backs up against the wall, considering they're only at 62 points to 188. Smuglax using some maneuverability here to go and dodge these snipe shots. Vitano does end up manage to chunk out a bit of damage from Raikar, but they have to try and find an opening. Time isn't exactly on their side here.
I know, they need to make the move, and that's tough. The fact that Lutano is playing Intellion is so huge here. Attempts to bait. Scarf does catch the real Machisel, just getting one single hit. These snipe shots not really connecting all that much, just trying to catch people in this tall grass. I mean, it's more used as guesses for vision rather than actually trying to take down any of these Pokemon, but we're down to a minute left.
Oh!
And now we're going to see the push in, the huge Horn Leech into the Woodhammer in the southwest side. We're only going to hit one person with the Phantom Forest, but still, that's a great way to engage. Unite's being popped everywhere. It's just big glowing circles. Scarf getting extremely low, getting chased down by Lutano. They're going to go down. Uwe going down in return. Four members all stacked on top of each other for version 1. Are going to be next targeting JL. Riker trying to do a little bit of damage to Rayquaza, but they're getting so incredibly low. One snipe shot could take them out. Same with Wailord.
Yeah, Vin Diesel coming in, using a Unite move to wipe him on out. We still have members of version 1 left available. Can Liko try and get the steal away from Latano? But no, it ends up being Latano on the Inteleon to lock this match in for Unk.
Wow, Lutano, absolute MVP of that match. There were some disgusting snipe shots. We got to see that KO in the, I think that was against Riker, like far away, maximum range snipe shot through the Rayquaza pit. Wow, everything there was Lutano, and honestly, they just could not find an answer. There was something that they really needed to deal with in that team fight. It was really the only range that they had on the other team, and it outranged their own range, but they just could not find that target when they needed to. Still, a very close last fight. I mean, when you take down Rayquaza and there's only 2 people left on your team, and that's barely enough to win the game, I think that is certainly one of the closest matches that we've seen.
It was so close, but it just goes to show they may be considered old or unks, but they have definitely still got it.
Yeah, they more than have it. They are now within our top 3. Then we're going to see a match between Luminosity and now a lot of players who've played on Luminosity in UNITE coaching. So that's going to be a very fun match. But again, a huge congratulations to version 1. By the way, version 1 now has to be the greatest Luminosity fans in the world, considering the fact that this means that Luminosity was the reason why they did end up qualifying. But I'm so very excited for version 1 to be at Worlds. We're not going to be watching them anymore over the course of today, but they put on one heck of a show, especially in this last game.
Oh, 100%. The way they played this Rayquaza pit, constantly moving about, that is the answer to the Inteleon, but fortunately, Latano just has such a keen eye there, chipping away so much damage. But you know what? Even though we're talking about Latano here, we're actually going to pivot over to Vin Diesel, who was on the Leafeon, dealing 57k damage, the player of the game this match.
Yeah, Vin Diesel, I would say throughout the entire set, one of the big MVPs, really choosing quite a few different Pokemon that played somewhat different roles. I mean, obviously the same technical role, but was able to really find targets when they needed to be found. I mean, especially we're playing against a team like, I would say, version 1 that plays a lot more range than I think a lot of other teams. When you do need to find those targets, if you can't, your fight's kind of over. But Vin Diesel was able to do that and certainly earned that MVP.
Yeah, well, they did end up coming in with that huge Unite move at the end. But you know what? I did pose a question at the beginning of this match. This drive lens. This is the Excel bracer. My bad. I got it confused once again. Maybe I think I'm just gonna say that I'm colorblind here because I can't get my colors right.
The new
items.
Yeah.
The new items. I mean, we are seeing it on so many of these player of the games. This just seems to be this key item to make Pokemon that are really relevant, even more powerful, but then also bring all of these other ones back out of the woodwork.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm just glad that your question wasn't about pulp, because I was certainly expecting that was going to be the case. But without the pulp question, yes. I mean, I've been talking about it a lot. I really feel like we kept talking about yesterday, especially. We were like, where is this patch that happened that we just didn't know about? Because we are seeing so many Pokemon that we have not seen for months or years or ever. And I think the patch is just, are just the 2 new items.
It's the items.
Yeah.
I think we found the recipe, the secret that we were on the search for, on the hunt for all of yesterday. But you know what? Enough of that. You need coaching, making it on through. They've only just got together 2 months ago as a team, already taking the April Cup ever so closer to gaining that travel award. But I mean, there is another NA Titan that has been prevalent in the NAC that they need to take down next, potentially the next hurdle. But I mean, I don't know if we end up gonna get some more secrets from somebody in the wall, potentially?
I have no idea. We're going to have to see if we've got any more secrets in the wall in the tank, as we're going to take a short break, but you're not going to want to miss the next match. It's going to be Unks versus Luminosity Gaming in the losers finals right after this. Good morning, afternoon, evening, and welcome back. It's time for our top 3 here at the North American Regional Finals. And we just saw a great match, a close match. I'm here with Kello, Zoinks, and Spraggles. How did y'all feel about that last match?
Well, I mean, you gotta love Duraludon. Anytime Duraludon makes it out to AOS Island, people are cheering backstage for Duraludon. That's how exciting it is. So that was a really cool series. Obviously, I think a lot of people wanted to see Unk move forward, so it's pretty exciting.
It was a bit of fan favorite parade, I guess, with the Duraludon game, but then also we got to see Lutano popping off on Inteleon in that final game. It feels like, a lot of fans at home are very, very happy with that match. And so I got a few fun clips that I want to talk about with our Teleustrator. The first one will be about version 1 and their Duraludon. So let's take a look. One of these really interesting moments, we do have a Mewtwo Y going extremely deep, does get that Unite move off, but then everything starts to break down. I want to pause here just for a moment. When we see this matchup go down, we have, yet again, a giant Alolan Raichu Unite move covering a lot, but I think more importantly right now is Duraludon. All the way in the back here, you see Liko. Take a look at their HP bar. As this fight is starting to break off, the Duraludon's still extremely healthy. Let's get back into the fight. You can see Duraludon constantly stacking up their Dragon Pulse stacks. Trevenant with a great Horn Leech through the middle to also protect the Duraludon and keep that firepower up. From this point on, honestly, we are just going to be taking a look at a classic Rayquaza takedown with one team up 4-1. We do have Machisel with a chance to steal, but still a great look. We did have this final push. I thought you two were popping off on commentary with it. We had those Stealth Rocks blocking the score for quite some time, but let's take a look at how this team was able to win this team fight. Take a look at Lutano positioned here around the Rayquaza pit right now, and to watch where Riker maneuvers all the way to this top
this
side.
is so painful.
And this snipe shot, simply walking into it. It's just such a bad luck moment, but a great shot from Lutano, and these just continued on. I mean, amazing auto attacks, those automatic critical hits, hitting the Rayquaza. And Lutano, we actually wanted to hear from you about this huge moment. You secure Ray. I think you get like a 3 KO streak here. It was pretty impressive. What were you thinking during this play?
Scary.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest issue with me leading up to that play is I hit zero. Zero snipe shots leading up to the fight. And the call before that was play snipe shots. The tree he just kept moving, man. He was a beast.
We were saying that is what the answer is to an Inteleon snipe shot. You've just got to keep on the move here, but obviously it ends up being those snipe shots towards the end that ended up counting and winning you that match. So you get to go moving on forward into Luminar City Gaming. So how are you feeling about that? I mean, you've only just come back into the tournament 2 months ago. So going into, wait, why would I have this? Okay. But anyway, how does it feel to be going up into LG up next?
I mean, LG, they're kind of good, you know. I was really impressed with how the Juicers took them down. I feel like the Juicers are kind of LG's kryptonite. They just know how to play, know how to draft, know how to take them out. We'll do our best to take them out. You know, they're really good at the game. So we'll see.
And final question, you have obviously secured yourselves a spot at Worlds. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. You guys all know I didn't make World Season 1, unfortunately, but there's a couple Worlds in a row. It's pretty good time, you know.
Is there anybody that you're hoping to see there or looking forward to versing, since we've already had other regions qualify?
I mean, it's got to be, Nouns, my boys, Tunes, Indy.
Well,
a little game in there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Lutano, for answering our questions. Congratulations once again. Maybe we'll see you up on the big screen. Maybe we won't. I mean, it really comes down to whether you are able to tackle this next hurdle.
Bye, Lutano.
Bye.
Bye, Lutano. Yeah, always great to talk to Lutano, obviously. A really exciting situation for their team to be in. A lot of fan favorites moving forward in this tournament. Boy, do they have a tough team in front of them.
Yeah.
Really? I don't know. They're okay.
Yeah, they're all right.
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They're they're all right.
They're okay.
They've qualified for the World Championships 3 times now
Yeah,
this
that's true.
season.
They keep
Maybe only
qualifying.
2. Maybe
It's
only two so far.
It's only 2.
Sure,
Yeah.
but still an impressive run for that team. Love hearing from Lutano. Love the honest interview there. To lead off with, I hit 0 snipe shots. in that team.
I did point that out. He kept just like shooting into tall grass over and over and over and not getting the right one over and over. It was like a joke almost. It was like a bit. But then when it mattered, obviously hit like every single one. So, you know.
He needed his opponents to start walking into them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe one of the most heartbreaking things that ever happens in Unite is when you see the snipe shot and you walk into it in the last second. You think, why did I do that? I even knew where it was going.
You can't predict it. I mean, Alolan Raichu doesn't have future sight there, so you can't predict it.
It's true.
Good point. It's a very good point.
Yeah, a tricky one. But now, like you mentioned, a very difficult matchup coming up for them. But also, I think you two were talking about it on commentary. A lot of former teammates playing against each other in this next event. A lot of members who played under the Luminosity banner last year are now getting the chance to play against some former teammates. That's going to be really fun.
Yeah, like different times too, but that's going to be cool to see. And you can see here as well, now that we're sitting in this top 3 spot, how much money each match actually means. So we're currently sitting in our losers finals. That is going to be a 3-5 set, and that means that the winner of that will be moving up into that at least $10,000 spot. So a minimum $2,000 difference here. I do believe if it is Unks, then they are going to get a travel award as well, right? Because it's a zoo travel award.
They already have a travel.
They already have a travel.
They already have one?
travel
So
award.
LG has one,
Okay.
OJ has one, Unk has one, and then the next team below is qualified, no trouble.
Okay, so it does move down. Okay.
Yes.
Well, okay. Regardless, a lot of money on the line for them.
Exactly. Now, of course, Orange Juicers, they're still going to be chilling for a little bit longer. They're waiting for that opponent. I think a lot of us were saying the likely opponent is going to be a run back against Luminosity Gaming. However, how are we feeling now that we saw a little bit of what Unite Coaching is bringing to the table? Reminder, they've had a long run in this bracket. I think one of those matches in their bracket happened yesterday with a 2-1 over Revelation, another incredible North America team. Then they took down Denial, a team that came from the open bracket, but has looked impressive, and now a takedown over version 1. I mean, they've had a gauntlet, and we've gotten a chance to see them. Do we think that maybe they have a chance of also taking down LG like OJ did?
Well, I mean, LG, obviously, you know, they went down, so they are a team that can be beat. Some months it looks like you just cannot beat that team, right? So they can be beaten, but I don't know. I feel like they've got to have a fire in their belly. They want to show everyone that they are the best team in the region, possibly the best team in the world. Clearly, Unk could get it done right here, but I think the safe money is on LG.
Okay, so I do think there's actually 2 interesting storylines. I just thought of one, which makes me feel really bad because I just commentated it. But was version 1 not the team that beat Unk, Unite Coaching, in the group stage? I think it was,
yeah, they
right?
were.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they
that
did
was a
take down
run back,
Unite
and I
Coaching.
can't believe I forgot about it, but it was not on broadcast, so it was one of those things. So they just beat the team that knocked them into losers, so that's a huge amount of momentum for the favor of Unite Coaching. And then also, it's an interesting storyline in the fact that of course, the previous monthly cup was won by Unite Coaching, where none of the top 2 teams that they have to fight technically in a row if they keep winning were in the top 8. Luminosity, of course, just not entering, and then Orange Juicers having whatever, their day off, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting, right? I do feel like these 2 teams could match up, and you could see Unite Coaching winning. For some reason, LG is allergic to winning a regionals. Like, it doesn't seem like they can do it. They can win every other thing. A live event, they just seem to win about every single time. But regionals has been tough for them, for sure.
It's a live event buff. They've already spoken about it before, but can they break that curse of actually winning a regional final here today? But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's going to come down to this next match. Unite Coaching, they've been able to do the 2 best of 3s, but this one's going to be a big one because it's going to be a best of 5 for the losers finals.
Let's talk Pokemon selection a little bit with the metagame between these two teams and what we're going to be looking at. I do think Psyduck is a bit of a must-ban for Luminosity Gaming. I don't think you can allow JL to go in that route. It was just so good, and especially that final game, I felt like JL looking amazing on that Pokemon. But on the other side, Otter has been getting a lot of Hoopa in this tournament. First picking on both the purple side of the draft screen and the orange side of the draft screen. JL, his ability on Hoopa is phenomenal, and it's also a worthy ban. I don't know, I feel like Unique Coaching might need to target that route.
I mean, I think it's a great point. I think the biggest thing there is
anybody agrees with
I just wanted to I wanted to see if Chef or Kello had something to say about it. But I think you're making a great point. They are playing around Trick Phantom Force so much. It feels like so much of their strategy is around this build. I know that Otter has other picks, but it looks like they are really comfortable on this, and they are using it in every single match. So you're right. Someone as talented as JL could absolutely steal that away, especially if they get Psyduck banned. Now all of a sudden, they don't end up playing Psyduck. They take something from LG, and I wonder what they respond with. We talked a little earlier about whether or not we'd see Comfey or something like that out of LG. Of course, there's always Mew from Otter, which is pretty incredible, but I think you're spot on, Zoinks. I think that's a really smart strategy if you want to try to shut down something that LG's been playing all day. However, LG is like, they are the kings of having so many different looks. I think it's really impressive how many different strategies they have.
Especially this season. But the reason why I gave the sound is because, honestly, I feel like this is a really difficult game to think about as far as supports altogether, right? There's so many different directions that both these teams can technically go with their supports, but also there are options that you really want to try to get rid of aside from the supports. So it feels like you almost don't have enough to kind of cover everything. Like, one thing that I thought was really tough for LG in their previous match that they lost was the fact that they kept giving away the Suicune. And I think if you start giving now Lutano the Suicune because you're focusing too heavily on maybe some of the support game, you might end up in that same really tough position. So it's just difficult. When these teams get so flexible, there's like not enough answers that you can give to all of the problems. You just have to prioritize problems.
Well, supports are hot property. There's only a limited number of them, so we'll have to wait and see which ones they do decide to ban on out. But one thing is for certain, even if the supporters aren't available, well, we've demonstrated that you can pretty much chuck an experience share on anything and make it a support.
Yeah, where's the Decidueye today?
I don't know.
Ah.
Where is the Decidueye?
With your Shifu, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, really no Decidueye here. I was surprised to see so much of it, obviously, yesterday. But yeah, no Decidueye here in NA. That has not traveled across the pond. It looks like we're still playing Inteleon, and Suicune just getting so much value, especially against LG. It feels like it's a team that loves to outplay you, and Suicune creates this huge area that you cannot play in. They shut down huge portions of the map. If you have a really good Suicune, they just stun something like Absol, Mimikyu, Talon that wants to dive in and fight. It's worked really well against LG so far.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say, between these two teams, I know Luminosity Gaming the heavy favorite, but Unique Coaching winning here, I have to say, is personally very good for me. I did choose that team.
Why?
I did predict that team to win the tournament. But also, they are known Meowscarada enjoyers, and with that Pokemon having a huge win rate, another prediction of mine to be a big influence in this tournament. So very happy that they're pulling that off and showcasing why I think it's so strong. This speedster is incredible, and Machizel is just phenomenal on that Pokemon.
Luminosity's played a lot of Meowscarada as well.
That's true.
Maybe not as much recently, but they have, I guess.
Is that what buffed up the win rate all the way up to the highest?
All these teams, I think, is the way that it is. But here we go. We're getting into the draft. Losers finals, 3 out of 5. Me and Kello are going to be staying on the mic because Spreggles and Zoinks need to go prepare for their grand finals commentary. They're going and dipping their faces in ice water and such to get prepared. But Luminosity Gaming on the left, Unique Coaching on the right. Both of them yelled something. I didn't hear either one.
They said they need ice water. I don't know whether we're going to actually end up seeing some ice water Pokemon come on out. We've seen a fair bit of Lapras here today, but you know what? We do have some water. Gyarados. That can go spurt some water in your face if you want.
I don't want that, if that's okay.
Well, Spraggles and zoinks do.
yeah, that can be good for them. We saw Jail hovering over the Sableye for a quick moment. That would be a really interesting option, but going for a very quick Eldegoss. Of all of the supports that we were talking about, obviously 3 of them got banned. We didn't get a chance to talk about the bans as it just started, but Eldegoss is going to be one of the few remaining, and I don't think Luminosity Gaming cares all that much. They're a big fan of playing comps that don't actually contain any true supports, just a lot of attackers with that EXP share on it.
Well, we do have Kyrios that has locked in the Zarshin, and we actually get to see Otter on the Mew this time around. Look, this is what I'm saying. Yes, you have 3 supporters banned on out. Otter is rocking that experience share so far, whether they're actually going to switch it out. But this is a common look that we've seen from them throughout the season.
Oh yeah, this is the most common look probably throughout the season. We've seen a little bit less recently just because there are a lot of other really good support options, but especially I'd say at the start of the season, Otter on that Mew support has it's their signature. And it looks like we're going to get the Mewtwo support, which is a combination that as well we have seen from them. I'm not really sure who they could go for the last pick. They usually go pretty aggressive altogether, so yeah, something like a Speedster would make a ton of sense.
Yeah, Leafeon getting locked on in by Trainer. We have talked about the early game presence this Pokemon can have, especially with those double stacking items. What is Unique Coaching going to round out this composition? We do have a bunch of stun over on their side, Snorlax, Alolan, Ninetales, along with a Buzzball. And you know what? They're going to round it out with this Aegislash. I actually really like this pick. Wide Guard is such a great defensive tool, but also it can just play so aggressively if we have Luminosity Gaming fighting as a bunch.
I really like a lot of this comp in general. Unique Coaching, they're going for a really burst focused comp, right? They've got tons of burst damage with Lutano on the Alolan Ninetales, Uguay being able to just kind of jump in with the Heavy Slam, which is I'm assuming what we're going to see, and Chisel being able to dunk, or honestly there's a bunch of different things you can do with Buzzwole now, and then the burst that we have from the Aegislash, and against a team that has no true healing, or no true, I guess I could even say protection, right? You are, well I guess they technically have coaching, but your burst is going to mean a lot, because if they are not going to be able to use their Unites and try to get away, nobody's going to be stopping them from getting KO'd, so you can just jump on them and try to set them to a 5v4 very quickly. And on top of that, I do agree. Aegislash, we saw it one time in Europe, and I thought it worked amazingly against the current meta.
Yeah, especially with that Unite move as a last-ditch effort to try and get a secure. But it's whether you actually want to save it or use that for an engage. We're going to have to see what Vin Diesel does. But they've actually switched on up their items here. They do have the Cell Bracer.
All right.
I got it right this time around.
I believe you. I don't trust myself to say the right thing. But yeah, we can see actually the new items on 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't quite get the full thing. I can turn around and actually see. So we see 1.
Wait, do we need to...
Yeah, we got to get closer. Oh, that's gone. They took it away from us. They took it away. We need to watch the entire game with Kello just standing there on the screen. But all right, so again, like I said, this is losers finals to see who's going to be taking on Orange Juicers in grands. This is going to be 3 out of 5 sets, so the first one of many, regardless if even it is a sweep, as we're going to see Luminosity on the left, Unique Coaching on the right, and already we see Overlord and Otter pretty far away from their goal zone.
Yeah, they are far away, trying to keep this Buzzwole at bay, but it looks like they have their half HP, so they're just going to play it safe, leaving their Bumblebees for the time being, making sure to go for that neutral one first.
And Otter and Overlord both very low off the bat. Again, you know, they're not going to have any extra healing. They do have the berries, and they were able to get away, but that's going to be a very aggressive path with the Chisel up there alongside that Eldegoss, currently Gossifleur. Down on bottom, the Alolan Ninetales and Snorlax lane. That has been a path that we've been seeing for 1 million years, I think. I'm pretty sure that's when this game came out, and it is very scary, very hard to get away from if they start to burst on you early on.
Well, they are the Unks after all. Otherwise, an engage from Vin Diesel onto Slashcan, who's trying to make a quick escape. Even though they've popped their X attack, they're not utilizing it, getting pushed up against the wall by 3 members. They're not left standing, but 4 members of Unique Coaching are here to empty out all of their Aeos energy, leaving this goal on 29 points.
Curious with a very early evolution, but then immediately seeing like 4 members behind them. They do get supported though, and we're going to get be a very, very early KO from Kyrios. I mean, that's an 8-minute 20-second KO. Usually you only see 8-minute 20-second even evolution, but a great way to evolve and then immediately use that waterfall to get out of danger, which is gonna be a sign of obviously which moveset they're playing and the style that they're going to be playing as a team. Very aggressive, and aggressive is right as they're going to get that first KO on Machisel. Immediately going into the center area, Lutano trying to fight a 1v4, not getting out. This is already looking so aggressive.
4 members into the enemy central area, being able to get multiple KOs. We have Eldegoss being able to dunk in some points up in the top lane. 54 points to 77 so far, but I already spy a Leafeon on Luminosity at level 8 with their Unite move.
That's not good. I mean, it's good for them, obviously. Yeah, we are not even 20 seconds away from the first objectives, and already, look at this, Trainer Otter combo looking pretty scary right there. Machisel already been getting taken out a few times. You can see Machisel actually lower level than the Eldegoss, which is not something that you want to happen early on in the game. Getting those levels, making those EXP shares work a little bit less is just unfortunate. So we got to see them make a comeback, and it does seem like most of Unite Coaching is going to be focusing up top at the Regieleki, most of Luminosity Gaming down on bottom. Uguay maybe going to go for a steal. Heavy Slam does have that great ability to steal. It's going to be difficult against these 2 Pokemon, but chance.
Oh! No, they didn't end up landing the Heavy Slam in time, but they are just going to moonwalk backwards with their block, able to make it back to pad, and because of that passive, they are now pretty much at full HP.
Right, yeah, getting that extra HP from eating a berry. That was a really good attempt, I gotta say. I thought the Heavy Slam got it as well. Nice! Great barrier to push everybody back. Here's starting to get pretty low. Uguay getting taken down for the attempt, but Machisel finally getting in there, not quite able to grab on and get that KO. But Overlord coming back with Otter, just found a friend up in that center area, and now getting the flank on Machisel, who just melted. Lutano probably getting cut off here. I don't think they're gonna have a good chance of really getting too much going on. Overlord, though, very low, almost got KO'd right there. That was a little bit scary, but Agility honestly putting in a ton of work in all of these last fights.
I feel like that was a little bit of a revenge from earlier where Mewtwo ended up getting cornered out. Otherwise, Mew is going to pop their Unite move. They're able to actually make it back home and survive that fight.
They also scored like 17 points in their face in the middle of that last fight, so everything going pretty decently well for Luminosity Gaming. Their levels, you can tell, are pretty far ahead. Unite Coaching has managed to get some score in, which is good. Just getting 98, even if they don't score for the rest of the game, that's probably going to be enough to at least keep them competitive, I guess is the word that I would say. But right now, they really have to worry about experience. And as you can see right below where we are right now, a big invade again happening for Luminosity Gaming. They're trying to get all that XP. It looks like the buff went to Unite Coaching. We're going to see very, very low Vin Diesel, though, on that Aegis Slash. Hasn't been able to find the targets maybe that he's wanted so far. As Trainer looking to flank as well, and does find such a hugely behind pick. A big barrier pushing everybody back into the Flux Zone. And we are seeing I mean, this fight is so far to the east.
So far to the east, but maybe it's going towards the west as Unite Coaching are trying to take him on down. The Zarshan ends up collapsing here. A great surf from Otter, using their boosted order to try and hit back at the Buzzwole, who ends up going in with the Ultra Swole Slam and sending him back home.
Unite coming out from Gyarados is going to actually manage to catch one. It was in the middle of an animation. It's not really going to matter all that much anyway. Getting taken down. And now most of the members here are healthy from the side of Luminosity Gaming. 4 members still here as well for Unite Coaching. They are going to pop that barrier. Vin Diesel diving in, but getting targeted by everybody. Coup de Grace comes out. Isn't able to finish anybody off, but 2 members going down now on the side of Luminosity Gaming. This is a 3v3, and Regirock is honestly staying pretty healthy. They're like, all right, well, I'm glad nobody's focusing on me, as we're going to see Kyrios use that waterfall at great angles to barely escape, but Chisel can't say the same, as there's going to be taken down by the Mewtwo combo. And now they've got the damage. Oh my goodness, look how low LG is.
Yeah, but this isn't going to stop them. They're going to slice up this Regirock, as Otter is doing a great job of zoning, making sure that Unite Coaching cannot make it in to steal it. I mean, we did have the attempt from Uguay earlier on, but they're here left to defend against 5 members of LG. Lutano coming to join the fight, getting a huge stun. 2 members of LG have been wiped out.
I mean, Lutano getting 2 is really big. Machisel is jumping in, but they're just too weak, I think, to really take down the damage they want to. They are going to get a ton on Kyrios. Kyrios having to be united by Machisel to finally be finished off. Just doing such a great job of escaping. We've talked about it before this season. Kyrios, an amazing player at knowing exactly when to back up. There's like self-sustaining no matter which Pokemon they play. In the meantime, by the way, we did see the Regieleki taken by Unite Coaching solo up top, Aegis/1v1 against that Pokemon, and it is going to force Luminosity Gaming to deal with it. We're down to the final 3 minutes, and look at all the experience on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, there is a ton of experience. No yellow dots on the side of Unite Coaching, but looking at the levels, it is so close between these teams, even in terms of points. But we have another brawl down in the bottom. No, never mind. They're trying to trick me here.
I mean, I think that they wanted to see if they could get a pick, and as soon as they couldn't, I mean, we're about to hit that 2-minute, 30-second mark. You don't really want to overcommit in situations like that. Plus 3 members currently of Luminosity Gaming without the Unite move. 3 members as well on the side of Unite Coaching. I can't count. So I think both teams need to back up. They need to just wait a little bit longer. They don't want to not have those Unites in time for the final stretch. So we're just seeing patience. And I mean, 83 to 134, that difference is negligible, I would say. And level difference, pretty close as well. This is going to come down to a pretty even fight.
Yeah, but we do have Uguay checking that tall grass, but LG were able to back on up. We do have the block coming on out, which means Uguay doesn't get stunned by Slashcan's Psy Strike. Rayquaza has been enraged, is going to lure out some tornadoes. 2 members do end up getting hit in the bush, but a Pollen Puff to go and replenish their HP.
Lutano sitting very down south, trying to see if there's any back caps, but the engagement will start. Otter had to use that Surf, using the Unite as well to help with the engage. Vin Diesel's defensive option went down. Otter just going to be backing up. It looks like they're not fully engaging. Overlord, though, going to get a ton of damage. Uguay popping that Snorlax Unite to try to bring everybody up, but they still lost to Aegis Slash. That's going to be a 4v5, and Overlord's actually starting to do some damage onto this Rayquaza. Some points went in. It's 1 point difference at this point, but that's going to be Kyrios going down next on the side of LG, a 3v4.
3v4, Eldor still has their Unite move. Snorlax is still pretty much at half HP, but they're going to get shredded down by this sword, able to receive another Pollen Puff, ready to go back and defend. But look at this, Trainer with 48 points, going to double it as well. That is going to make LG in the lead at that minute mark.
That was a great catch there, ahead by a lot, and that means that we have to see Unite Coaching make a move. A big initiation, though, from Overlord. Uguay down to about 25 HP. Kyrios is going to follow in as well. The Unite from the Eldegoss should bring everybody up. It's also going to do a good amount of damage to Kyrios. Overlord at half, Otter at half, Lutano all the way down on the Tier 1 goal zone. They've been using that as almost a home base, but they realize they have to move. Rayquaza down to Half-Life itself as Machil tries to go in, but gets melted. Throws Overlord about 4 miles away in the meantime, but it's a flip, and Overlord is the one to secure Rayquaza.
And that was a team wipe on the side of Unite Coaching as well, so nobody is here to go and stop the dunks that are gonna rain on through. 40 points, making it 80, plus another 100 as well. LG, I mean, it was a late one, a slow Rayquaza fight, but that match, there was just so much action.
There was. I think I was doing my best Dupe Snacks impression. Not a very good impression, but boy, it just felt like I was talking forever in the middle of that fight. But that was a fun one. That was a really great final 2 minutes in that match, and it easily could have gone either way. They were really trading off KOs a lot. And realistically, I think they both realized that it was going to come down to they just kind of almost have to flip. Just the AoE damage, especially of Overlord being so strong in that moment, was able to really clear out the entire other team and that Rayquaza. So a great back and forth match to start this set. I feel like I still don't know who's going to win this set. This didn't give us that much more of an insight.
Well, it is best of 5 after all, so we may still have a long road ahead, but one thing is for certain, LG have managed to lock in that first game. But yeah, this Rayquaza pit was just very much backwards and forth, very much like the bottom path, east, west, north, south, who even knows, but it was leaving 2 members of Unite Coaching here. It was a great stall out by the Snorlax for them to come on in, and I actually realized that Aegis Slash still had their Unite move on hand. Popping that Wide Guard and that Coup de Grace ended up coming out a little bit too late, and it ended up being the other sword to lock in that secure.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. That's what they say. Trainer from Luminosity Gaming, player of the game. on this. Once again, we've seen a lot of these Leafeons kind of pop up, and I feel like we haven't really been talking about them like, oh my god, they got, 12 KOs in a row, but they've been super, super important. And weirdly more quietly than I feel like we usually see speedsters, but I think it's just a lot of these top players, and the way that they're playing specifically Leafeon feels like they're almost playing it like an attacker. They're getting this damage where they're a little bit less in risk, and it's been really impactful.
I was going to say, usually roller speedsters like the assassin, they need to go undetected, and well, I guess they've gone undetected by our eye here, but that's the thing. The rest of the team gets the damage, and they come in and snipe those KOs, finish the job. As we've seen, and I guess that's a benefit with Leafeon as well, it has quite a short Unite cooldown, and it packs so much punch as well.
Yeah, right when you need to just target out one option, that's exactly what it's there for. And just every time that you're in those fights, you just get to use it over and over. It builds up those stacks. It's a great Pokemon right now, but definitely underneath the ban window, I would say. Like, nobody's banning with it specifically. Nobody's super hard counterpicking it right now. So we'll probably see that a lot throughout the rest of the day. But realistically, I mean, again, this is the start of a very potentially long set. I mean, even if it's only 3 games, this is going to be a longer set than we're used to, as we are in regional finals. So we are going to see it be a 3 out of 5. And there's a lot of time for both of these teams to adapt, and especially with players, which counts for both teams, that have been playing for years competitively. I feel like the adaptations will always show up. We're not going to see the same thing just running into each other, 3 times in a row, and they're like, it didn't work. That's unfortunate, but it's going to be some pretty big changes, I think.
Well, one thing, I ended up getting a word from production that Leafeon has been picked up 43 times, but its win rate is 47%. So I guess it's very much hit or miss. Really comes down, well, it is a team game after all.
Sure.
We were talking about it. It's that Pokemon, it does a lot of damage up front, but really you want to utilize it to land those finishing blows. But I mean, we'll wait and see whether Trainer ends up selecting this Pokemon once again, or whether we'll see a different speedster or a different look from them. Because 3 times in a row, I mean, that's once. Maybe twice?
Maybe. Who knows? There's a lot of options. Let's just put it that way right now. There's a lot of options for everybody. It's impossible to read this meta.
Too many options.
I would never make an assumption that anything will happen anymore. I'm not that wise. I don't know if anybody is. But Luminosity is going to be on the left. Unit Coaching on the right for that second pick. And that does mean that they chose to be in second pick position on Unit Coaching.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to save something secret for that last pick, whatever it is. But we have these 3 supporters being banned on out. Once again, Blissey, Hooper, Psyduck, not seeing the light of day. And I mean, we were talking about ban the Suicune. Well, looks like LG, they are on top of it and locked this Pokemon out.
I do think that's a really smart choice, but that does also mean that they wouldn't solo pick it themselves as their first pick, right? Which is pretty interesting. They maybe, are just not playing around it on their team, because usually when you have a Pokemon that's kind of like the Pokemon to ban, you're not going to ban it out as the player or as like the left side, right? The first pick. Instead, they are first picking that Gyarados, which has been so powerful, and that's fully understandable. The Snorlax going to Uguay, who's been kind of a specialist on that. We used to see them as specialists more for the Trevenant, but the Snorlax has been looking amazing.
Yeah, but Machuzel is going to lock in their Zacian for themselves this time round. So switching it on up, looks like Otter is hovering over this Mew. It's funny because Mew is actually the Pokemon that has coaching. So does Luminosity, they said you need coaching. Does Luminosity Gaming need coaching?
You know what's funny? I actually made that joke last month.
Did you?
And I was like, you know why nobody's beat no uni coaching is because they haven't been choosing Mew. I think it was a stupid joke, but I'm glad that we both made the stupid joke.
Well, I guess it just demonstrates what we are then.
Yes. You know what's funny though is when you made the joke that time, I was like, I don't understand what you're saying. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I made that same one.
Wait, Comfey? We were talking about this earlier. Are we going to see the supporter? We do! JL's locked it in!
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, yeah, I don't know the last time that I've seen Unique coaching playing Comfey. If we were going to see Comfey, I thought maybe it would be like a Luminosity like side pick here or something like that. But very interesting. I wonder if we're going to see, what is Lutano going to pick? This is a pretty interesting choice. Lutano can flex to a lot of different really important options. Now that we know that it's going to be more of like a Comfey-based match, not that necessarily the Comfey is going to be on Lutano, but yeah, you kind of want somebody who's not going to have to worry about getting supported as much from the supporter when you have that Comfey. So I love the fact that they're choosing Snipe. They're going to be able to kind of play at their own range and not really have to have the rest of the team worry about them.
Well, when you have a Snorlax and a Zacian brawling up front, protecting Lutano, really, that's going to be the key come these team fights. But I think locking in this Inteleon, especially to counter the range that Mew can bring with their Solar Beam, the mid-range range that Curious can bring with this Alolan Raichu, it's just a matter of whether Lutano can land these snipe shots majority of this match.
Right, yeah. Or more importantly, I guess, after that last set, it's whether or not Luminosity Gaming is going to walk into the end of Lutano Snipe shots during this match. But no, I do believe in the Lutano Snipes. Been playing Sniper Pokemon for a long time. And honestly, hit so many important ones, even after all those weird misses in the middle of that Rayquaza fight, which he obviously admitted himself. I think the bigger question here is going to be how well will Lutano be able to get away from Trainer. Trainer on that Mimikyu, such a good pick from Trainer specifically, and it's, I mean, we could see either build, but regardless, I think that Trainer is going to be really good at trying to kind of hunt down that back line.
I think this is actually a really good adjustment from Trainer. Yes, they did play that Leafeon previous match, but Leafeon is known to be quite squishy. So I guess this just gives them a little bit more sustain, especially when you are going into an Inteleon. If they're able to land a Shadow Sneak, they can at least handle a few basic attacks from them.
Yeah, I think also Leafeon, while it is really good at soloing out, big backline targets, I think it's a little bit more successful at like kind of dealing more mid-range, because if you don't have anybody else supporting you in the backline and you're the only one diving the backline, a lot of times people can kind of eject button away as you're trying to unite them or something like that. There's just a lot of ways to not take your full amount of damage, and then you kind of have to chase, and it becomes a weird, awkward thing. But Mimikyu, once it gets on you, it is on you forever, and it is so difficult to deal with, and it unites you, and you're sitting there, and you're like, well, I just can't do anything. So that's just life, and here we go. Game number 2, losers finals. Luminosity Gaming up 1 game on the left, Unity Coaching on the right, and we'll see if that Mimikyu plan pans out. Absol as well. I feel like we didn't even really talk about that much.
No, Absol going undetected here. They are going to take that central area, looking to get that level 5. I mean, they have 2 crit Pokemon on the side of Unity Coaching, so they could actually do some big damage here.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. Honestly, the Phalanx would have been a really good pick because of that, and I didn't think about that. But we haven't seen that much Phalanx this weekend. That's just a kind of little fun part of its passive. But right now, we're going to be playing a little bit slower, I think. We've got a lot of Pokemon that need to kind of hit their power spike on the side of Luminosity Gaming. So despite the fact that Luminosity is usually pretty aggressive early on, yeah, they're going to have a few members that I guess that can. I mean, that was more like counter-aggression, and defeating Trainer like that is a very, very scary thing.
Yeah, very dangerous considering they are at level 6 already. The highest levels so far are those 2 level 5s on Unite Coaching. But because they were wiped out, all of those bottom lane birds end up going to LG there.
And Overlord just kind of flopping around. Look at the Machisel's waiting. Like, come on. Come on, you want this bundle? Oh, no, it's mine. Just kidding. Otter trying to get in with some help. But funny little standoff. But they're playing it pretty slow here. Just sitting in the tall grass. Oh, my goodness. Overlord getting so low. Is Overlord going to go down? Is Otter going to go down? Everybody's low. Jail popping off for a little bit of extra damage. But there's Trainer, who's already been pretty fed at 2 KO streak, though, for Machizel, with, of course, Jail on top. Machizel +1, and Trainer has a huge health advantage here. They're not getting that heal off of JL, maybe not high level enough. The cooldown's still up, and they're both going to go down. Uguay showing up a little bit late to that party.
Yeah, but 2 KO streak does go over to Trainer as we have Snorlax taking a nap, getting wiped out. But 51-21, it looks like LG are going to take the opportunity to get some dunks in this top path, but 3 members are here to come and defend.
And Vin Diesel, somehow level 8, by the way. I didn't actually know exactly how that happened, but was staying pretty high up to level after getting KO'd a little bit early on. So we are going to be really focusing, I think, on this Absol and what they can do, because they haven't been a part of a ton of the fights, except for, like I said, diving in, maybe not getting what they wanted to. Just as we get into fights later on. Right now, still, we're doing some kind of split, like 1v1s, 1v2s, which is exactly what we're seeing here, as Overlord playing the same build that Kyrios was playing last time, which is pretty funny to see two people on the same team do the same thing.
Did you just see that snipe shot from Latano onto Kyrios? They are needing to back away. It's going to be a Registeel and Luminosity Gaming. They're not going to delay, but wait, no, they are going to delay and pounce on Latano, who has to back away. Vin Diesel has popped the Unite move, and Registeel's going to get reset here.
Ooh, that's a really unfortunate reset. They were really close to being able to just quickly take that for LG, but now they've got to deal with the fact that Lutano's still there. Lutano can steal, Vin Diesel can steal. No Unite from the Absol's big, but Trainer's getting jumped on immediately. Great heavy slam follow-up, but the return Unite coming out from Mimikyu means that it's going to be Vin Diesel going down, JL as well, quickly second, and Trainer's going to line up beautiful Shadow Sneak. That's going to be like a 4 KO streak, basically. Or maybe they only got 3, but 4 along the side. The Tier 1 Gold Zone going down undoubtedly. The Registeel going down undoubtedly. LG kind of running away with this one early on.
They are running away with it. They have that Mimikyu already at level 10. However, we do have 2 level 10s already on the side of UNITE Coaching. They are just going to regather up in this top path as Overlord ends up catching a sweet Kiss Comfey and this Zacian in this tall grass.
Yeah, that would explain why they weren't getting heals earlier. That's really an interesting strategy. We'll talk about that one when I get a chance to think about it. But Overlord and Trainer all up here, and Kyrios, this is scary. You honestly, yeah, you kind of got to back up. We do see, a few members able to defend here. A great wall, but only pushing them back into the Flux Zone, and popping that so the Unite from JL is going to give them a little bit of an advantage, but only for a short amount of time, as 3 members now down for UNITE Coaching. That Gold Zone going down, their second Tier 1 already fallen, and Lutano's doing a good amount of damage for the backline. It's just not enough. The Shadow Sneak from so far away. Trainer is an absolute monster on this Pokemon.
This is what we were talking about earlier. It's so hard for this Inteleon to escape, but Mimikyu ends up getting taken down as Vin Diesel is trying to take down Overlord, chucking their waterfall, giving them shields, and taking the Absol out instead. 2 KO streak for Gyarados.
This has been so much fighting. There are so many KOs in this game, but surprisingly, the level difference not as big as it could be. I will say, though, Trainer has been absolutely just running it down. The biggest thing, though, is that they did manage to get kind of reverse KO'd in that last fight, so a lot of return AXP went the way of UNITE Coaching. The points lead, I would say, is pretty significant. They've really got to be careful. The fact that they don't have their Tier 1 Gold Zones as well means it's going to be harder for them to make a comeback. UNITE coming out from Trainer, and that's going to be them actually getting KO'd. No real follow-up there. They're like, please help me, as the Unite's going to come out now as well from Overlord. They're going to try to steal away this Regieleki, and I don't think... Oh, no, they were able to get it.
Yeah, it ended up being Overlord on the Gyarados to lock it on down. Comfey without anybody to attach to is going to get wiped out, but that is a 3 KO streak for Kyrios on the Alolan and Raichu. 194 to 72 points. Regieleki making its way towards his 2-2 pad. Slash Can potentially looking for a pick, but it looks like they're just trying to delay this Regieleki from quickly getting shredded down.
This is a really tough spot. The Registeel, by the way, getting taken uncontested, but this is such a tough spot for the side of UNITE Coaching. They're losing so many fights all in a row. I don't really know what they can do, and they're still being forced to fight as there's an invasion in their center area. 2 or 3 of them going down all at once. Overlord's getting pretty low. If they can get the KO there, that's going to be huge, and they do actually manage to get that KO, but in return, an ace, a full team wipe coming from Luminosity Gaming. This Gold Zone fully going down. The next Regieleki to spawn will be heading towards that Zapdos play, and this just looks like Luminosity Gaming has no mercy. They want to earn their rematch up against Orange Juicers. Trainer, though, going down. That's a lot of EXP going back the way of UNITE Coaching, but 14 on 2 Pokemon for LG.
Yeah, that is definitely going to leave UNITE Coaching in a scary position, but they're not going to let up just yet, as they're going to try and pressure this Tier 1 pad. But we quickly have Zacian being shredded on down, along with the Comfey and the Snorlax, and LG, they're just rushing towards him, taking KO after KO.
This is going to be such a high KO game. I really want to see the stats page for this. Kira's is going to have to back, not going to be able to try to take down that Regieleki. I feel like certainly you have to focus on this Regieleki if you're Luminosity, right? And then in return, you kind of have to defend against it if you're UNITE coaching. The fact they have the entire top path open, yeah, look at that. 4 of them all just sitting up there. They're able to burn that down very quickly, especially with Kyrgios being on this little Raichu. It's going to do so much just kind of average damage. Regieleki going down towards the main base at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's a nightmare scenario, but they might be going for an ambush.
Ooh, Uguay is going to dive on in, use their power nap to go and heal them. Slash getting such minimal HP, does end up getting wiped on down as we are going to take this fight into UNITE coaching central area. But no, LG, they're actually going to retreat on back and start chipping away at this Rayquaza.
Chipping away, maybe more like burning it down. It's already at almost half HP. They do see that there are some members coming in to try and stop them. So they are going to turn around. Rayquaza is going to reset. So that initial strategy of just auto burning it down, not quite going into play. Most of the members of UNITE coaching are sitting in their center area, starting to rotate down to that bottom path. But in the meantime, easily they could have taken Rayquaza. I just want to point that out there. Luminosity Gaming had plenty of time to actually do that, but they're ahead by so many points. And I'm not sure what's happening at this point, but I do got to say, this is a tough spot to come back for our friends here in UNITE coaching. And there we go. We can see the fight actually starting as we are going to now see 2 members of Luminosity Gaming down. Trainer will be coming back into the fight relatively soon. 1 minute left on the clock. 320 points lead for Luminosity Gaming as Rayquaza is starting to get pretty low. Kyrgios 1 shot from being KO'd. Trainer at full life coming back into this, about to hit level 14, and it's going to be Lutano taking the final hit on the Rayquaza. A full team wipe. 45 seconds left. We see a ton of points in pockets, almost none for the Absol. That's going to be unfortunate. They need to score a lot. That's going to be another Hundo Burger up top. That's going to take them up to 272. They still need a Hundo Burger plus more.
30 seconds left to go. We have Mammoth Match coming on in, but it isn't able to stop Machisel from getting their dunk. They now have the lead, and 3 members of LG are down. I mean, this was an absolute intense final stretch, but, well, UNITE coaching, Latano able to take this one for their team.
Wow, I cannot believe they turned that around. Luminosity Gaming had such a lead, but when it came down to, I don't even want to call it the refight, it was like the re-fight. I don't even know, there might have even been more than that. They just weren't able to take the win, and of course, Lutano landing the snipe shot that truly he needed at that exact moment. Following that up with the full team wipe, and still, they barely had enough points to jump ahead. I mean, they were ahead by like, I don't know, 130 or something like that, but considering they got a full team wipe versus a team of 5, that is not the biggest lead that one could have. So a very scary game, and that does mean we're all tied up in this losers finals match.
Yeah, it really came down to the wire, but we wanted to see this stats page. We actually had Trainer and Kyrgios double-digit KOs this match.
Yeah, there were a lot of KOs, and yeah, look at 10, 9, 12.
20 assists from Overlord as well.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, wow, 20 for Overlord, that's kind of random, but that is, yeah, just a lot of KOs. But now it's funnier to even look at that stat because they lost the game, right? That is I mean, I don't want to say bizarre, but that's just how it can go. UNITE coaching, they were able to fight their way back in, and the fact that they had so many refights, they actually kind of got back up to level a little bit more than they were. They were out-leveled, but the fact that it was like, you're KOing some of us, we're KOing some of you, but the experiences are to our advantage because of the way that worked. They just did a really good job of kind of holding on to that. So we can see the kind of landslide victory for Luminosity for the first 7 minutes of the game, and then we can see what happened after that.
Yeah, they actually ended up having a level 15 Raichu at the end, but it just goes to show you do not give up until the very end. UNITE coaching, I feel like, are bringing their absolute all. I mean, it makes sense. It is the North America Regional Finals.
Yeah, you have to go 100% at this point. But also, I mean, I feel like I could actually talk about that last Rayquaza. I don't even want to, last 2 minutes of the game a lot. There was an opportunity for them that they could have actually just burned down Rayquaza 100% without, I think, anybody from UNITE coaching even seeing. But unfortunately, I mean, I think it's the safer option to not try that, obviously. They went for the safer option. They were ahead by so much, and unfortunately just didn't quite go their way. So Lutano my MVP, but right now, Machisel, our game MVP.
Yeah, they had the pocket comfy there to drag them into the Sacred Sword. So getting the setups during some of those moments. But, I mean, even then, it's the Sacred Sword play rough combination here to just lock down their opponents. And they managed to do 70k damage this time around.
Right, against a team that had no healers, right?
No.
So that does mean a whole lot as far as how much you can actually do, right? You don't get all that healing, so you're not just hitting into something that's getting healed back up. So very impressive. I love seeing the combinations with Sweet Kiss Comfey. It does give you that shielding, so it does increase its survivability, but it's not going to be the healing of if you're going the normal route. And combining with that Zacian that Machizel's been playing all season, really, it looked really good, and probably a big reason as well why we ended up seeing the full team wipe in that Rayquaza pit after they managed to take it. I'm not sure, a lot happening all at once. I'd love to see that back again in slow-mo at some points. But that was a wild match, I gotta say, and it's just extending the distance that we're going.
Well, it has been a wild, wild day here after all. So many incredible matches, but this losers final isn't over just yet because it is a best of 5. But we are currently 1 apiece to each of these teams.
Yeah, 1 apiece, and there's still plenty of time for them to adapt. It's basically like they're starting a normal 2 out of 3 set now, right? After we've already seen some information from each other. But I do have to say, Luminosity Gaming, again, I'm not trying to, talk against them, but they are considered one of the best teams in the entire world. They did amazingly at ACL. But now to see that they lost in the winner's bracket, and now they are 1-1 against a different team in North America here in the loser's bracket, it's like, okay, maybe North America is just in a really good spot right now. There feels like that could be a pretty good chance, and it's kind of awesome to see.
Honestly, there are just so many powerhouses in the NA region so far. We have version 1 making it on through despite not making top 8 at all. And I think, this is just going to demonstrate, how tough Worlds is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, I love the fact that, speaking of ACL, we got a chance to see all the different teams from so many different regions playing there, and those all felt really close. I mean, we had the team from Korea, we had the team from, we had tons of APAC teams. They're all looking extremely strong. The Japanese team's looking great. Luminosity was right up amongst them, getting, I think it was 4th. I'm blanking out on that all of a sudden. But, yeah, then we get to compare now Luminosity doing this against everybody else here, playing the same way. And it's like, okay, well, they could potentially be up in that spot as well. So I feel like so many different regions are going to look great. I mean, they went toe-to-toe earlier in the season with team from Brazil, who now, we haven't had a chance to fight against them recently, but they're looking great as well. We've seen them play against teams from South America, the other South American regions is what I should say, not just South America. And yeah, it's going to be a scary world. So I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but there is still a long road ahead. Before that, we do have NAIC, the final stretch after all. So Luminosity Gaming, they're going to be there locking in that travel award to head on to there as well. So, it's just been an intense day, an intense season, and it's kind of wild that we're almost coming to the end, but one thing that isn't coming to an end just yet, it's only just beginning, is going to be this 3rd game.
Oh, yeah, we might be in for another long one. You and I casted a 5-game best of 5 yesterday, I guess the last broadcast, but we might be going for the same thing in this one, as Luminosity is going to be taking first pick. Bans are relatively the same for them. We're seeing 3 supports banned altogether in this particular match. The Blissey off board, the Hoopa off board. So we'll see what everybody flexes to. And you can tell Luminosity just loves this Gyarados right now. I'd have to expect they're a big reason why that win rate is so high.
I feel like it's same old, same bans, same first picks for both of these teams. Kyrios and Otter continuing the same story. JL locking in the Comfey once again.
This might just be the same game over again. Are we watching a replay right now?
I'm not sure. I'm having major deja vu.
Me too. We are seeing mostly the same of kind of everything. All right, Lutano. Nope, I wanted to see you go back and play the Duraludon. Already 100% win rate on stream. Much better than this Inteleon. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Is this an exact repeat of last game? Was anything different? Was Vin Diesel on Absol, or was it the game previous? I'm blanking, but really close to at least to a full repeat of the last game. And it just seems like confidence, right? They picked really quick as well. it almost looked like they were just redrafting.
They pretty much already knew what they were going in for. I mean, it was such a back and forth match between them, so why change something that isn't broken? It isn't these Pokemon, after all. This is just the first step. It comes down to the decisions that happen in games. So let's see if any different decisions come out this time around.
Yeah. I mean, it did come down to, like I said, it was like a refight into a refight into a refight. It was a lot of awkwardness. Okay, yeah, we did get confirmation this was the exact same comp both sides. I feel like I didn't get a chance to see Vin do too much action-wise last game. I guess we did early on, now that I'm remembering it. But yeah, wow, really impressive from both sides to see them completely redraft and just say, we know exactly what we did wrong, and we know what we can do better, and now we're going to do better than you're doing better.
Well, you know what they say, you learn from your mistakes. So whether they can actually demonstrate that, if they were to learn from their mistakes, then should go back the other way to Luminosity Gaming, unless Unite Coaching can do a 2-game streak here.
I mean, you can learn from your mistakes even if you won, right? I mean, again, I almost feel like they were... Okay, this is going to sound bad. Not to say that it was mistakes, but there were more situations that Luminosity was ahead in the last game than they were not ahead. So I think Unite Coaching can learn a lot from that as well, seeing if they can pick up more of the early game as we're going to go into game number 3. Luminosity Gaming on the left, Unite Coaching on the right, and truly a repeat.
It is a repeat down in that bottom path. We are going to see that Pikachu and Swinub tackle up against this Snorlax and Sobble. But Overlord, I mean, they're getting caught out here, being able to get in a lot of their effort gauge earlier on because Machisel and JL are playing so aggressively.
Yeah, very, very aggressively. They just really want to try and shut down this Magikarp, I think, early on. But Otter being the support there is huge. The biggest thing, though, is that they are going to be able to do damage that they're going to have to heal back with only berries, basically, at this moment, or sitting a really long time on the pad. So slowly, over time, they can try to chip them down, which is something that they've been slowly doing. We're going to see the assist as well from Vin Diesel coming up top, getting a little bit more experience as they're going to be fighting for this 850 spawn.
Yeah, the birds are about to come on up. We have members hiding in the tall grass, but Overlord is really close to evolving into a Gyarados, unless they end up getting cut on down. Ooh. Yes, they do, which does leave the option for Unite Coaching to push this T1 pad.
Lutano as well helping out with this, but we are going to see the return KO on Vin Diesel. Trainer catching 2 in a row, and now Lutano, you've got to be super scared of this situation. You get a little bit too close and it's over. You had to eject button out of there. Good stuff, but certainly just very scary as Overlord is going to be evolving at the 8 minutes 22 second mark, which is pretty good.
Yeah, now they are going to select that waterfall, straight crash into that Zacian and Comfey, looking to taking them down, but Comfey ends up going into the grass, potentially just to gather some flowers, but they really left themselves in a dangerous position there.
Yeah, oh, there we go. There's the Sweet Kiss, and pulling them in is going to be able to get that KO, but, or no, I'm sorry, the return KO. Overlord was the one that got the KO there. I just saw one person walking away, didn't realize who it was going to be. Both teams kind of walking to the other side, but Overlord very low, Otter very, very low, Trainer still here, still looking like an MVP player, and that was their big problem last game on the side of Unite Coaching, was the Trainer was just running away with things. It's looking to be a true repeat.
Yeah, well, we already have 2 level 8s on the side of LG. The highest level on the side of Unite Coaching is Vin Diesel on that Absol at level 7. But we do have another lot of Swablu's and Altarias about to spawn, just waiting in the tall grass as they are about to appear.
There's the Sweet Kiss. It's just going to only be pulling in one member. That was just going to be Slash. So they're not going to be able to get the KO that they really wanted to. Pretty tanky member standing up front. Good positioning from the side of Luminosity Gaming. But a lot of the farm going to be going to Unite Coaching. If you look at the levels, you can see that they're still behind, though, unfortunately, by a pretty decent amount. A lot of it's been because of all these KOs from Trainer and Curios as well, by the way, at level 9.
Yeah, we already have 2 Unite moves available if they want to go and fight this back. But Vin Diesel being really brave, knowing they have a Comfey pocket. But that's going to be a 2-for-1 deal for Trainer with that play with me. And we'll make that 3 because of that Registeel.
This is becoming very problematic. One of the biggest problems about using Comfei, even when it's not Sweet Kids Comfei, is the fact that if you're behind in levels, even whatever the Comfei is doing basically is not enough to really carry you through these fights. And it's certainly the same with Sweet Kids Comfei. Obviously, it's going to give you a little bit more burst at the start of a fight, so if you have a really, really high amount of burst, maybe it can do something, but you're still really fighting 4v5 under leveled, and it really shows, especially when it's something like a Mimikyu that's over-leveling you.
Yeah, well, when you're under-leveled, you don't exactly want to drag somebody closer to you that is a higher level.
Yeah.
We are just going to focus on getting some experience on the board for the time being, trying to get some Unite moves. It's only Latano, and as I say that, the Zacian also ends up getting the Unite move for Unite coaching.
We should add Gross Kiss to the moveset of Comfei, where it pushes people away from you, makes them run away. They're like, no, I don't like that. Well, nice snipe shot from Lutano. I think getting that last hit of the Altaria there in the middle of the spawns. Oh, yeah, we got a little sneak peek over there of a Gyarados, who was doing some good things, I think, helping assist with that KO. But 166-27, huge lead from Luminosity Gaming. They've got the level advantage. They've got everything going for them. They've basically been in a winning position and lost in the literal previous game. So you cannot say, oh yeah, this looks like it's going to be a Luminosity game. But if they learned anything from last game, maybe they'll hold on to this lead a little bit better.
Yeah, you truly just never know. But we are only at that halfway mark, as you mentioned, 166-27. So a slower pace here for Unite Coaching, but a great snipe shot from Latano to chunk out half of the HP from Slash Cam there.
Yeah, Slash, a little bit of a big target on that Mamoswine, and it's a pretty big target against the Heavy Slam as well. Gets hit by another snipe shot, as in the back line, we're going to see Vin Diesel pop the Absolute Unite, unfortunately not able to get a KO. Return Unite from Curios, just do so much damage on top of where they were all standing, and I mean, we're going to be able to keep up this Snorlax, give it that little bit of extra shielding as it gets out of there, but you're not going to be winning the fight, you're not going to be winning that objective, and it's to be seen as to whether or not you'll be able to defend this goal zone. Lutano standing pretty far away, using that rage to help defend. In the meantime, though, looks like Unite Coaching will be taking this Regieleki for free.
Well, you've got to divide and conquer, try and take what you can get. But we do have Alolan Raichu getting knocked on out. Once again, play with me straight onto that Inteleon. They are able to eject it out, but it ends up, oh my gosh, the block to save Latano there is insane.
Wow, Lutano and JL both at like 1 HP, just barely getting out of there. Really good stuff. But unfortunately, they still were not able to defend that goal zone. So really, they did their best, but they're just behind by so much. It's such a tough spot. Honestly, the levels actually have started to even out. It kind of was near the end of that fight, though. So they weren't able to really kind of play that kind of head-to-head. Now, though, not looking as bad.
They are actually even in levels here. Less than 100 points difference between these two teams. So Unite Coaching has made a comeback. Sweet Kiss Comfei is going to drag back Otter. They quickly get shut on down. And Midnight Slash isn't actually going to land its mark, but that is going to boost them to try and take down this Mamoswine. But they quickly need to retreat, wait for their movesets to replenish.
They actually were one hit away. Okay, Unite coming out here from Overlord is barely going to catch Vin Diesel, which in turn is catching JL. Almost was able to get away from it. Lutano, though, now getting kind of blocked by these wild Pokemon. Oh, Machizel's jumping in, really going for Overlord. Okay, Overlord is going to get away. The Waterfall just being such an excellent way to get out of danger when you realize that you're kind of the last one in there. So just a little bit of a retreat. They don't want to give up more EXP when they don't have to. It's looking pretty even, but Slash actually getting caught out from the tall grass, was trying to zone, and this could be a fight over this last basement Reggie.
Well, we've already had 2 Reggie steals. We do have Otto utilizing their Unite move at the 2-minute 30 mark. 2 members of LG are down. Kyrios also joins the Fallen, and it looks like Unite Coaching are going to be able to secure this Reggie steal uncontested now. That is huge for them going into this final stretch.
Wow, this goal zone's definitely going down. Slash is the only one that's up. They're standing for positioning, for vision in this center area. There is the potential here that you just kind of rip down this Rayquaza, but now that they've got the lead back, even if but it's only by 1 point. I'm not sure if Unite Coaching wants to do that. They are going to hold on a very forward position. Unite coming out from the Absol, burning down Slash. Slash is going to get KO'd very, very quickly. 3 members chasing Otter over on the west side. Otter goes down to Vin Diesel as well. Finally starting to see that mileage come out, but in return, Oogway will get taken down. The Unite comes out, lands on Trainer, and Trainer getting taken out. Overlord, the only one left. They've got to be careful. There'll no Unite available. We thought earlier, Unite just came out, but got canceled. And Rayquaza going a second game in a row to the side of Unite Coaching.
They are currently 1 point difference, but with all these ray shields, pretty much a full pockets on hand. Oh, the way they're able to go and getting that 48 and 50 to maximize the dunk on the T2, they don't need to go and push this home base. They have enough here, but there's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
There is. They're down by a still pretty significant amount, though, 277 points, and they've got to find a way to make that comeback. They've got one big final push, and looking in the points in their pockets, they do have a pretty significant amount, and luckily nobody's at like that much, so the caps should be relatively quick. There's a ton of AOS energy on the ground as well if they need to repick up more, but they've got to win a fight. Look at how many level 15s are on the side of Unite Coaching. 3, and it's all their damage dealers. Running through the center area is a cool idea, though.
Yeah, not only do they have the levels, they also still have the Rayquaza shield to give him some shielding and attacks burst. We have Gyarados being made into sashimi there. 3 members of LG have been knocked on out. 20 seconds left to go. I mean, we saw Chisel with a ray shield here. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that Unite Coaching have taken the second match.
I think so too, or at least their second match. This is now going to be their match point. It is best of 5. I cannot believe in that final moment of the kind of this last push that we saw from LG. Overlord went down in like a split second, and that is a high level, stacked Gyarados. But I think it was a snipe shot and the Absol Unite, and Overlord was just gone off the map. But wow, a second comeback in a row. We truly, truly saw a repeat of the last game, right? It was like, okay, Luminosity Gaming, they're winning really strongly in the first portion of the game. But I do feel like Unite Coaching managed to make the comeback a little bit earlier this time around, actually. And then when it got to the Rayquaza fight, again, they were just able to take it despite being behind by a lot the entire game. And, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, #1 seed, on the verge of being eliminated.
Oh, that is a scary thought, but you know what? These are some incredible highlights. I love to see this Snorlax going and protecting Latano at all costs in that previous one. But yeah, it came down to this final fight. And going up, we were mentioning double crit. You have Absol and Inteleon. If it does end up having those pips to give him that extra burst, LG ended up just getting melted.
And Vin Diesel is going to be the MVP this time around. Yeah, I was saying in the previous game, despite their comeback, it felt like we didn't get to see as much from Vin in the final moments of the game. Not the case this time. Vin Diesel was running around, KOing like 3 people in a row, getting almost 90,000 damage, scoring almost 300 points, and the Absol pick really, really coming into play.
Yeah, able to go in and utilize their Unite moves. And, well, look at that. They actually have an Accelerator Bracer equipped too. Once again, it's a secret item.
Yep, I mean, it's not that secret, really.
Well,
it's
no.
kind of
Pretty
everybody's
obvious.
picking it at this point. But I do believe that we've got a very relevant information coming in hot live from Kaiju Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the team how they were meshing together. They seem to be playing really well. And basically the answer they gave is we're doing everything we can to get this done. We are supporting each other. We've got each other's back. Put it this way, if there was a food challenge that required 5 people to complete something in some amount of time, they would all select each other, and they think they'd be able to get it done. But this isn't a food challenge, so I'm looking forward to seeing how their run continues today. Back to you in the booth.
What type of food challenge do you think they'd be able to take on?
Which team? See, that's the thing, is I don't know which team he was talking about.
I think he was talking about Unk there.
Okay, yeah, I believe
Maybe?
it. Actually, big fan of Unk back there. I think he actually made a tweet, and he was like an old guy in the scene, love the Unks. But Unk together as a team, what kind of food challenge could they take as a group of 5? I don't feel like a lot of people on Unk could eat a lot, so maybe like a spicy challenge. I kind of feel like maybe like a spicy challenge would be good for them. They got a lot of like, well, I don't know. I mean, yeah. I don't think they're like big eaters. They're like they could handle the pain, you know. I mean, Lutano had had Zapdos flipped on him about 3,000 times earlier on in the game's life, and he knows that level of pain, so I think they could handle it.
Oh, well, maybe some spicy challenge to come at Worlds there if we end up meeting them. Who knows if they'll end up taking on that challenge. But you know what? This may potentially be the final game that we see in the losers finals. UNITE Coaching, they have 2 points here. If they take this match 3 in a row, they are going to go up against Orange Juicers in the grand finals.
That would be a lot of fun to see a completely fresh match, or it'd be fun to see the rematch. So honestly, whoever wins, I'm excited. And once again, we're going to be seeing all these teams again at Worlds. So this is just a little bit of like a test of what's to come, and I'm very excited about that. But I do got to say, one thing I don't want to see, I don't want to see the exact same draft again. I think that we are just going to get a once again repeat. If there's one thing that I think needs to be answered, and I think it's pretty clear, it's Lutano. Lutano on that Inteleon has been so key to the victory both games now that they've managed to win. And even though Trainer's been doing amazingly and is the one who really needs to get that targeting, it just doesn't seem like it's been an easy thing to do by any means. Lutano staying in perfect positioning.
Same perfect positioning, but it's all because of that front line that they have. Uguay being able to take the shots, especially from Otter on the Mew. We saw that huge body block come out from them, and this is why Lutano remains untouched a lot of the time. I mean, we did see them getting taken down by the Mimikyu a few times there, so a great answer. But yeah, whether we're going to have some deja vu once again, or whether we're going to have a little bit more spice enter the mix come this next draft.
Oh, it's all about the spiciness.
It's all about the spice.
Yeah, okay. What's the spiciest Pokemon that they could choose?
I don't know. I prefer sweet, to be honest.
All right.
So maybe more sweet kiss comfy. We've already had that.
Yeah, already had that. I already made the joke about it, but bounce sweet, right?
Bounce sweet.
Pretty literal. And honestly, we've seen them actually play that on the side of Luminosity earlier today, even with Overlord choosing that Serena. So we'll see if that happens again. That actually wouldn't be the worst choice in the world. But they've been really prioritizing that Gyarados. We're staying on the same exact sides. Will we get the same exact bands? Will it be this into the Hoopa once again? Yes. Are we going to see the same draft? If so, I'm taking a nap.
Oh, no, you're not allowed to take a nap.
I can take a nap if it's the same draft 3 games in a row. That's in my in my contract, I think. I'm thinking that's in all of our contracts.
Well, something that can stay here for a nap is a Snorlax, if it does go yawn. But yeah, this is different so far, / locking in this Snorlax and taking that away from Uguay.
That's a wild first pick. I mean, definitely Uguay's been doing an amazing job, and I think they just do not want that to happen again. Also, like you mentioned so perfectly, they're doing a great job of defending their backline, and they maybe want to deal with the backline a little bit more. So we're going to be trading the first pick, kind of, with Machisel being the one now to steal away that Gyarados.
Yeah, well, Gyarados didn't end up going to Overlord, so it looks like they're going to bring something different to the table. Kyrios, though, locking in this Alolan Raichu once again, and Otter on the Mew.
I think we're probably going to see similar support lines, and yeah, JL is going to be going back once again to the Comfey, so JL can take a nap during this game. No, I'm just kidding. It takes a lot of skill, actually, at this high level. But yeah, what Overlord chooses is going to be a really interesting choice, and I get a feeling maybe we could end up seeing not necessarily just from Overlord, but maybe some speedster options coming out from Trainer or Overlord this time around, just so that they can try to get to the back line a little bit more. And hey, we're going to see it from Overlord, a pick that we haven't seen from him, or maybe we did see it earlier today, but it's one that he hasn't been picking for a while recently, which is that Dodrio, and I do wonder what build it's going to be, because at this point I never know.
Oh, we don't know, because final preparations are still to come, but we are talking about one of the biggest threats on UNITE Coaching. Lutano has been able to lock in this Inteleon once again.
Yeah, just kind of for free. And I think the idea here is that now they're going to have a lot more options on the side of Luminosity Gaming to deal with Lutano sitting in that back line. But now Uguay is going to be on the Lapras, who's going to help and try and defend and body block and everything that you need to do. Still going to be a little bit more difficult, especially with, just the fact that Overlord is now playing the Speedster alongside Trainer. So we'll see how it works. Lutano is going to be a really important part of this. Like, whether he's a part of the match or not able to be a part of the match is going to decide a lot of who makes the
progressing forward.
Wait, what do you mean not a part of the match?
Well, when you get KO'd over and over by people diving you, then you're not a part of the match, really.
Well, I mean, one good thing for Unique coaching here is I don't think they're too upset about Slash picking up this Snorlax because Lapras is such a great counter into these special attackers. Being able to soak up a lot of that damage from Otter and Kyrios. Once it hits, I believe it's like around the level 8, level 9 mark, they actually have the highest special defense.
Yeah, it's also going to be able to, I mean, it's got that passive so that if there's any big chunk damage, then it's going to be able to stop that, which is really nice against, sometimes, I mean, maybe, I guess it is mostly multiple hits of damage, I guess, from the other team. I was thinking that maybe there was one, but regardless, it's just going to be a very survivable Pokemon. It's going to have a little bit of crowd control to help and make sure that they're not going to dive. And there's a reason why we've been seeing Lapras happen to show up a lot more as time has gone on over the course of this weekend, and we'll see. Big changes for the draft for the first time. Luminosity on their final chance here against UNITE Coaching. All teams qualified, but if they move forward into grand finals, it's that much more money.
Now we do have LG on the purple side, Unique Coaching on the orange. We actually have Zacian taking the central area this time round as Machizel is on this fish, chasing down Overlord, just trying to get this effort gauge filled up.
Now, while I did say that I was like, I have no what build we're going to see from Overlord, I do, of course, assume that it's going to be Tri-Attack, but again, every single time that I say something, assuredly, I am wrong. So we're going to see a very aggressive path up top. That score-in is pretty big from a Chisel. Scoring is a great way to build up that gauge if you can, of course, flop all the way across the path. Oh, but getting KO'd is not going to be good for the gauge. If that does happen, but no, Overlord's actually getting turned on. Otter going forward, but no, the Electro Ball not quite enough.
No, it wasn't enough because of the shielding that tier 1 pad was available for Vin Diesel, but they ended up only taking that red buff. No blue buff for them. Looking for that level 5. We do have 4v4 up in the top path.
Yeah, this is kind of a battleground. It's like a single path game at this point. Oh my goodness, that's so much damage to everybody on LG. Is it 3 members going down? It is. That's huge. Otter now potentially being the 4th. They are going to chase them down. Probably not going to be able to get quite enough damage. Otter will be able to get back, get that healing. But that's, you know, if you want to shut down Lutano, giving him a bunch of KOs early in the game is possibly not the way to do it.
You know what you could call that? You could call that a spicy meatball fight there for Lutano because they are already at that level 6. Obviously, level 7 is what they're looking for, so they can get their snipe shot. But this rotation is really interesting, how they've been left up in the top path to try and defend, but shortly, we'll have another set of birds spawning. But first, they need to try and deal with Uguay. The rush is in!
Oh my goodness, the 2 members there, 3 members now just down again for Luminosity Gaming. They've been losing the game even when they're ahead by a ton early on, but this time it's Unique Coaching. Maybe we'll see the return, the backwards, you know, the flip-flop where Luminosity Gaming is going to win off of a comeback, but this is certainly the best that Unique Coaching has looked in the early game against LG all day, and they're just going to continue with it. Can Vin Diesel get this, well, kind of a 2v2 here as there is JL assisting, but oh, great eject button to get away from that solar beam.
Yeah, back to safety. Got a heal on up. 25 seconds left to go until the first objectives do spawn. First, we need to deal with these birds. We do have Kyrios at level 7, just chunking away a bunch of damage from range. So far, these teams are just playing it safe.
Ooh, okay, finally return KO. That's actually really big. Overlord has been behind by a bit, but did get KO'd. And wait, no, I'm sorry. That was a KO on Overlord. I mixed up, I think, what the graphics said. So this is continuing to be more and more dominant. Look at this, already level 9 on the Zacian. Can they get this last hit on the Registeel? They will. Uguay not really going for that much of a steal, realizing they were going to take a ton of damage, but trading objective for objective, and with this tier 1 goal zone already gone, it's heading towards this tier 2. I wouldn't be surprised if either they try to push in this Regieleki, or they try to take anything in the center area. It does look like they're going to be taking the tier 1 goal zone on bottom, but Regieleki just going in.
Yeah, goes in for free. We have Machizel diving on through, actually utilizing their Aegis energy to boost up their moves. Get hit with a play with me, unable to dunk in some points as of yet, but even then, they are at 158 to 27, so pretty valuable there for UNITE coaching.
That was an interesting bait. It was like, yeah, Red Lucky's going in. Come on, try and score. Right now, though, we're going to see the aggression from Luminosity Gaming trying to get back into this. Uguay getting very, very low. And, ooh, Machisel going down. That's going to be this goal zone maybe going down as well. I'm not sure exactly how much of an overdunk they got. I think it wasn't very much. Trainer sitting at 40, so I'm not sure if the math just didn't work out for them because they were holding too many points. But regardless, getting that tier 1 goal zone is going to help them a lot. And only the tier 2s left up top now.
Yeah, it is definitely going to level up that playing field up in the top path. While Luminosity, we're falling behind. We now have 3 level 10s over on their side. Only 2 level 10s on the side of UNITE coaching. But for the time being, it's just trying to gather whatever wild experience we have. Overlord going in for a risky dunk. They do end up getting denied by that Lapras.
Right, now they're just going to immediately rotate down. They realize that the Lapras is actually kind of not in position to potentially fight down here for this objective, so they're going to be the ones to rotate down. Machisel popping to Unite just to try and stay alive is going to get a ton of damage on multiple members, forcing the Unite out from Otter just to try and stay alive themselves. Uguay is going to come in for some support. Vin Diesel as well. Kyros, look at that, just so extremely low. A bunch of members of LG honestly escaping this fight at very low HP, but that doesn't mean we're going to get a little bit of a reset before this Regirock fight begins.
Yeah, but we do have Gyarados that is at half HP, but that isn't going to stop him. They're going to land a Dragon Breath on it and try and shred it on down. We do have LG working as a team here to try and take out 1v1. Zarshan has been taken down. Comfort has been taken down. Machisel has also been taken down, but it ends up being that snipe shot. Latano has done it again.
Latano is a little bit good at this game, I think. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how this ends up. But no, I'm just kidding. Don's amazing, and I'm really surprised that he's able to get that Inteleon so freely once again. But a great steal to kind of keep them slightly ahead in mostly everything except for Kyrios, who is level 12 somehow. Kyrios just always ends up high level no matter what happens in a game. It's like a magical power where you get more passive EXP. I think that's what it's got to be.
Oh, it's not only Kyrios now. We already have Dodrio and the Mimikyu also reaching that level 12 mark as well. But looks like down in that bottom pass, Slashcan is just going to guard, try and bait out Uguay, who does end up getting pushed back by the blockers. Overlord is trying to shred him down, but, well, Lapras, it's a tanky defender, so they're able to survive that.
Right, that was like nobody was getting KO'd there. They were just kind of chilling and just being like, hey, what's up, what's up? But okay, Unite coming out to make sure that nobody's going to go down and going to be chasing down, actually, a lot of members of LG, as it was a good attempt from Overlord, but I think it was just a little bit too much tankiness for anything big to happen there. Looks like a tier 1 goal zone that will probably go down. We are going to be able to jump pad back, but we're getting pretty close to the end of this game. 3 minutes, 13 seconds left. I think that probably on the side of Luminosity Gaming, they don't want to get KO'd that close. They want to try to get all this XP that's on their sides. They're willing to just give up the tier 1 goal zone. They're still pretty close in points, and now they just got to prep for the final stretch.
I do want to point on out, as there was so much action down in that bottom path, we actually had LG being able to push in the Regieleki into this tier 2. It's obviously left on 18, as we have Slashcan just trying to will it down even further with those points, but gonna jump over the wall, get a reset. Interesting positioning here from LG, considering we have a final basement Reggie spawning on up.
That basement Reggie, 100%, is going to be a Reggie Ice now, is going to the side of UNITE coaching, and this is...
Oh, they've broken it.
Oh, this is a very, very scary spot now. Yeah, I mean, we're down to the home base purely, so those shields could just run directly there. A huge attempt at an ambush. They're trying to bait maybe with Overlord. They're like, oh, maybe it'll just be Overlord there. Slash is going to be moving out, trying to get a little bit more vision, and they do jump in. They see Kyrios. Everybody is there, popping the Unite just to stay alive, but the rest of the team isn't there. Lapras coming in with the Unite just to try and catch and save their teammates, but Chisel will be able to get out of most of that danger. Unite coming out from Otter. Also trying to stay alive as Kyrios is getting hunted down by Vin Diesel. Both of them extremely low. 2 members down, 3 members down for Luminosity Gaming. Vin Diesel very low. Rayquaza down to half HP. Uguay and Trainer with the 1v1 where Trainer's barely winning, but they're going to have to steal that away. They're so low, and it's going to be UNITE coaching taking the Rayquaza in game number 4.
It's 216 to 237. 2 members of LG are still down. 80 plus another 50 to bring them up to 517 points. This is going to be Luminosity's last chance here, because if UNITE Coaching are able to run away with this, they're going to make it into the grand finals, and, well, that's the end of Luminosity for today.
This is such a tough situation. Luminosity have so few points in pockets. We do see Overlord with 40, Kyrios with 24, but everybody else is at 0-5-0. They've got to basically run through and get a bunch of KOs, but the level lead is against them once again. Level 15 for Vin Diesel sitting on this Zacian. Slash is going to be the first one to jump in as they're going to flank around the side. We'll see what Unites are even available, but Otter just getting KO'd immediately. Trainer as well. That's 3 down. Kyrios is going to be the next one in line as Overlord is the only one left. And with the KO timers, I think we're safe to say that Luminosity Gaming will be going out at 3rd place as UNITE Coaching continue their ridiculous losers bracket run up into the grand finals.
Into the grand finals, locking themselves that travel award as well, which is huge for them. Otherwise, definitely a big old nap from that Snorlax, because that was an exhausting match to fight.
Oh, yes, it was. But, I mean, amazing job from UNITE Coaching, winning 3 games straight. Specifically, obviously, credit to everybody there, but Lutano, what a monster. What an absolute legend on that Inteleon. 3 games straight. I think that anybody that fights them again needs to make sure that Lutano does not get that Inteleon. But wow, with Luminosity Gaming being the favorites to win, now being out at 3rd place, unfortunately, their curse of never winning regional finals will continue.
It will continue there indeed. But you know what? 3rd place is still something to be very proud of indeed. But UNITE Coaching, as I mentioned, they're making it up into the grand finals. Their next Titan is going to be Orange Juicers, who have been on the bench. But we actually, before all of that, we need to look at these highlights.
Oh, we do. This was a wild game, very different than we saw in game number, well, I guess 1, 2, and 3, where it was a pretty early lead from Luminosity Gaming. This time, UNITE Coaching was just all over the board, just running the game. I mean, look at that. We see a 2 KO streak from Uguay on Lapras in that exact moment. When that starts to happen, you know that things are not going super well for you. And Luminosity certainly stayed in the game as long as they possibly could, but they just weren't able to hold on during the final stretch, which has been kind of the storyline, I think, the whole day for them.
I mean, I feel like it's really the story for a lot of these UNITE matches. Now, I know we've been boasting up Latano a lot during this match, but really, if we look at JL and Vin Diesel, using their UNITE move and the Sweet Kiss combination to drag 2 members in was absolutely insane. They actually ended up picking up a 3 KO streak during that match. Yes, Trainer did end up coming out on top, trying to snipe on him, but with such minimal HP, it was just not possible. But there we go. Vin Diesel, the Zacian, and you know what? I know they're the ones that ended up being the player of the game, but I think we need to pair JL and the Sweet Kiss Comfy up with them as well, because they wouldn't have been able to achieve this much damage if it wasn't for that insane support.
Can we just like get a little picture, like a little circle picture of JL's face and just like add it onto the held items, just on that graphic? I think that's the only thing that would be fair. But yeah, that was a really interesting strategy that worked for them now quite a few games in a row. And I mean, Sweet Kiss, meta, what have we even come to in this day and age? I have no idea, but a great job to UNITE Coaching, despite the fact that they're a relatively new team to play together as, you know, an actual full team. They're already looking to be one of the best teams potentially in the world, if I'm being 100% honest.
Yeah, they have that experience there. They've managed to build up this synergy in such a short amount of time. It's been so awesome to see them make it this far. I mean, Latano, they didn't even play at the beginning of the season. So to come on out and be able to make it here, that's something that they have to be proud of.
That's definitely something that I think you should be proud of. Also, is again making it to Worlds one more time for them. But we're going to see them play again in a moment. One more break before we make it to the grand finals here, where Orange Juicers will be taking on the Unks. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the grand finals right after this.
No naps. You're not allowed to take a nap.
Only me.
No nap. No!
Morning, afternoon, evening, and welcome back. It's time for our top 3 here at the North American regional finals.
Back into the tournament 2 months ago. So going into wait, why would I have this? Okay. But anyway, how does it feel to be going up in?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the regional finals in North Texas, not North America. North America, let's go. Wow, what a day it has been. I mean, some shocking games, pretty amazing ones. That last series was absolutely phenomenal. You need coaching taking down Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, you two had the pleasure of casting it. We were just watching in the back, popping off after so many moments. I mean, what a legendary run. Luminosity Gaming, of course, such a storied history, but you need coaching ready to make their mark on the North America region.
Ready to or already have? It's kind of close. Yeah.
You pick, Chef.
I pick?
Yeah, you pick.
Don't put that pressure on me. I can't even pick Pulp.
All right, yeah, that's a great point.
Hold up.
We've not. Oh, and of course, Slowpoke also ready for it as well, which I think is very exciting, getting ready for our grand finals here. I do have a couple of clips I wanted to show from that last game because I thought we had some exciting stuff to check out. Lutano talking about missing some of their snipe shots before. Well, I want to take a look at this right here because Lutano is not missing here. I believe this is game number 3. Let's start it off. Boom, that's snipe shot number 1 on Slashcan. Another one, boom, 2 on Slashcan. We now have Mimikyu moving up towards this fight. Nice big heavy slam. The snipe shot, however, flies forward, bang, hits Trainer right there on the Mimikyu. Another snipe shot. Boom! Right there on Gyarados, takes a big KO. And again, with 30 seconds until Rayquaza, this fight is looking very bad for LG. Otter now peeling away. Lutano setting it up. Huge heavy slam. And that's 5 for Lutano.
5 big booms.
Five big booms. We're going to have 5 big booms for Lutano, everyone. Really amazing stuff there from UNITE Coaching. We're going to move to our next moment here. So this was pretty incredible. This was that final Ray fight, and I really thought this was going to go the other way. We take a look at Machisel right here using the number 1, but you know what? I'd rather be using this if I'm being honest. We're going to take a look at Machisel right here. They're going to head up to check this bush, but obviously we have LG laying in wait for them. So we move up. Machisel looks to kind of get some information for the team with Whirlpool, and bang, they get caught right here. That's 1 big boom for Machisel. Instead of going down, Machisel decides to unite here, and the entirety of UNITE Coaching moves for this fight. Machisel moving in for the unite, knocking up Curios. Here comes the Lapras unite move pulling in, and then we have this beautiful play from Vin. Something I want to show you right here. I'm going to move it into slow-mo. This is the Sweet Kiss combination with that Zacian, which was just so incredible. So we have Zacian and Sweet Kiss Comfey moving forward. Huge Unite move comes out, slashes Curios. Then they peel into this bush right here. The Sweet Kiss bringing back both Mew and Alolan Raichu. Both of them go down right here. They just continue ripping through LG after that. A really interesting play up here where actually Lapras is just dealing with Mimikyu almost the entire time. UNITE Coaching takes Rayquaza, dramatic fashion. What a finish to that game. Incredible stuff there. And that's 5 big booms for Vin.
As Dube said in one of his things up on the big screen, well, is it Bim Bam? I don't know the actual
Boom
thing.
bop bam.
There we go. Thank you, Zix.
That's exactly what he said. Wow. I mean, I don't think a lot of people expected this to be our grand finals. I can tell you that right now. 2 incredible teams. Both could easily have made it to the end here, but both dispatching LG.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that apparently is the prerequisite for achieving a grand finals placement is taking down Luminosity Gaming. Pretty tough testing period we have here in North America, with both these teams passing with flying colors.
I know, while nobody may have expected it, actually Zoinks did. I believe you put UNITE Coaching up there. Tip of the cap to that. Where
that's 5 big tip of the cap.
Tip of the cap. Tip of the head? Was it tip of the head?
Yeah.
Tip of the
Well,
head?
that's how you tip a cap, is you fully just move your head up and down. That's a tip of the cap.
I was going to say, the other 3 that you ended up doing it with, Bridget, Dube, and who was the final person as well?
That's CLH and Kyle as well.
They ended up going for LG.
Uh-oh.
So, there we go. It looks like you're on top here, Zoinks.
Bridget mentioned, by the way.
Huge
Bridget
got mentioned. Yeah, I think a lot of people would expect LG to make it deep in this competition. I don't know if it was that LG had already secured their world spot. I don't know if, not playing last month has put them in a position to be kind of rusty right here, or it's just that North America is leveling up. NA seems to play the best against NA. Hands down.
Yeah, it makes for really exciting tournaments always, and we talked a little bit about it in EU in our broadcast yesterday with Nouns Esports being kind of the titan there. Everyone plays their best against Nouns Esports, right? You want to beat the champions so bad, so that obviously inspires you to make sure you're doing everything you possibly can. Luminosity Gaming, even if they aren't the previous monthly champions, a 2-time world champion title certainly makes every team want to do that. So a team like UNITE Coaching or Orange Juicers, who are phenomenal in their own right, they just have a little bit extra spunk when it comes to a match against LG.
A little bit extra spice, maybe?
Spice?
A little bit extra pulp,
Spice?
perhaps.
Spice and pulp. That's been the story of this weekend. Spice and pulp.
I don't know if that mixes well together.
Probably not. But I do got to say, while it's absolutely true that I don't think people expected these grand finals, I don't think anybody like specifically expected either of these teams to not be in grand finals. It's just that both of them together in grand finals is a little bit more surprising. But it's really cool because, again, they haven't played against each other maybe ever. I don't know if that's true. That's definitely potentially not true. But it's definitely not something that I saw. I mean, we were gone for like 2 months, okay? I don't know, man.
Yeah. Also, just want to let everybody know that, yeah, it is time to crown a champion. So I have gotten in the proper attire. I am both Texas ready as well as champion ready.
I think that's important. And I think the people at home are recognizing how important that is.
Tip of the cap, tip of the crown.
Huge things right now. It is Mother's Day. Get your mom in here so she can look at Zoinks because this is pretty exciting. Ladies, get your mom in here so they can take a look at Zoinks because this is getting pretty exciting.
Right now.
Cap to you, ma'am.
I think you need to just strut your stuff here, Zoinks. Show it off to all the moms out there.
I'll be honest, I don't know how long we're filling for these teams. Can you strut back and forth for a little bit?
We have a big space here.
We got the
We're doing it.
from production.
Right.
All right.
You let me know when I lose lighting, I suppose. But I did do a bit of a buzzwole walk before, but it is a whole lot of tip and a cap, tip and a crown. And hey, happy Mother's Day to all your mothers at home.
Really great stuff. Very nice. Everyone's applauding.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know what
amazing.
it is with segments and me walking, but they certainly tend to appear at these events.
Some people can walk, some people can run. Tom Cruise has a run. You, my friend, have a walk that's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. It's cinematic.
It's kind of my pace. Yeah.
It's your pace, it's your gait, it's all of it.
That's true.
It's a hat and the glasses as well. It just tops it off. And also all the sparkle. I mean, if I was to vote who would be best dressed at a Met Gala, I would vote you.
Wow. My vote's going towards Big Boss Slowpoke for sure.
Okay.
Also pretty shiny. We've got, I don't know, I feel like I want to talk about this grand finals coming up.
I would love to.
Please.
But of all people,
I have no idea how to
put
take
this
us from what we just did to the actual grand finals. So I'm simply going to pretend that didn't happen and move on.
Great.
All right, so how do you guys feel about how these teams, like their actual play styles are running up against each other? Because I do feel like the top 3 teams of NA have some pretty unique play styles, and certainly compared to Europe yesterday, who were playing very passive, North America's been playing very aggressive, at least for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, you know, I'll talk about the Juicers here real quick. Sure. One thing that I really loved watching the Juicers earlier against LG is I felt like they were really intelligently peeling away from fights or situations that they just couldn't get any advantage from and finding other advantages on the map, whether that was farming or pushing towards a goal zone and scoring. I saw so many moments where it looked like a fight just wasn't going their way, and instead of sort of really trying their best to make a bad fight good, they said, okay, this isn't working. We lost someone. We're going to send 2 to score right now. We're going to even up score-wise. We're going to lose the objective, but guess what? We were already losing it. Let's get an advantage elsewhere on the map. So I've loved that from OJ. I feel like this is the most aggressive OJ I've seen from a macro perspective in that sense. I feel like they are moving in such an impressive way around the map.
Yeah, I think team fight-wise, these teams have a lot of differences that are really interesting. Specifically, we talked about those offshoot advantages like you were talking about. It sort of created a pseudo-dive composition, relying on often whatever Roland is playing on support alongside Kratos' speedster pick in the central area, whereas unit coaching couldn't really be more front-to-back if they tried, relying a lot on those Lutano snipe shots and some of those major team fights, sometimes to the point where it felt a little feast or famine with that attacker. If those snipe shots were landing, the team fight was going great. If they weren't, it was a little shakier. However, Vin really stepping up to that plate in that analysis segment you brought up, Spraggles.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at our bracket. Kello, why don't you walk us through it?
Well, we have had a fair few match 3s there earlier on in that losers bracket. I mean, we also just had the 1-3 there towards the end, so it has been a long day. I mean, heading into the grand finals, this is another best of 5. With that potential for bracket reset, if you need coaching can get 3 matches off Orange Juices here. And, well, they've been sitting cool on the bench for quite a while. I mean, I guess you could call them some chilled orange juice, maybe.
Absolutely. Good.
Whether you need coaching or just going to continue working off this momentum, or whether the fatigue is starting to settle in as well. But I feel like really in these moments, the adrenaline just tends to get you pumping.
Yeah, no question, right? I always wonder that myself. Would I rather be sitting, waiting for my opponent, able to play a few games in the meantime, or just watching what they're doing, getting a good idea of how you're going to play against them? Or do I want to come fresh off of a win? I think personally, I would want to carry that momentum through. And I do think that's why you see that advantage with a team, strangely enough, coming from losers. Bracket resets happen all the time, and they kind of reverse sweep their opponents in some really interesting ways.
Yeah, getting the advantage. I mean, the biggest thing, of course, is I as well. It's something you have to ask is like, which side would I rather be on? But the one thing you obviously want is to have the extra 3 games of being in the winner's side. So always that's going to be the advantage. And sometimes when you're kind of not going super fast, that can be what you need to take to readjust. As it looks like we do have a draft.
That's right. We're going to be heading into our draft here. Orange Juicers, you need coaching in the grand finals here in North America for your regional championships. We'll say goodbye to Chef and Kello for a moment. Zoinks, this is going to be a bit of a barn burner.
All right, let's get our grand finals started and crown a North America champion. Zugrug trying to make sure that the only player in the world to be that 3-time North America champion. A few members of Unique Coaching going for that one. And specifically, talking about some of these players, we didn't talk about too much in the preamble, but JL and Roland, the 2 support players for both these sides, former teammates, are going to be clashing against each other. So very interesting in where they tend to go, especially in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite a showdown between these 2 squads. 2 teams full of NA players who have a ton of history. Unique Coaching coming into this season very late. But wow, I mean, what an impression they have made in the past few months in the UNITE Championship Series. And then you have the Juicers, you know? When you talk about North America, there are 2 teams that spring to mind right away. There are your world champs, Luminosity Gaming, and then there are the Juicers who many times, and just as we saw today, can take down a team like LG and are a world-class team in their own.
Yeah, you and I had the chance to travel over to Japan for the Asian Champions League, and when we asked some of those players from some of those Asian regions about what teams to be worldwide they're looking forward to playing, or maybe even think are extremely strong, Luminosity would always get brought up, but Orange Juicers was right there. Teams like Nouns and even, of course, Peru at the moment also getting brought up. So a lot of great international talent. We're going to get to see these 2 teams, a bit of a preview of what could go down at both NAIC and Worlds, to be honest.
Yeah, this is just going to be so incredibly cool. A best of 5 with a possibility of that being reset and another best of 5 in front of us. I have to say, some of the games we've had the opportunity to watch today have just been so dang exciting. Once again, Comfey coming out. Not too many teams playing Sweet Kiss, but we have been seeing it from Unique Coaching, and man, the absolute devastation that move can wreak on your opposing team. If they're just slightly out of position, you catch multiple opponents walking towards you, enamored by the Sweet Kiss from Comfey. It's so difficult to deal with. You saw it in that replay from last match.
Yeah, and that combo was utilized so well with Vin Diesel in that last match, but it did operate around the Zacian quite a bit, being banned away by Orange Juicers. Now, Vin Diesel on this Leafeon is going to have to rely on the Unite move a lot more to capitalize on it, but that's why they have that energy amplifier equipped on the Leafeon, a Pokemon who already unlocks their Unite move quite early, looking to make sure they have as many chances as possible. Because looking at both these compositions, if I'm being completely honest, is actually pretty low damage on both of these sides. I think a Pokemon like Lapras is going to absolutely excel for Orange Juicers, but on the other side, Unique Coaching do have some totally game-changing Unite moves they have access to.
Yeah, no question, right? I think the Lutano pick here of Mewtwo Y is actually really interesting. I wonder if it's specifically because of Buzzwole here on the side of the Juicers. They just don't want to play Inteleon into it, so they're going to play the Mewtwo Y. Well, we're going to find out how it works out here in this game. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Unique Coaching, your orange team. These are your grand finals here for the regional finals in the North America region.
And this, of course, is our first best of 5 of a potential 2. Unique Coaching having the tough task of winning a couple of these against Orange Juicers, a monthly champion, and of course, your former regional champions trying to protect their crown right now, and this is a big push by UNITE Coaching.
Wow, this is devastating if they're able to pick up this KO, and they do. It goes
Huge.
straight over to the Magikarp. That's going to become a Gyarados almost immediately. One of the absolute worst things you can do playing into a Carp is give up a massive KO like that. We have a Gyarados above the 9-minute mark, Zoinks.
Wow, Machisel having such an early evolution is massive, and what a big push. Buzzwole needing that level 5 so bad in these early game moments, and on the opposite side, Leafeon having one of the fastest level curves we've ever seen. It's just a recipe for disaster for Orange Juicers.
Down here on the bottom path, we have the two defenders. In the top path, massive bounce right into a Sweet Kiss, just ripping through them. Comfey even picking up a KO right here. Lutano now is Mega Mewtwo Y, pushing forward towards the central area of the Juicer. And so far at the start of this match, absolute domination from UNITE Coaching.
I think we're starting to get that answer about momentum from that losers bracket. What do we favor a bit more, at least in the couple of minutes we've witnessed in this grand finals? It's feeling like the momentum is on the side of UNITE Coaching, but that ever-present threat from Orange Juicers that feels like it never fades is this duo of Flareons and Zugrug having a very solid level curve, but now it's Vin Diesel looking to see if they can get an advantage. Big Sweet Kiss, but a huge stun by Flareons.
Yeah, Flareons with a massive stun right there, almost able to make it out of this fight. We have Lapras continuing to try to defend this goal zone. Lutano making that pretty difficult, and more points raining in from UNITE Coaching. Score-wise, 0-106. However, we still have, a somewhat close level when it comes to Alolan Raichu, and its counterpart on the other side, it's one level behind Leafeon. Everywhere else, though, it's absolutely devastating for the Juicers.
Yeah, pandemonium for the Juicers, but just a highlight reel for UNITE Coaching. Machisel diving in, OG losing half their HP bar just from basic attacks. Add a Unite move to that. Leech Life gonna bring them back up a little bit, but that goal zone break is all they were looking for. UNITE Coaching with 130 points in the scoreline. Orange Juicers stuck them donut.
Yeah, really tough for the Juicers right now. They are very far behind here. They need to get back online in a big way. I mean, you have the Suicune almost the exact same level here as the defender on the side of UNITE Coaching in that bottom path. Zugrug now 6. No Unite moves for the Juicers. To be fair, no Unite moves for UNITE Coaching because Leafeon has already used theirs, but they should get that back pretty quick as we have a fight getting ready to break out in the top path right now. Multiple members of the Juicers are actually fighting up there looking for the objective, and they do secure it.
Okay, so finally a silver lining emerges for Orange Juicers. Great eject button tech by OG to smack down the opposite direction. Leech Life onto the Comfey that falls, and Regieleki will land in that goal zone. So a few knockouts and a few points more as Orange Juicers catching up in that part of the game.
Orange Juicers desperately needed this fight. Oh boy, it looks like Roland not able to get out of there on time. Vin Diesel gonna pick up a KO right here. However, they might pay for it, and they do. Flareons gets one back the other way. Lutano right now dancing around this Suicune. It's possible, no, I was gonna say, I don't think Suicune can take it down. Just too much HP on Mewtwo Y there.
Yeah, tough look in that situation, but able to trade a knockout the other direction. I don't think they can be too upset about that. Flareon's having a few fantastic moments so far in this game. A lot of Unite moves prepped and ready to go for the side of UNITE Coaching. Orange Juicers do have a couple to answer, though.
Yeah, Regirock goes down here to the Orange Juicers. Pretty easy secure. Vin coming in, trying to make something happen. You're not really looking to Sweet Kiss the Lapras. It already wants to be right next to you, right? Zugrug moving forward right here, catching with the Bubble Beam and continuing to push. Unite move now unlocked for the Lapras as we have Machisel in this bottom path. Snorlax getting taken down there by the Suicune.
Yeah, big first KO does make it tougher for Vin Diesel, and I want to mention just the power of that energy amplifier. Leafeon already having a Unite move. Again, I think we can basically assume it'll be showing up every single fight as one is raging on in the enemy central area, and it's Flareon's picking up a casual two-piece in that one, but it's Gyarados avoiding all of that Alolan Raichu Unite move as it dives underwater with the Dragon Current, but it won't fall far as OG takes it down.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. You can see the Elagos riding on top of the Lapras right here as they are chasing down Lutano pushing that Mewtwo Y back. Nice bubble beam catches too. Comfey not able to attach to anyone just yet. OG in a little bit of trouble right here, but some really nice saves by the squad. Somehow, by the way, the Juicers are back in this match that looked so unbelievably bad to start.
Yeah, I think Flareon's probably the man responsible for a whole lot of that on their Suicune. Not only a knockout on the top side, but a great defense around their own central area Pokemon. Kind of punishes UNITE coaching for some over-aggressiveness and makes sure that not only are they getting their own value, protecting their own camps, but also knocking out the opposing team.
Here we can see them just ripping through Regieleki. This one is going to be kind of free for UNITE coaching right now. There is no one from the Juicers here to do anything about it. We've got the Buzzwole just getting some experience in the top path. A few members of the Juicers ready there to possibly defend, while multiple Juicers are also dealing with UNITE coaching here in this bottom path. With both of these goal zones up, Zoinks, there's a lot of experience that is still spawning between these 2 points that you need to fight over.
Yeah, it's called the 5 enemy team members, and that is exactly what UNITE coaching is diving on, as they do finally get a good kidnap on Zugrug with that block, separating them from the rest of their teams, and honestly, more importantly, blocking Zugrug from supporting the rest of their team in the back line. Psychic does land on Vin Diesel, but they have so much mobility, they're able to avoid a lot of the other attacks. But Chisel trying to hunt for a final hit on the Alolan Raichu with the Dragon Breath out of range. Huge Super Swole Slam to cut him off, and OG just feels like they're finally finding a way to match up against this Gyarados.
Yeah, really great stuff. Honestly, Kratos getting out of that fight is absolutely criminal. I cannot believe Raichu made it out of that somehow. Massive moment here from the Suicune, almost picks up 2, but here comes Mewtwo Y to push them back.
Yeah, all starts with the Mewtwo Y Unite move as well, stunning multiple targets, allowing them for a little bit more freedom to move around. Sweet Kiss Comfy bless the bounce, pulls in 3 targets at once. So devastating, but what a response by Flareon's, freezing everybody. But it's JL on the Comfey that takes out this Regice. Pandemonium in the bottom side of the map.
This fight is just still raging on. The Sweet Kiss grabs another 2. Flareon's enamored through the bush right there, actually walking towards the side of coaching. What a crazy fight between these 2 squads. I mean, everyone's surviving on just a razor-thin amount of HP for so long, and then UNITE coaching moving in with a perfect Sweet Kiss, catching 3 members of the Juicers.
Some hero plays throughout that engagement, right? I talked about the Mewtwo Y stunning and kind of saving a few targets, even though OG had a great Buzzwole engage, kind of caught in their tracks by the attack from space, and then Flareon's with the response, freezing so many targets, and wow, what an engagement there. If that is anything that we can look forward to for these final Ray fights, we're going to be in for a great time, Spraggle.
Yeah, well, speaking of this final Ray fight, this is going to be your first one here of your grand finals. In about 10 seconds, Rayquaza hits the map. You have Vin Diesel and Oogway, aka Joey, getting some good information here. They can see Zugrug. It's not really the target you're looking for. Is Kratos able to put some good damage onto the Mewtwo Y? Zug is going to get healed up a bit, but take a look at Machizel. This Gyarados just getting ready to pounce and move towards the enemy team. However, Leafeon caught, and this is massive for the Juicers.
Yeah, Vin Diesel having no backup, no Comfey to support them, and no Snorlax to try to block them away. So now it's going to be up for Machizel. Big engage, heavy slam.
Whoa.
The Infinite Cyburn hits a few targets, but again, Flareon's with a great response. OG in a tough spot, but they're still at full HP. Machizel is targeting down that Buzzwole.
Machizel just continuing to move forward here. OG in a lot of trouble. The side strike knocks him up. Zugrug with a huge Lapras Unite move right back the other way. It's 2 members down for the Juicers, 2 for UNITE coaching, but Leafeon just came back to the fight, ready to go with a Unite move, and they can push forward right here. They're also up on the scoreboard, so they don't need to be the one to make the play right here.
Yeah.
But with a player advantage, you might want to press forward, and they do. They're looking for Roland. Roland peels back away from this fight. We have Zugrug making it to level 13. Buzzwole Unite, Alolan Raichu Unite for the Juicers. Only the Leafeon Unite for coaching, and here they go!
Okay, Zugrug does get behind them, but of course that Sweet Kiss is setting up some huge plays. Snorlax trying to block it, stall time, but then Alolan Raichu Unite move doing so much damage. In the meantime, they picked up 2. They dodged the KO yet again. Kratos, Immortal, and picking up 3 KOs. All in the meantime, Suicune on the bottom side, they do go down, but they enable a play towards that back goal zone. Problem is, Orange Juicers still trailing. OG attempting to score on the top side. No one can respawn in time. That's going to be a huge dunk. Double dunks for OJ.
What an amazing play right there. The 96 right into the 100. Zugrug putting pressure on that bottom goal zone. They had the opportunity to take down Rayquaza, but with Lutano there, the safer play. Split in that moment. Guarantee that one of these goals comes in and that they can win that fight. incredible Ray fight from these two teams. And look at that Ray HP, looking pretty healthy.
I love this game so much.
Dude,
I love this video game.
It's so good.
So much. What a cool final fight. What an amazing start to our grand finals.
Yes.
A match that was truly back and forth throughout that entire time. And we have such a climactic and what a showing from NA.
I mean, right here, this was just the start of a brutal beginning of the match for the Juicers, right? You give that Gyarados so early. That Sweet Kiss combination with it, so incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
The Juicers really had to make some great plays, keep their cool, continue to get experience so they could get back in this match. And I'm so impressed that they did, because that was a really tough start.
Yeah, I love these highlighters. We're showing Sweet Kiss Snorlax combinations. Truly a devastating duo for this team. But man, that final play, Snorlax not having Unite move to kind of cut off that walkway between the two parts of the map there. And of course, not having enough HP to survive that Alolan Raichu attack. And that will be our MVP Pokemon for our MVP player, Kratos, taking player of the game, 44,000 total damage and 5 knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, just really incredible stuff from Kratos. Honestly, 2 moments where I just cannot believe this Pokemon gets out. I mean, I think both facilitated a little bit by the Buzzwole. That last moment where Kratos is almost about to go down and Buzzwole just jumps in with the Leech Life to stop it. Really impressive stuff. It's like those were multiple tricky fights for the Juicers, but it really felt like they weren't rattled ever.
Yeah. They navigated them extremely well, and in a situation where they finally take down a few members of UNITE Coaching, they don't even have time to go for the Rayquaza. They play it out again. Cooler heads prevail in that situation. 48 points in pocket into 50 points in pocket to score. You couldn't line up the math any better. And Orange Juicers off to a great start. They only need to win one of these best of 5s to take that regional championship 2 years in a row.
And I think a lot of the time, when you're running into this situation, you don't want to give the team from the losers bracket the opportunity to reset this. I mean, this is obvious. You don't want to let your opponents win, right? But it's so true. Once they reset on you, it feels like I think a lot of teams just get defeated already. They go, we had this opportunity. Now we're going into another best of 5. These are long tournament days. I mean, you have to have a lot of stamina to make it all the way to the end of this thing. You stack that on top of being demoralized a little bit when a team resets. It can be very tough. Great start for the Juicers.
Yeah, loving what we're seeing, honestly, from both these teams, to be fair. I don't think there's too many things that need to shake up in terms of the draft game. That final fight, Vin Diesel finds themselves kind of on an island and getting shut down, a little tricky, but they were playing around the right win condition, right? Such a huge lead. You don't need to hit Rayquaza, honestly, just trying to isolate that entire part of the map. You saw Joey and Machisel working together very well to do so, but you lose that Leafeon, one of the main sources of your damage. It can be tricky from that point on. So it's just a few things to kind of course correct.
I always find moments like that to be a little tough. When you're up by 300 points or something like that, those moments aren't as hard, right? You really get to lay back and let your opponents make some mistakes. They were only up by 70 or so, which means a back cap gets them close. Just one mistake in the fight gets them close. And then you have to wonder, should you be more aggressive in this moment, or should you kind of zone out and find what your opponents are doing? Unfortunately for UNITE Coaching, that ended up meaning that Leafeon gets caught.
Yeah, tough situation for them to deal with. But with the game lost, UNITE Coaching has choice of draft side and are going to choose that first pick position and head into this game with a Blissey and a Gyarados ban. Orange Juicers answering with Psyduck and Zashi.
Yeah, I wonder if the Gyarados ban is targeted towards, OG possibly right now. I have not seen OG run a lot of Gyarados, but with Gyarados being banned and then Zacian on the other side, it does mean that they get to take something like Suicune, and I guess they're not too worried about whatever OG was going to take. Next couple of picks over here to the Juicers.
Well, it could be that, or you could be kind of calling Orange Juicers on a bluff and saying you're not going to first pick an OG selection. So you could try to grab Buzzwole in your second set of choices for UNITE Coaching, but no longer an option, as Orange Juicers will, in fact, grab their top path Pokemon alongside Zugbrug's Lapras.
Yeah, this Lapras has just been such a huge pick Pokemon for a lot of these top teams. You can see its pick rate, only 11%. So these teams that are making their way to the grand finals, they know something that the rest of these teams do not, clearly. Next couple of picks over here to UNITE Coaching, they are going to take that Alolan Raichu and the Snorlax. I would not be shocked to see, yes, Flareon's on Inteleon. The thing about Inteleon here, it is so great at dealing with Alolan Raichu and Suicune. Completely out of range of these Pokemon.
Look at how confident Orange Juicers are that they will likely be getting a Hoopa pick within this draft. Like, the 2 support picks being banned away, and they are going to wait all the way until the end of the draft. That is so counterintuitive to what we have seen throughout the entirety of this tournament. So much pressure, but it's JL going into yet another new support pick. Actually, surprisingly, a 12% pick rate. Did not expect that. The final selection for Orange Juicers will likely be this Hoopa to allow some nasty trick shenanigans.
Yeah, I think Hoopa is a really incredible choice here. And I think that, like you said, they knew they were going to get it. There may have been some discussion on UNITE Coaching as to whether or not they actually wanted to switch that for a Hoopa kind of last moment here. But they have a strategy that they are looking to implement here with Clefable, a Pokemon that, admittedly, we don't see a lot in the Championship Series. Incredible heals, team-wide oftentimes. I mean, you have that, Moonlight aura that is very, very strong. However, if things get burst down a little quickly, Moonlight's on a decent enough cooldown that you might only get 1 heal in some of these fights, and it has it has the most unpredictable Unite move in the entire game.
Yeah, it can be wild. We have seen a whole lot of player tweets post-events about how they rolled block at Rayquaza, right? So we might see a little bit of that. Last time, I think we saw Clefable really emerge in the metagame and kind of be the top-level support was when it was so good at countering both dive compositions and poke compositions. That's where a lot of its stats had taken some recent changes, and it was really succeeding in that way. And now, into Inteleon, I do think having an answer to all that poke damage could be pretty great. Eldegoss's healing is just going to be a little bit slower on that Pollen Puff and a little more difficult to play around. Now that you got that Moonlight, that's a big amount of healing. Not in bursts, like you were mentioning, but at least you'll be able to kind of take these fights a little bit quicker.
No, but you are right, especially if you get even 2 of your allies hit with a snipe shot. A single Moonlight can recover all of that HP in some big ways. As we're heading into our next match here, it's going to be game number 2. UNITE Coaching, your purple team. Orange Juicers up 1 game. Your orange team, again, these are your grand finals here in North America.
This feels like such an important game for UNITE Coaching. I mean, doing some creative decisions with the support choices, taking away the enemy central area Pokemon. Feels like you're making a lot of bold claims in this draft that you are the better squad, and you had the momentum. It slipped away to the Orange Juicers. Now you need to really close out this game to take it back in your hands.
Looks like we're doing some inting for stacks here on the Clefable side. OG able to pick up a KO, but Garchomp not doing too bad here in the top path. You have Vin now, level 5 on the Alolan Raichu, making their way up top. Roland has that information, however. They got to see the move into the tall grass. Roland now moving down here, level 4. Interesting play. Maybe Roland didn't see this, or they're trying to pull them towards Kratos right now. They could be making a huge play, just trying to actually bait them into a fight, but it's not looking good for Kratos as they are caught by the Suicune.
Nasty. Okay, great work from that team to coordinate that. I think you're right. The bait play was on the table, but things go awry. Great use of that Suicune by Lutano. Leech Life going to bring up that HP a little bit as OG gets some heals. Yet another one as this match against Lutano is going to last a while. Buzzwole known for a war of attrition. Vin Diesel going to close the door on that option, though.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from UNITE Coaching. I do think they were pulled into a fight by the Juicers, but it turns out it's a fight that they wanted to take and played it very well. There was that nice Dragon Rush that also repositioned a couple members of the Juicers right there. There it is again, bringing Flareons on over to the side of UNITE Coaching.
One thing I'm really excited about this Garchomp pick is just the lack of crowd control on the other side. Buzzwole being, of course, the notable exception, but it is only running Leech Life. So not like it has that superpower for the really extended amount. Of course, Lapras's crowd control is more focused on starting team fights rather than ending them. So Garchomp will have a lot of room to work with, where normally this Pokemon has a trickier time outside of its Unite move, which of course it gets unstoppable with.
Got 3 members of the Juicers heading to the top path right now looking for a fight as we are taking a look at what's happening here in this bottom path. A KO streak of 2 in the top path where the Juicers are looking to fight here. But down in the bottom path, OG just putting some pressure on this goal zone.
Yeah, Uguay going to be hanging out within that tall grass, and it looks like these teams posturing. Now that we do have 3 team members rotating down here, will be Uguay and Vin Diesel, the only 2 members left on the bottom side. Vin Diesel losing almost all their HP, and Uguay trying to follow up on that Talonflame.
Got Zugrug pushing them out a little bit right here. 8 seconds now until this first objective spawns in the top and bottom path. You've got a couple members of the Juicers here in the bottom path, the important one being the Talonflame that could rip through this very fast, and they are going on it right away. Brave Bird right into 2. Aerial Aces after the boosteds right there. Red Dice already at half zoinks.
Wow, okay, and the free Regieleki on the top side, kind of important because JL was also able to get some nice Moonlight stacks, or sorry, special attack spec stacks on that top side in that tier 2. Which of course will be helping that Moonlight a little bit later.
And here we go. We have them actually pushing forward with this Regieleki, but it looks like the Juicers just able to arrive in time to make sure that does not walk in. Brave Bird misses Lutano there due to a very well-timed eject button. The Unite move from Talon possibly just to pull them away from it. We can see it is Gravity Clefable. So the plan, of course, is Talonflame lands, it lands into gravity, and it can't start dashing around this fight and making, you know, short work of the Unite coaching staff.
Yeah, we do get to witness a bit of the counterplay, though. As soon as you use that Unite move, it can pull you out of that gravity, so Kratos able to get back to safety, at least in that first engagement. Problem is, Unite Coaching is just taking a hold of this match in terms of scoreline. 156 points right now. They've already scored a little bit on that tier 2 with JL's support play, and they had that Regieleki earlier, but now they're going to poise for this big fight here.
And here we go. You can see Talon stuck in that gravity right there. There's just not much they can do, and they do go down to the Hyper Beam from Clefable. The snipe shots are landing into this group, but there's the Moonlight healing back all of that damage. We may have a really strong counter to what the Orange Juicers are trying to throw at them. Again, you see a Lowland Raichu chipped by a snipe shot. Moonlight brings back almost all of their HP.
It just allows them to take these fights so much quicker. We do have yet another attempt to isolate the Lapras for the rest of the team, but it is a bulky Pokemon in its own right, allowing it to get away. Lutano trying to dish out some of the same things it had to deal with in that game number 1 against Flareon, who this time has role swapped with Lutano onto that Inteleon.
So we're moving back and forth in the bottom path. Well, we have 3 members of the Juicers here in the top path, 1 member of Unite Coaching. Now, the nice thing is they have Hoopa. They can bring the team down. Nice big Brave Bird. They are caught in multiple ways, but Chisel goes down. 2 seconds now until Regieleki. They're going to score, then they're going to look for Regieleki, but we have the Hoopa portal. They might send everyone down to the bottom path here for this fight, and it looks like, yes, the entire team has moved down to the bottom path looking to fight.
All right, Uguay trying to keep up the offense for their team as Orange Juicers are trying to defend this tier 1. Block is going to give them a little bit more space, but the Heavy Slam, not enough to escape the Brave Bird. Kratos taking out that knockout and getting to level 12 with that one, I might mention. Machisel trying to get within range with that smackdown, keeping them away from that Regice. Unstoppable will get them closer thanks to that Livid Outrage. Will not secure the Regice, though. That one goes over to Kratos.
Beautiful stuff here. I mean, that Hoopa portal, just perfect timing right there. They're able to break that goal zone and move down for a fight. You know, Unite Coaching could think they were going to save someone in that top path. But look at this right here. The block pushing the team across. We have the Suicune with a beautiful freeze right there as the Buzzwole goes down. Talon now moving in, but stuck once again in the gravity. The Dragon Claw combo gets them, and they're going to continue pushing forward, whether it's the gravity or it's the Whirlpool Ice Beam, which is so unbelievably difficult for the Juicers to get out.
Wow, I think pre-nerf Suicune, that last boosted auto was taking out Hoopa in that situation, by the way. Just a little bit less uptime on that attack, and you were not going to be able to get that little frozen execute they were looking for. But either way, just another game, another situation where this Snorlax-Suicune duo looks phenomenal. You block them one direction, you soak them with that Whirlpool the other way, and freeze them in place. It's just such a difficult path to play against, and Unite Coaching play around it expertly.
Yeah, I think Talon just has such a tough job here, right? I mean, they have to deal with so many different ways that UNITE Coaching can shut them down, whether it's the gravity, whether it's Snorlax, getting caught with that dragon combo, or of course, Suicune just making so when you do land, you are frozen. Nice big snipe shot. Talon lands on a little bit of nothing, peeling back right here, getting frozen by Suicune. Both teams kind of just resetting, looking at each other between this Altaria.
Yeah, both these teams, again, like really playing into this front-to-back strategy. It's interesting to see Orange Juicers like kind of change up their rhetoric going into this game, but really trusting in Flareon's Inteleon in this matchup, and instead Kratos only diving in with these Brave Birds when they really feel a KO is available. Playing it extremely safe, and can you blame them? That Snorlax, Suicune, Gravity, Clefable, I mean, there's not a lot of great timings for this attack.
Nice big snipe shot, but gonna get healed by the Moonlight right here. We have them possibly pushing forward, and it looks like Talon is looking for their moment. They move back in with a Brave Bird, but of course they land right into the gravity once again. Kratos just caught in the backside right there and goes down immediately. Now Rayquaza is on the map. We have the Orange Juicers running up towards this Ray fight, while multiple members of UNITE Coaching are putting the pressure on right away.
All right, Uguay is in a position to cut them off. They will grab the Buzzwole. Super Swole Slam will get them out of danger for a moment, but it's the Inteleon to fall. Lutano takes out Flareon's. A major moment for this squad as UNITE Coaching is putting on the pressure now. That's 3 members down, and all 5 members of UNC remain up. Zogrog spotted by a Rayquaza Twister. A little unlucky in that situation, but Suicune freezes and takes out the Ray.
Wow, I mean, it felt like there was absolutely nothing that the Juicers could do in that moment. They lost a Pokemon. UNITE Coaching put the pressure on in a big way. We saw that Alolan Raichu unite, by the way. I mean, it just felt like it was ripping them to shreds in that big fight. Clefable scoring here, bringing it 363 to 126. Still a minute left, but the Juicers keep going down to this combination from Coaching.
Yeah, UNITE Coaching, their entire composition is built around forcing the enemy into unadvantageous situations, specifically just on the map. And the best news ever for Alolan Raichu is when they know the enemy team is forced within melee range of a specific target. That's where you put that giant star upon the ground, and you just damage farm from that point on. 40 seconds remain in this match, but it's all but over. UNITE Coaching tying up our first best of 5 of the grand finals.
This feels like, you know, we talk, this term gets thrown around a lot, but this feels like an absolute draft diff right here. I feel like they just outdrafted the Juicers. Inteleon looked like a great answer into what they had, but with the healing from Moonlight and the fact that every time Talon wanted to dive in, it got punished, it just seemed like there was nothing the Juicers could do.
It looked like we didn't have enough of those trick saves that we have seen on Talonflame in the past. Just a great counter by UNITE Coaching, shutting that down, and hey, a great answer. We are talking a lot about momentum in this series, and with that game win, UNITE Coaching gonna be rallying back a little bit headed into game number 3.
I'm curious if you know this, Zoinks. I'm actually not sure how this works. Does gravity shut down the ability to teleport back?
I think it would, since it's considered another ability, like you have a button to press to do it. And it is a movement. All the teleport options are shut down in that way. I imagine if Hoopa can't Phantom Force, then I don't think you would trick.
Yeah, that's so interesting. So, wow. I'm realizing just as you said it, it didn't even occur to me that we had a Trick Hoopa on that team because I saw such little use of the ability. And I wonder if that's why I saw such little use. If gravity actually is a massive counter to this move.
Well, I'm sure Twitch chat is telling us if we're right or wrong, so we'll find that out
a
little bit later.
Them.
But I don't know if we needed
trust
that interaction. This is another look at that final fight, just a showcase of what UNITE Coaching's composition wants to do exactly. Sure, it helps when the enemy Central Area Pokemon is already knocked out and just respawning, as all 4 members of the enemy side are already KO'd. But what a good run by this team to tie this thing up. And Alolan Raichu gonna take another player of the game, but this time used by Vin Diesel, the trainer, with 92,000 damage dealt.
You know, I mean, this is just a great example of what a Pokemon like this can do. I mean, you could swap Alolan Raichu out with even something like Cinderace, lots of different auto attack Pokemon. If there isn't enough pressure put on them, they just get to sit back, relax, and, you know, send an insane amount of damage to their opponents with these auto attacks, especially Raichu, where its boosted attacks can chain through the enemy team. Just such a brutal situation to deal with. And Talon looked for their moments, it didn't feel like they could get much done at all into this comp.
Yeah. And wow, what an interesting stat line for our player of the game as well. 92,000 damage, so out-damaging the previous Alolan Raichu stat card we've had in this series, where they only had, I think, 40-some thousand damage, but only 3 knockouts for Vin Diesel on this Alolan Raichu. So just a lot of poke fighting between these two teams. Like we saw, it was really tough to close KOs between these. I mean, with the Clefable on one side, with the Hoopa on the other, a whole lot of healing and support done.
Yeah, I mean, it was really impressive. I feel like UNITE Coaching's draft was incredible, and it looked like the Juicers just couldn't play into it really at all.
Yeah.
Such an impressive match. Game 1, they started impressive, UNITE Coaching did, and then Juicers really got back in that match.
100%.
This just felt like UNITE Coaching was in control.
Yeah, and like you mentioned a few times now, I do think it is at that draft screen where it began. Well, now we have a chance to kind of change that up. We're going into game number 3. Of course, you even have the choice of draft side if you're Orange Juicers. When they came away with the win, they were on that first pick position. We're now back-to-back first pick in draft with game wins in this grand final. So we could see the return there. I always prefer first pick, but they're looking like these teams are too so far.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams would like that first pick. There are some teams that do seem to draft around the idea of allowing their opponents to get a powerful pick they want and then taking 2 that they really need on the other side.
Not to mention having the final pick of the matchup as well.
Yes, that's true. The final pick of the matchup so you can hide something and you kind of get that final ban so you can put your opponents in this weird, tricky situation where your final ban is actually what they wanted for their first pick. Well, we're going to find out how they want to play this here as we head into game number 3. All tied up now. Orange Juicers are going to take that first pick. The bans are Talonflame, Blissey, interesting ban, right?
Yeah.
Zacian, and finally, the Duck.
Okay, so hard callouts towards UNITE Coaching, but I have to admit the Talonflame ban seeming a little wild to me, but yet again, it is a swap of the sides, so Orange Juicers, unfortunately, are going to be on the purple side, but they will have that first pick, and it allows Flareons, again, to get that Suicune. Another stat within this set, I think Suicune's sitting at 100% win rate in our grand finals so far. So
Suicune is unbelievably good. I mean, it's just so hard to fight the amount of crowd control that this thing is able to dish out to your opponents. And, you know, a surprising amount of damage. It has a threshold for an execute KO. Right. So just a lot of really cool stuff. Kratos locking in the Alolan Raichu. Buzzwole for the Juicers, taken by OG. Next couple of picks over here to coaching.
I do like that Oogway does steal away the Snorlax, though, taking away that crazy combo that's been kind of the story of the weekend for the bottom path, separating the Suicune and the Snorlax. They're going to take that one, and Lutano, again, on this Inteleon has been a game changer, and JL going to return to that Comfey. Probably going to be alongside the Gyarados for a lot of the fight, and whatever Vin Diesel ends up on, won't be the Talonflame, could be the Leafeon again, but they've also showcased some interesting picks like Aegislash in the past.
Here we go, Vin hovering Leafeon right now and just locking it in right away. They know exactly what they want to bring into this match. We could be seeing another Sweet Kiss situation coming out from JL. You know, this moveset was buffed a little while back, and the shield is very considerable right now. It's always been such an incredible move for disrupting your opponents. The greatest combo I feel like I've seen it on is just the Sweet Kiss right into the Sacred Sword Zacian.
Ooh,
that has been unbelievably powerful. However, still some great options here. I mean, pulling the enemies in so you can get them with the Dragon Breath. We've seen sort of that combination with Bounce from Gyarados. So there are definitely some great options with it still. But man, Sacred Sword felt insane.
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like each region has kind of showcased a different Sweet Kiss Comfey partner to utilize. Like within this region, you just mentioned Aegislash being awesome. I think we've seen a lot of Gyarados from UNITE Coaching. In OC, we were looking at some Metagross combinations. Was a really nice pair for that Sweet Kiss to increase that Gyro Ball consistency. And then in EU, I believe we saw some interesting stuff there. I know Mimikyu was kind of the age-old partner. We even saw some shades of Zeraora Comfey again, which was, of course, the niche play that it saw before any of these changes. Before Zera even saw those changes. So.
Yeah, that was one of those cool combinations. I remember that popped up in UCS.
Yeah, with this hat and me telling that story, I do feel like a back in my day kind of sentence is happening at this moment, and I do feel old, but hey, I'm casting the younks, so feels all right.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it's a little no Unite for old men out here, I think, is what we're...
yeah.
I remember when I saw Zera Aura play with a Sweet Kiss Comfey. Sure you did, Zoinks.
Yeah, the good, the bad, and the guys wearing gold.
There we go as we head into our next game. Orange Juicers, your purple team. UNITE coaching your orange team right here, all tied up.
Okay, so that's going to be Lutano and Uruguay hanging out here in the bottom path, facing against Zugrog and Flareons. Two duos that I think worldwide are going to start to be studied and feared as we head towards those World Championships.
And we see this Gyarados. I mean, we saw such an incredible start here last time, and you could see how much more careful the Juicers played this, knowing the play they like to make, sending Leafeon up there very, very early to try to either get an assist or KO for Gary.
Yeah, it's so funny. I feel like into Gyarados and Buzzwole, we saw so much of the supports picking up that red buff in the past to really try to counter stack. But now that these Pokemon are starting to drop attack weight in favor of Excel Bracer and Alolan Raichu loves the red buff, we're seeing that strategy kind of go by the wayside.
Oh, look at this fight right here. We do have the Sweet Kiss right away, bringing multiple members of the Juicers. And now we have Machisel looking to evolve early. They're trying to stop it there, but they cannot do it. We now have Gyarados on board as well.
Machisel caught in a tough position. They're almost completely feeling that effort gauge, but really needing to knock out a wild Pokemon to get the evolution, mostly just to survive. They were on such low HP. They were like, well, I either knock this Altaria out or I walk out of spawn. Those are my two options.
And now we have 3 members of coaching kind of assaulting that tier 1 gold zone. It's interesting. It's easy to forget that you're fighting 3 Pokemon when someone has Comfey on them, right? It's just like such a different look. Now we can see Machisel hang on that top path. Ooh. Nice KO here in the bottom path as they are putting pressure on this tier 1 gold zone. 30 goes in. It looks like Joey able to stop the other 30 there from Flareon's. Big heavy slam, but still not able to fully stop this. There's no one else from coaching here to fight them.
Yeah, Kratos surfing all over this map, taking down a lot of points, and of course getting a few knockouts in that bottom side. But it's that top side for UNITE coaching that I feel like a lot of teams got to be looking out for. Vin Diesel and Machisel playing very close together within that early game, setting up for some big moments, specifically around these Reggies spawning in at 7.
Yeah, and we can see Lutano not yet level 7. They don't have Snipe Shot available, which would be huge for this fight. However, if they are able to secure some of this wild Pokemon experience, they will evolve right away. You can see if they can get that final hit, and they do. They now evolve into Inteleon, getting frozen right there. Sweet Kiss catching no one.
Yeah, Vin Diesel hoping for a flank onto that Suicune, did not know Zugrog had such forward positioning on that top tall grass, kind of thwarted in that spot. But hey, another successful push for Alolan Raichu and Buzzwole on the top side. And of course the Eldegoss as well. They will get a few scores in, and Orange Juicers racking up this score lead, 127 points now.
Yeah, Orange Juicers looking for this bottom path attack, but Vin Diesel moving to the top path. Huge Unite move right into a Sweet Kiss looking for the KO, and they get it, grabbed by the Leech Life, however, but they are able to peel away from this. No real HP on their side, but the Comfey able to save them there with that shield. Gyarados now jumping in. Regieleki being ripped apart by coaching. After grabbing a berry, the Leafeon is back, and a good secure.
Yeah, great slow smoke by JL in that situation to kind of shut down a potential chase from OG. Obviously, Leech Life not having a lot of range, and now they're going to try to use it just to stay up in this defense, but that Inteleon will take the KO. Lutano, after getting so many of those snipe shots, just tries to get it done with an auto attack.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Kratos, moving up to support the squad, able to push this Regieleki out. No points go in. Juicers up 142-4. Feels a little different than some of our previous matches. Felt like UNITE coaching just had the score lead for a while here. This match looking very different. Bottom tier 1 goal zone gone already on the side of UNITE coaching, which does set up the Juicers to take that bottom Reggie here very soon. Obviously, without a tier 1 on their side, UNITE coaching is definitely at a disadvantage when it comes to fighting down at that bottom Reggie.
Yeah, Spraggles, you had a great point a moment ago
Thank you so much.
About how the support from the Alolan Raichu has been really fantastic, and I know we talk a whole lot about how Leafeon can clear that central so quickly and join these paths. When Alolan Raichu gets that stored power unlock, I feel like it's kind of the same case. The ability to move while farming is so powerful for that Pokemon. You can knock knock out some wild Pokemon, rotate up for a big team fight, as there is one happening in the top side right now. And Leafeon on a mad dash away. Uguay taking a lot of damage and a few stuns, but the grass not going to slow down Kratos for a moment.
Yeah, nice play right here by the Snorlax. Obviously, they saw that the Juicers might decide to actually push them back after that fight right there. Snorlax using the Unite move, just setting up a huge wall that they just did not want to deal with. Couldn't take enough HP away from it right here. Juicers not able to counterpunch after Unite coaching pushes in the top path.
All right, Regieleki just 20 seconds away from spawning in. Both of these teams with only a few members. There'll be 4 from UNITE Coaching, 3 from the Orange Juicers. But again, that Alolan Raichu, with that quick clear, will be joining the battle soon.
Yeah, and we can see the Juicers just getting themselves ready for this. Leafeon is ready. They have a Unite move. We have the Comfey, which could be used to great effect if they decide to dive in right here. They're looking to catch someone on the side of the Juicers. They don't catch much, however, because it's already gone.
All right, Snipe Shot going to be the final source of damage, but I mean, Snorlax, Leafeon, and Inteleon all combining for a great moment. Of course, set up by that sweet kiss. Uguay wants more, though. Just trying to buy a little bit of time at this moment, getting that huge shield thanks to the block for a moment, but Regieleki not farmed down quick enough for Inteleon or Leafeon to pick up the last hit.
And Buzzwole's back, ready for this fight. Missing in a big way, but there's a huge leech life as they move in. Buzzwole Unite move able to pick up the Leafeon. Regieleki not going down, didn't end up leashing. Lutano peeling away from the fight with its own Unite move. Buzzwole picks up a double KO with the leech life as they're going to continue chasing, and that's a Alolan Raichu that should pick up that KO on Intel. They do. 50 points in the top path. This is going to be a free Regieleki. And meanwhile, in the bottom path, Gary and Lapras have just been sort of dancing with each other for a while here. Now, Gyarados coming back to the bottom path possibly to clean up some experience, but Regirock all by its lonesome.
Another massive highlight reel play for Flareons with that Suicune Unite, the never-ending ice spikes, enabling a lot of great moments, specifically for the Buzzwole to kind of have freedom of movement around that top side. See, Orange Juicers just kind of chilling here, making us worried that there was something going on, but don't worry, they were just watching that Regieleki, see if they have the potential to push, and they are. They are going to go all in, trying to make sure this Regieleki can get into the goal zone, and only Uguay and Lutano to stop it, and it won't be enough. Regieleki, welcome into the Tier 2.
Wow, what a great push there from the Juicers. 297, 111. Sure, they're giving up that bottom goal zone, maybe even that bottom Reggie, but the score lead is pretty intense right now. Regirock being ripped apart here by UNITE Coaching. The Juicers are well aware that that was a very likely possibility once they sort of allowed UNITE Coaching to think that they weren't pushing and then kind of made the sneaky play top. It looks like they were just hanging out just far enough away to make sure that UNITE Coaching did not expect any of them were moving in there.
Yeah, stay out of vision as well. UNITE Coaching does get a nice counterpunch, a big score on the bottom side, but also taking that Regirock a little bit later. Any of those Regi buffs do last for 90 seconds after knocking them out. Since it was at about 2.5 minutes, we're going to be looking at when there's only a minute left in the clock and when they actually lose that buff. So the defense buff will be around for quite some time, and with all those shields for UNITE Coaching, that is going to be a huge boon for them in this fight.
Yeah, that is going to be really nice for them. Then, of course, what's nice for the Juicers right here is they don't need to make a play at all. You see UNITE Coaching all moving as a unit, looking to possibly get a sneaky score or catch someone from the side of Juicers here. Here they all are moving through this tall grass. Here they go, looking into Flareons right now. Huge sweet kiss. They're looking for a catch. Massive snipe shot, and Flareons goes down.
Wow, really tough spot for Flareons. Didn't even have a chance to use the Suicune Unite move, but honestly, maybe just wanted to hold on to it for a minute. That is a ton of damage. Buzzwole is going to need to Unite move, but when they land, there's nobody there for them to slam down upon, and Inteleon will take out that KO. Lutano's still at a full HP bar. Vin Diesel, the only one that's in rough shape. Snorlax just buying time around the top side. Caught in Cloud Crash is going to hold them down for a moment, but Rayquaza stopping rolling in their tracks.
Yeah, Rayquaza already at half HP and getting lower. Vin Diesel looking to possibly move for the sick here. There's the big time bounce, and Gyarados gets it with a dry. No, it's Inteleon. Inteleon gets it. Of course, it's Lutano. I didn't realize he was near it. If Lutano is near it, he will secure. 297, 115. Definitely not over right now.
I love that rallying cry for the UNITE Coaching team. Lutano is near, he will secure. And
Lutano is near it, he will secure. They're all chanting in their robes. We know what they do.
Exactly. Hey, and why not? With such an amazing performance at this point, they do knock out that Rayquaza, but they need to do a whole lot more. Only 40 seconds remain, and they do not have the lead yet. Lutano does have a full Rayquaza shield. I have to imagine it's the same story for Comfey, who is hiding beneath that Gyarados at the moment.
That's what I was wondering too. Does Comfey have it right now? If so, they're hanging out on Gary with as much time as they possibly can use to get there. These snipe shots are going to deal so much damage. Here we go. Sweet Kiss. Gyarados is moving in. Comfey did have the shield, and they're looking for it. They do score. 297, 251. We have another shield on Lutano as they're pushing towards this goal zone right now. The Sweet Kiss pulling them off. Lutano needs to score. The foul stinger. He jumps him, and he stopped. He stopped. Oh my gosh, they stopped
26
Lutano.
for Comfey. 26 more points from Comfey. It was so extremely close, but JL somehow found a way to weave in a few more AOS energy into that goal zone. I know that Roland was attempting to score in the backside with Eldegoss.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
Able to do it. A final score,
Whoa.
297 to 277.
That was so unbelievably close. When Lutano jumped in with the fell stinger and they stopped them, I thought it was over. And then when Comfey scored, I'm not going to lie, I had no clue what the numbers were anymore.
We lost track
We
in a
completely
major
lost
way.
track. Whoa, what a final moment there between these two squads. Juicers taking game number 3. You need coaching. Such an impressive fight. Of course, we thought Comfey had that shield. I think they played that expertly, right? You have to get Comfey there, but you can't jump off right away because you know your opponents are waiting with their moves as soon as Comfey jumps off. Really nice play right there to score in that top pass, but they just could not get Lutano to that tier 2.
And that's the thing. They didn't have enough time on the clock to make kind of a tricky play with Lutano. Obviously, Comfey is a very classic escort-style mission. Just get them to the goal zone. That shield won't be dealing damage to them unless they are hopped off of a target. But Lutano is a bit of a different story. Doesn't have time to kind of rotate around to the bottom goal zone maybe and try a mad dash fell stinger into the goal zone or something like that. Instead, they're forced just to play around the team, hope they can create enough space, and in the end, Orange Juicers hold on to that defense.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible fight for them, losing Ray, but not giving up here. And I mean, this was just great for You Need Coaching. It felt like they were in total control of this fight. You did have the Alolan Raichu here a lot longer than I expected. Nice play there from Roland. They're trying to take down Snorlax, not able to make it happen right away. Gary just, in their face. Now we have Ray getting very, very low. What was it from Lutano? Auto attack, it looks like, that was able to secure right there from Lutano. Then they move in for this. The Comfey gets this. Lutano has the shield, and you can see everyone on the Juicers is well aware that Lutano has that shield. As soon as he goes down, grabbed right there by the Buzzwole. Beautiful play.
Yeah, and you see that Comfey score with only 4 seconds remaining, but unfortunately only 29 points. They still had the Rayquaza shield, by the way, on the Comfey. But yet another Alolan Raichu player of the game performance. Kratos, the trainer of that Pokemon in this situation, with 79,000 damage, and this time 8 knockouts. So we're definitely up in that category as this matchup goes on.
Yeah, I mean, Alolan Raichu is just a really solid Pokemon. It does an insane amount of damage. It moves around battles very well, and I feel like it really doesn't get caught too often. Now, I was worried that something like this might happen. We actually do have Kaiju Doob Snacks coming back to bring us some information. Don't worry, we'll try to hold him back as he makes his way into the studio.
Much appreciated. Yeah, managing to win the game after losing Ray is a feat in and of itself. As you know, where there is a Ray, there's a way. And I asked the team what their thought process was in that moment, and they told me that I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. I said, what do you mean by that? To which they just said, focus on the I believe part. Back to you in the booth.
Wow. I mean, I love that we have a correspondent. He reaches out to the teams, and they often speak in cryptic riddles.
Yeah.
You know?
Real fun teams we got playing the
I think
game
it's
of Pokemon
exciting.
Unite.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. If you've all been playing along, I hope you've been trying to track the ARG and the secret clues that you could combine for maybe a prize. But either way, awesome that we have a field reporter. Well, who knows? Awesome that we have a field reporter there live in Thea Sky Ruins. A little bit jealous of Doob Snacks, but not jealous, of course, of the gigantic prison.
I think when Doob Snacks sees these hats we've got on, he's going to be the jealous.
Yeah.
Because we're wearing hats.
Crown.
It is a really beautiful hat. And obviously we're wearing them because we're here in North America. And that's where you wear a hat like this.
Tip of the cap. Hey, how are you?
That's right. Tip of the cap. What a day it's been. But man, what a series between these two squads. I feel like every best of 5 we have seen from NA today has been amazing back and forth games.
It's been delivering. And I feel like for a long time we've been having the conversations. Who are the new big three in North America, and I feel like we finally chiseled that into stone with this tournament. The Orange Juicers, Luminosity Gaming, and now You Need Coaching defining that third spot for themselves. Of course, we also got version 1 going to Worlds, but these three teams have just been defining themselves as potentially like world's best squads, or at least very exciting teams to watch headed into Anaheim.
Yeah, and I'm sure, whatever region you follow, with in-depth knowledge, you kind of have a feeling of this with every region, that there are the top teams, and then there are a lot of teams that are actually really good right there nipping at their heels. But it does feel like this weekend we have that third spot solidified. It's been LG and OJ kind of battling over that top position in NA. But right here, You Need Coaching really does feel like the number 3 team. And hey, maybe they're about to be the number 1 team if they take down the Juicers right now. It could be really impressive. They look phenomenal. It's a team full of vets all getting back together. It's like the plot of Old Dogs, but it's about Unite. I actually don't know if it's the plot of Old Dogs. Can we get the stats guy to check what the plot of Old Dogs is? Or can Doob Snacks look into it, please?
Just get a quick recap. That'd be awesome. That'd be
if we have Doob Snacks talking about Old Dogs right now, that would be huge.
That would be wild. Yeah, either way, it's been awesome to see. And we had that conversation about a lot of other teams who could take that potential spot. Teams like Ignorance, Revelation, T3, Nemesis, all of them falling a little bit short in the regional finals. A fantastic season, of course, but You Need Coaching really rising above the rest and rising to the occasion here. I think a lot of those teams I just mentioned we will likely be seeing at the North America International Championships in New Orleans, alongside these teams, probably.
Yeah.
Which will be very fun to watch.
So many good teams at the final stretch in New Orleans. This could be really amazing. We've just been talking about it even off broadcast, talking about teams that didn't qualify from other regions, and we think, oh my gosh, if this team makes it to NAIC. We have so many teams from NA. I mean, NEM, Ignorance, YT, Revelation, like so many squads that could easily be at this spot getting their world slot right now are not doing it. So they could be there live in New Orleans to fight it out. That's going to be incredible.
Yeah, we even have some teams that we know for a fact are going to be there thanks to their regional play-ins that don't currently have a world championship spot. Kella was talking about our OC representative earlier in the broadcast, and during this tournament, a lot of other regions have been competing, and notably DreamMax Esports not earning a world championship spot in Brazil, so they will have the chance to do so since they did win that play-in tournament and have travel award to New Orleans. They've a good shot of fighting for that spot at NAIC.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild to think of DreamMax not making it to Worlds. So I feel like they're absolutely one of those teams that you want to see head to NAIC and duke it out at the final stretch. One of the coolest tournaments that Unite throws. I absolutely love the final stretch. The energy in that room, you have so many people that are there rooting for their respective teams. It was just so exciting. Last year was just unbelievably hype.
Yeah, and I've heard from a lot of people attending, everyone's going to try to step up their game in the audience. I think seeing ACL and a lot of those creative signs being in the crowd has inspired a lot of our more crafty individuals in the community. I might be bringing in some very fun signs to cheer on their favorite teams. It's going to be awesome. And reminder, you can see it on the bottom of your screen, but if you are interested in competing at the final stretch, signups have not closed. You can still sign up to compete at NAIC. Get together with 4 of your greatest whole friends in the entire world and go compete and play some Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, you could still win a spot to Worlds.
That's
I mean, we've seen crazier things happen in Unite. I mean, some amazing stuff has happened here already today. And I have to say, if you have not been to a live Unite event, you are absolutely missing out because the energy in that room is so incredible. I love it so much. Walking backstage and the other casters going, your crowd is really loud. When we're casting.
Yeah, we get a lot of notes from the other games in terms of the commentary and, of course, our crowd reacting. But we love it. We love it so much. It's so much fun. But this tournament this weekend, us being here in the Thea Sky Ruins, despite our task, while it is tough to protect, humanity with Kaiju Doob Snacks being protected there, it has been amazing just getting space to move around in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we have sort of this dual thing going on. We have a giant Doob Snacks that we are well aware could take over the world, and at the same time, look at how fun the set is.
Yeah, I can go, touch the screen if I wanted.
He could do it.
Oh,
did he?
I won't do it.
He won't do it. He won't do it. Heading into our next draft right here, Juicers up 1 game right now, 1 game away from becoming the regional finals champions here in North America. No trophy, but don't tell Zugrug.
Whoa, you need coaching. Kind of predicting a maneuver by Orange Juicers, taking away that Sableye. They know rolling with a game advantage might be wanting to have a little bit of fun on the Thea Sky Ruins, shutting that down immediately. And another call-out ban. Vin Diesel not going to be able to play that Leafeon in our game number 4.
Did feel incredibly powerful, and it also enabled plays with Gyarados, right? Being able to run to the top path at level 4 was just so difficult to deal with. As we head over to the Juicers right here, couple of picks. I don't think you're seeing Gengar Zoinks, but I mean, look, if it happened, I'd be shocked. Here's Zugrug locking in that Lapras and OG with Zashi.
Say when a heart breaks, it does not break even, unfortunately. Kratos, just heartbreaker. But that's all right. Unique coaching can make up for it with some fun picks. It will be a Gyarados, will not be a Meowscarada, but that's all right. Machisel's Gyarados has been making up for it in the entertainment value. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Machisel, I feel like, has been pretty incredible on Gary throughout this tournament here. You know, the teams that get Suicune seem to do very, very well. That is Lutano right now. We're going to see what Flareons wants to play here very soon as we're locking in the Alolan Raichu, Roland, hovering, and locking in Eldegoss.
Now, it could be the Inteleon, which we've seen before, but take a look at the composition of Unique Coaching. This double dive, and I was just going to say, this counter dive strategy has been popping up for Flareons, and they're going to lock it in again. A bit of a variation on the Ice Lane with the Lapras and Alolan Ninetales, a few different freezing effects between the two of them, but it will be kind of that big push, get away from me option, the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, we've got a very Alolan squad here for the Juicers.
Wow,
Raichu and Ninetales for the side of the Juicers. You need coaching, also with some freeze opportunities themselves, with Suicune on their side. Vin, I mean, he's got an interesting job. He's going to be able to dive in with Talon, but if he gets caught with a Blizzard Avalanche, that could be all she wrote as soon as that Talonflame, Brave Bird, or flies in.
Yeah, it's a tricky option. We talked about it with Mimikyu, I think earlier was the matchup that we were discussing with the Alolan Ninetales, but now it's going to be Talonflame in the mix as well. Good news though, JL will have that Hoopa to provide the Phantom Force trick kind of escape route for the Talonflame, but what we've seen it used most phenomenally with so far this tournament is with the defenders or with the brawlers. So I think Gyarados and Snorlax will be getting the lion's share of those trick combos.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they're going to run that. Obviously, we saw Hoopa on the side of the Juicers earlier not get much value at all, and I think it was because of that Gravity Clefable. Now there really isn't that threat, except we do have an attacker threat, which is if you land near us, we will catch you with this massively powerful Blizzard Avalanche.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and one thing we need to remember from last game, Lutano is near, he will secure.
Lutano is near, he will secure. Lutano is near, he will secure. You need coaching, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. This could be your last game of our grand finals here for the regional finals in North America.
So far, every one of our best of 5, oh, actually no, the last best of 5 did end in that 3-1 completion, but now we're looking for Unique Coaching to rally back. Orange Juicers looking to close this thing out.
And we see Uguay just getting pushed back a little bit right here. Nice secures on the side of Unique Coaching. Already 11 Eos energy for Lutano, so they did very well in that bottom path.
Yeah, great early push there, and now we're looking for the same on the top side. OG just getting in some early damage, but Chisel having to play it very, very safe on this Magikarp. Even with that Alolan Raichu not being a dive threat, you still got to give it a lot of respect in that early game.
And we got an interesting play here. We are sending Magikarp down to the bottom path right now to possibly try to win a fight here. Maybe something unexpected for the Juicers. They're peeling back. It's almost as if they know what's about to happen. Playing very far back with the Lapras right now. Kratos does make it to the bottom path as well. Talonflame jumping in, but not able to make anything happen right there. Lutano in a lot of trouble and goes down.
Wow, what good coordination by Orange Juicers. You called it exactly. They get wise to the tricks of Unique Coaching and rotate immediately to counter. We do have Machisel not even all, like 90% on the effort gauge. Far from it, actually. Gonna need to retreat, and a ton of scores go in for Orange Juicers.
Yeah, really nice stuff there for the Juicers. Very heads-up play, and you could see they could tell something was wrong in this moment. They just did not see the members of coaching they expected. They sniffed out the trap right there and reacted to it very well.
That's what experience and old age will get you. Just those instincts for the youngs.
That's right. It's like the plot of Big Dogs. What is it, Big Dogs? Old Dogs. Get Doomstacks in here!
I think it was Reservoir.
Yep, it's a is it Reservoir Dogs? I doubt it.
And Legendary V. We'll move on past that one. Okay, so far Orange.
Zoinks canceled his own bit, just so we're clear. He wouldn't continue.
Yeah, we all have. All right, Flareon's, caught in that whirlpool, make it far enough away to avoid the freezing effect from Lutano. It's so scary. As soon as you're stuck in place, it feels like that Talonflame is going to be jumping on you immediately. Machisel caught in a bad spot, but that's what Waterfall is for, giving you a ton of space and movement, and Trick, just the cherry on top there.
Yeah, Trick with a nice shield. If you can hit with a couple hits of the Waterfall too, you generate your own shield, which is pretty impressive. OG not able to pick up a KO right here, as we are seeing Talonflame jump in this moment. We could see Roland peeling back as they are getting ready to possibly fight here, but moving away.
All right, well, the rematch going to be setting up pretty soon. And now Zacian dealing a little bit of damage into that wild Pokemon. It's now Reggie Alecki going to be spawning in. Machisel in prime position to start taking it down, but they know that OG is not rotated too far. They're going to play it pretty safe as 2 members from UNITE Coaching clearing their central area.
And we can see Flareon's ready here for this Registeel. Lutano as well ready. A couple of Pokemon that could freeze you right here. The Whirlpool moving in. The Avalanche Blizzard combo. We have Talonflame ready to go, looking for their moment. They crash land, but they miss right into the combo, but they don't get caught by it. Talonflame with the Flame Sweep peels multiple members of Orange Juicers away, but they peel back from this fight. Registeel now leashing Vin Diesel, full HP almost on this Talon, ready to go with Trick Hoopa. They fly back in towards Zugrug looking for the KO, but they're being picked up here by the Bubble Beam. Registeel right now being ripped apart, and somehow the Juicers in and out and finally securing.
Great situational awareness from the Orange Juicers that entire time. Alolan Raichu just out of range, or having the ability to dodge the Brave Bird at any given moment. And when finally Vin Diesel feels like they have a plan of attack, all they can land on is that Lapras. Water Pulse, Bubble Beam, giving Zugrug enough sustain to live through that fight, not to mention knocking out the Talonflame on the other side. Great play by OJ.
Here we go to the top path right here. We can see Talonflame diving in, seeing if they can get a play onto OG right here, but no, getting punished for it immediately into the play rough, and Sacred Sword shutting down Talon.
All right, back-to-back plays from Vin Diesel. We're diving in pretty deep on the Talonflame and not getting anything for it. They might need a bit more backup from the rest of the squad. We're going to zoom out, take a look at this Reggie Alecki, but Chisel getting in range, and they will take down that Reggie Alecki as it walks towards that goal zone.
That's right, and here comes the Gyarados weaving in and out with Waterfall. Talonflame crashing in. The Flame Sweep misses the Juicers right here, and it looks like they have a good opportunity to stop this engagement. No! I was going to say Talon moving back in, but using that Phantom Force to peel right back out of the fight.
They got a whole lot of damage. I think they hit all 4 members with that single Brave Bird, too. Not only a ton of damage, but of course, that damage reduction the other direction. But the Trick Hoopa going to bring him back to safety. But Jill takes a whole lot of damage up front from that Zacian, enough that OG feels confident enough to pull the trigger on that Sovereign Sword, taking down a few targets. That's a goal zone broken for Orange Juicers, and they are in the driver's seat of this one.
Yeah, Juicers looking pretty good right here. 195-0 as they're continuing this push in this bottom path right here. With both of these goal zones up, Zoinks, what you're just seeing is these two teams spending all their time they possibly can in the bottom path trying to out-secure their opponents.
Yeah, it has been awesome. Okay, well, now Orange Juicers going to keep that defense up. It has been the flawless part of their game plan so far. So they're going to try to hold on to that. We do have UNITE Coaching looking for an angle. And so far, Uguay has not been able to land these heavy slam block combos that we've seen in games prior. Maybe that could change around this Regirock as they do have first position around it.
It's really nice stuff from UNITE Coaching right here. We have Lapras scoring in the top path, but that sets up this Snorlax to move in with no defender on the side of the Juicers. Huge secure opportunity, and it is secured by the Alolan Ninetales.
Wow, ridiculous. I believe that was the Snow Globe Unite to actually secure a
Whoa.
Whoa! That coverage from Lutano. Whoa, nice dodge as well. Will get hit with the second instance of Zugrug's Lapras Express, and actually likely going to be KO'd. Crazy Gyarados on this Alolan Raichu, almost at level 14, by the way, at 330, is going to be able to dodge away from this fight. Machisel doesn't want to make it too easy, but also cannot reach them with the Dragon Current.
Yeah, Machisel not able to make anything happen right there. Only level 10 also, so they can't really brawl with this Zacian at all. 2 levels above them. Right now, 242 to 0. I mean, absolute control from the Juicers. They even let their Lapras peel away from this fight, and they still got it.
Man, you need coaching. A minute away from the final stretch and not a single point of Eos energy deposited. This is so tough, and what a lockdown from Orange Juicers up until this point. Zogrug having just a ton of HP and shields. They can face check absolutely anyone on that Unk side.
Yeah, and you can see they still have a goal zone in this bottom path on the side of coaching as well, which opens up another scoring opportunity for the Juicers. Regieleki just sitting in that top path. It looks like 2 members of the Juicers are deciding to walk their way up, probably taking every bit of experience along the way, while the teams are just sort of fighting each other back and forth in this bottom path. Of course, the Juicers taking every opportunity to have someone peel away and score in some of these big moments. OG just picking up some Eos energy that dropped on the ground right there as Regieleki is walking.
Yeah, UD Coaching has had to kind of chill out a minute, take a back seat, and allow their flying types to get as much experience as they possibly can. Both Gyarados and Talonflame, severely underleveled until moments ago, have at least gotten to get to the level 12 breakpoint for Gyarados. Talonflame does arrive at level 13. They're actually going to try a push onto this goal zone. OG's going to be quick with the defense. Lutano tries to set up a freeze, but it won't be good enough. Final stretch has begun, and no scores into that tier 1.
And here come the Juicers. They're making their way up to the top path. Big time play rough. Catches the Snorlax. Snorlax right into the Unite move. They're getting pushed back the other way. The Brave Bird catches 1, catches 2. Snorlax. Now the Flame Sweep pushes another member of the Juicers out of this fight. And another goes down. Talon going down on the side of UNITE Coaching. That's 1 for UNITE Coaching, 2 for the Juicers. Huge Unite move from Gyarados. Gets 2. Knocks them into the air, and they are down. 4 members of the Juicers are down, and UNITE Coaching is fighting. They are not giving their tournament up just yet.
What a rally back from UNITE Coaching. Zogro going to try to put some insurance points on this bottom tier 1, but that is going to be a 5-member UNITE Coaching Rayquaza Shield package, as every single one of them will be boasting one. They do have full points of 50 in pocket, but they have to get up to the scoreline of 330 and more.
And here they come, looking to score in this tier 1 goal zone. It's going to happen. It looks like Gyarados puts the points in. Points still on Hoopa. 3 shields remain. We can see Vin Diesel does not have a shield. 100 to 330 with a minute on the clock. The tournament is on the line for UNITE Coaching, but they have plenty of Ray shields. Big time Alolan Raichu Unite move defends at the goal zone.
Okay, nice bit of poke damage, but great call by UNITE.
Whoa!
Immediately bail. 96 more points from the Lapras into the backline. Things just got even more desperate for UNITE Coaching. They got to go all in on this attack. This tier number 1 will be scored on. 100 points now going to be going in. They're going to try to rally in towards this tier 2. 100 burger again. 332 to 426. They got to take it all the way to the home goal zone if they want to save their tournament.
Snorlax can move in. It has a shield that's broken. It just got broken by the Zacian. I don't know if they have another Pokemon with enough Eos energy to move in. We have Gyarados using their Unite move, knocking them up. Snorlax is moving in to try to score, but without the Ray Shield, it doesn't look like they can do it. Hoopa scores the top path. 62 from Talonflame. More points right in. Can Machisel score in this moment? No, they cannot. 10 from Suicune.
12 more from Talon. 12 more from Talon going in the final moments. We got to take a look at the actual score lead, but it's just going to be on us.
Please,
this
don't
is how
show us.
surprised we are.
Yeah.
Thank you for going to the score.
Whoa! It's a tie game!
Oh my God!
It's a tie game!
Who hit it?
Juicers hit it first, right?
Juicers get to the
Juicers hit it
breakpoint
first. Juicers win on a tie, right?
Oh my word!
Because they hit it first.
Followed up. I believe so. We need to see the stat screen.
It's
Orange
official.
Juicers win.
The Juicers win.
Juicers win.
Wow! What a tie game!
I put that on the bingo board every single time, and it never happens. That's a tie victory. Orange Juicers back to back years are your regional champions for North America.
Yeah, Juicers were the team that reached the score threshold first. When you hit a tie, the team that gets the points first wins. Juicers with that Lapras peeling off in that moment, deciding not to defend, instead scoring a win on a tie in our grand finals. Absolutely insane.
Orange Juicers get it done. We talked about the instincts of some of those UNC team members, but how about Zugrug to know that they can backcap in that moment to ensure that victory? They had a huge points lead. Finds out the points lead was actually just enough. It could not be any less, or they would have lost that matchup. They hold on to that win, and again, become your regional champions 2 years running.
What an insane final few minutes in that match. I mean,
Can you believe it?
I can't, honestly.
Boss, can you believe it?
I mean, come on, Poke. That was
What
pretty
a
good.
match.
I mean, we wrote that out. That's pretty good.
Tip of the cap to you.
Incredible stuff, and I think Lutano might have secured, which is pretty amazing. I love that people are running back to give me my hat. I threw my hat in the air like an old-timey prospector because I was so excited. We just struck gold with a draw win in our grand finals. I mean, what an incredible final fight there between these two squads. I mean, the matches today, unbelievably good.
Listen, I know I really wanted a bracket reset. I wanted that match to go to the distance, but I don't know if I could have requested another perfect ending to this series. Orange Juicers hold on to it, and we're going to welcome Teleustrator and Wonder Chef back to the booth. What an end, am I right?
That is absolute cinema right there. Honestly, I had goosebumps. I had goosebumps. It was so good.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've ever had a tournament ending like that.
Yeah.
Ever in the history of Pokemon Unite UCS.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not only was it a tournament end, it was a regional final championship end on a draw. I mean, it's just so incredible. And I know they take the score away in the last few moments. They're thinking, people might know what it is. I certainly did not know who was ahead right there. I thought it was going to be razor thin, and I was more right than I knew. A draw.
I can't believe it.
I had like guesses in my head. I was like, well, if this one went in, then this is maybe who won. If this one went in, then maybe this person won. But none of them were in my head were a draw for sure. There was no anticipation on that. I actually don't have a clip if we were going to go back to. I thought maybe we could just rewatch the end of it if we wanted to at some point. I don't know if we have the champions here already, but just at any point, if we ever do want to go to that, I just have the end of the match ready because it was so ridiculously close.
Sure. It's so amazing. I mean, it feels like the last 3 minutes of that game were absolutely insane. Yeah, looks like we're taking a look at it. Let's break it down, Chef.
Pull it up.
All right, so this was the moment after the first Hundo Burger where they went down and they took down the first goal zone. And you can see over here the first big back cap that happened, and we actually do get the chance to see that on stream. So that was really huge. Obviously, literally, that was a game-winning back cap.
Yeah.
But we can kind of, I'm thinking maybe do I slow-mo it now? I don't even know.
Yeah,
there was so much going on that I couldn't even really think about it. I kind of feel actually like we don't slow-mo it quite here. We do see, a great engage, but Orange Juicers were really confident this entire time to just back up and allow the first goal zones to go down. So maybe we don't slow-mo it right here, but this is really where we need to start to slow-mo it, because I think it all started kind of, obviously, we did talk about this right here, this break on the shield right before the Unite went off.
Yes.
A split second, a frame before the Unite went off was huge. I mean, Spragle said it when it was casting, and I was paying attention, but the biggest thing to pay attention to, great call, Spragle.
And then, Kello, thank you so much.
Here, right up here, look at this, the Unite pops, right? So the Unite pops after they score. So that's 10 in for Hoopa. Oh my goodness. They Unite at, 6 seconds left.
Wow.
They pop it. Almost everybody that can teleports up there. They're attempting to score here. They fail just barely. 31 points almost in from a chisel. Didn't quite happen. Honestly, I feel like we need to watch this 30 times to watch every single score that happened. They even got a KO up top, you can see at the end. But 12 more points, I don't know. That's basically where it ends. We seriously do need to watch this 100 times to see everything that happened.
So good. I think from what I was seeing,
that Hoopa play, that was really that almost brought it back.
Yeah.
Oh, what a heartbreaker.
Well, and also you saw Gary. It was right there, so close to scoring, but I think Alolan Raichu, between its boosted attacks and between the psychic that it put down on the goal, I think it stopped it from scoring at the last possible second.
Yeah, it was 30 different things that were all well, if that didn't happen, somebody else wins.
All right. Well, we have got an interview ready with our champion. Who's got our mic so they can go take it? Oh, you got it. Perfect.
Just reaching underneath into the endless void.
All right. Well, let's welcome Zugrug here into the studio, and of course the Thea Sky Ruins, the one and only, the two-time now, the North America Regional Champion for the Orange Juicers, and you have won now 3 times that NA title. Zugrug, how good does it feel to defend your championship title?
I mean, it feels really good to win, but the way we won was actually just insane.
Yeah.
When they were scoring at the end, in my mind, I was like, nah, we gave up way too much. Like, we're going game 5. And then I got to the end screen, I'm like, it was actually just unbelievable the way we won.
I mean, it's honestly, it's history now in Pokemon Unite history. It was so wild. A tie to end the series. And of course, your back cap saves the entire tournament. You get the exact amount of points you need to hold it down. So that kind of leads me into my next question. When you're defending those goal zones, you get a bit of poke damage, you break a couple shields, but notably, you do leave that tier 2 on the bottom side. Eventually, you make the play call to abandon it. Who makes that play call on the team just to defend home goal?
Well, I told Kratos not to die on the tier 1, so he already didn't listen to me. And then I made it really clear not to defend the tier 2 as hard. So, you know, we listened enough, I guess, and we did it.
Listened enough is my favorite call from a shot caller in a team. That's great. Okay, well, you shut it down. Obviously, an amazing finish to that tournament. But you had some other great matches. I mean, almost a flawless run to start your tournament, 2-0 all the way through the group stage. You have a great start on the winner's bracket. You were able to take down Luminosity Gaming. So a very, very impressive run for Orange Juicers. I would say easily your best tournament run so far. Do you feel like that momentum is really going to send you guys on a good Worlds run? And are you considering participating in NAIC?
We're going to definitely be going to the final stretch. We need to go win NAIC again. And going into Worlds, I feel like throughout the year, we've been a bit pretty consistent other than our last tourney, but we've been working on stuff throughout the year, like better positioning at Ray, better calls on when to hit Ray, and just like being more confident in our calls. And everyone has stepped up throughout the year when it comes to making calls. Before, it's mostly like me and Kratos calling stuff, but now everyone is having good comms. Everyone's like, I feel like this is a good pick here, and I obviously value everyone's input, and it's just everyone is like really confident right now when it comes to the plays and the mons they want to play.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear that the teamwork, the coordination is also humming right now. I mean, it's so evident on the battlefield. We're seeing so many different players step up to the plate, like you mentioned. It felt like Flareon, Suicune, and your Snorlax lane was unbeatable in this tournament. It was really, really fun to watch. But of course, now, like we mentioned, you're going to be playing against some very tough competition at the World Championships. You've had the chance to attend quite a few times in the past, but any teams you're really looking forward to competing against?
We gotta have to just play against Fusion again. That's just how it is.
I like it. I mean, that's a bit of a rivalry now at this point. They did call you out last time, and it's your chance to take them down. That's going to be awesome. I mean, there's a lot of cool representatives for North America. Obviously, the job's not done, even though you do get to celebrate here for the regional finals. Final question for you. Obviously, you have literally the game-winning play by scoring that final back cap, so I feel like we might have to give you tournament MVP. But if you were to give a MVP of this tournament to one of the other members on your team, who are you giving it to?
I would give it to OG. OG really, really stepped up in this tourney, especially if you look at game 1 versus Anki. He saved the game pretty much at the end. And he was solid throughout the entire tourney. So I would give it to OG for this one.
Awesome. All right, great to hear that for OG. And if you want to give any shout-outs to anyone who's been supporting you, I know there's a lot of Pulp Up fans in the chat and things like that. So anything to give a shout-out to the Orange Juicers fans?
I mean, just shout out to all the Orange Juicers fans. Every time you look in Twitch chat, you see the most Orange team fans. So we got the best fans, and also shout out to my mom. Happy Mother's Day. I know she's watching right now, so she's definitely happy that we won.
Yeah, happy birthday, Zugrug's birthday. Happy birthday, Zugrug's mom. You get it. All right, Zugrug, thank you so much. Go celebrate with your team, go celebrate with your mom, and have an awesome rest of your day as a tournament champion.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the Juicers. Congratulations, Zagrug. I mean, what an insane run from them. They looked phenomenal today. So many great teams in North America, but the Juicers just once again coming out on top.
It was incredible, and as you mentioned, 2 times as well. So it isn't going to be over for them. Well, I mean, they even said they're going to try and make it to the final stretch, even though they've already secured their world spot.
Yeah.
Oh, I do believe we're getting a call out. We do have a floor, like on the match floor report. So we're going to give it up to our Kaiju in the booth.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. Thanks, everybody in the booth. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me try something new. Peace, love, and hugs. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. I love you all. Be safe out there. Doob Snacks, out.
Out.
Oh,
No. He got out. As in he escaped?
No.
Be safe out there was a threat, and we all know this.
Yes,
We know what he means.
For
Be
years,
safe.
we
people.
thought that was a nice thing to say. We've been wrong the entire time.
Yeah.
Red alert, folks.
Wow.
Red alert.
Well, I think we failed in our job to keep Doob Snacks locked in his Kaiju cage. But otherwise, I think this was a fantastic weekend. I'd love to get some thoughts from everyone before we go. First, let's break down our bracket. Obviously, the Juicers coming in with the win here in the grand finals. But so many amazing teams in North America, Kello.
Yeah, I mean, it was such an incredible run there from the Orange Juicers. No bracket reset this time, but you've definitely got to give it to Unite Coaching for doing that losers bracket run all the way through.
I gotta say, I mean, we got to see these top 3 teams a lot, but huge shout outs to version 1. Still one of the coolest storylines going into the World Championships. Newest team, one of the newest teams we have with newest players, and it's awesome to see them qualify. We can actually see now all of our qualified players from North America, which we can actually potentially end up getting 5 if
Potentially.
Yeah, if NAIC does well. But Luminosity Gaming qualifying 700 months ago. Orange Juicers, Unique Coaching, and version 1 qualifying today.
Yeah, what a story for NA. Of course, Luminosity already securing their spot, meaning a really exciting team like version 1 is able to pick up that final spot. Unite Coaching just kind of entering the season very recently, but making a huge splash. And then, of course, the Juicers with a phenomenal performance, winning the regional finals.
Wow, back-to-back defending that title. Of course, we did have Europe yesterday, so a reminder to everybody, if you weren't tuned into that broadcast, we did find out who's attending. For Europe, it will be Nouns Esports, Gen 5, and Komai.
Yeah.
Honestly, less. Oh, actually, I didn't get a chance to see everybody else who's qualifying. So we just got production set. Everybody. So we're gonna take a look at the full list. Santos Laguna, Stamina Esports, and No Smites coming from Latin America North.
It's so exciting. I think Santos Laguna and I believe No Smites, the 2 teams, could be having the travel award to attend. I think Stamina Esports ending up in the 3rd place position. But either way, Santos Laguna having such an amazing run, and I believe a first-time tournament win for them during the season. So an exciting time to do it in the regional final.
Got LATAM South right here. No surprise. Peru Unite. You may know them as Fusion previously. One of the best teams in the world. Looking phenomenal, securing that spot. And I am not familiar with this team. Yadagarusa getting that next spot.
They've been those rivals. They've been stealing tournament wins throughout the season against Peru. It's been a great matchup. Good rivalry in Latin America South.
And we also have the Brazil invites as well. Aegis Flames and Crias do Jake as well, who are going to be your 2 qualified teams to make it to Worlds from Brazil.
And we see, players that on this Crias do Jake. You have Soto and Falb. So these are players that in the Brazilian scene. Lel as well. And then, of course, a team that you're not seeing, DreamMax. Kind of a shocker to not see them moving forward to Worlds.
Yeah, well, Kello, you want to talk to us about our OC invited team?
Yeah, we had that 1 spot, so Wildfire Wonders are going to take that singular spot. There is obviously another chance, for OC, but any of these other regions to secure another spot for their region through NIIC.
Yeah, the teams that could make it to the final stretch is an absolute murderer's row of amazing teams that could easily get their spot. Of course, we have seen LAIC and EUIC. Next up, NAIC, the final stretch in New Orleans, June 13th through the 15th. And then finally, Worlds, Anaheim, California, world's biggest marble and the world's biggest Unite tournament, August 15th to the 17th.
I cannot wait. I love the World Championship so much. We talked to LG quite a few times about this in tournaments past, about how they get some tournament wins at EUIC and, of course, at ACL look great, but those don't have everybody from around the world. That is exclusively the World Championships, and so that is by far the most fun event of the year, but NAIC is also great, so I'm very excited for that too.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. We've had so much fun here in North America. Obviously, we had EU yesterday. We got to take a look at what was happening in OC. Want to get some final thoughts from the crew here. Follow us on all the social media platforms, especially Facebook. Chef.
I mean, amazing tournament. Especially, I think North America had some of the best games that we've seen in a long time, and throughout. It was really amazing. I'm glad that we got a mix of qualifying teams for Worlds through all regions of people that it's kind of like almost a 50-50 of people that we're familiar with and teams that are newer to either competing together or with newer players. So we're setting ourselves up for an amazing World, an amazing NAIC. Just everything towards the end of this season is looking amazing.
Yeah.
We definitely have a mixed bag of teams going on there. I am super duper excited. It has been such an exciting and exhilarating and fun weekend. And, you know, just even though we don't really have the crowd in front of us, the energy in here, especially during that grand finals watching you, it was just insane.
It was wild. I mean, I got two quick shout-outs. First and foremost, we got a tie on broadcast at NA Regional Championship. That is wild. I don't know if we're ever going to reach that peak yet again, but it was so good. But the second shout-out, too, is just thank you so much to our incredible production team behind the scenes. A studio show for the first time in a while, and we stepped up the game so hard. We got very cool graphics. We're surrounded by Thea Sky Ruins. We really hope you all enjoyed it at home.
Yeah, I mean, I echo that sentiment. That was one of the first things I wanted to say. The level of production here this weekend is absolutely insane. The screen's insane. The hats are unbelievably insane. The Rayquaza health bar on the screen. The camera panning in and out in some of these incredible fight moments and being able to take in the battles in ways that we've never been able to before has been amazing. Shout out to all of the mothers out there on this wonderful Mother's Day, to my beautiful wife, of course, to all of our mother, Timmy Studios. Please bring us auto chess to our global version. Please bring us auto chess. We would really love that. And thank you all, of course, for watching, for listening. You are the reason that we get to do this amazingly cool stuff. We will see you very soon in New Orleans for NAIC in the final stretch. Goodbye, everybody. Bye. Love you. See y'all next time. Yeehaw. Woo! We did it.
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans, to the Unite Championship Series North America Finals.
What's up? But can I get a high five, Foo? You think we can do this?
Oh, okay, we're gonna try.
Yep. Oh, yeah! Okay, you went through. You went all the way through.
Nice.
Fall through. That was perfect. That's all I needed to know.
Started with a perfect high five, got worse as it.
Yeah. we're actually. They'll cut that, right? They'll cut that in post. That's how it works.
Yeah, they always edit out all the mistakes.
I mean, the stats are probably like going to change a pretty significant amount. Okay, Zoinks. Zoinks is literally holding up thumbs up to nobody. All right, yeah. You can talk about that stat.
Plenty of work left to be done. Back to you in the booth.
Job's not done.
Not done.
As always, our job is not done.
Our watch is ever present.
Yes. We will make sure he doesn't escape. He will be stuck inside that screen forever, at least if I have something to say.
Doesn't make any sense. Only one way to find out, I guess.
Yeah, much appreciated, gang. Much appreciated, gang. Back to you in the booth.
Much appreciated, gang.
Much appreciated.
Appreciated.
Dupe Snacks, Kaiju Dupe Snacks. All right, that's how I feel about that game as well.
As Dupe said in one of these things up on the big screen, well, is it Bim Bam? I don't know the actual
Boom, bam, bam.
There we go. Thank you, Zoinks.
Exactly.
Also, just want to let everybody know that, it is time to crown a champion. So I have gotten in the proper attire. I am both Texas ready as well as champion ready.
I think that's important. And I think the people at home are recognizing how important that is.
Tip of the cap, tip of the crown.
Huge things right now. It is Mother's Day. Get your mom in here so she can look at Zoinks, because this is pretty exciting. Ladies, get your mom in here so they can take a look at Zoinks, because this is getting pretty exciting. He had to put Koopa on that team because I saw such little use of the ability, and I wonder if that's why I saw such little use of Gravity. Actually is a massive counter to this move.
Well, I'm sure Twitch chat is telling us if we're right or wrong, so we'll we'll find that out
Well, I
a
don't
little bit
trust
later.
them.
But
I
I
don't-
don't even
I
know
do
if we
not
needed
trust
just
them.
that interaction.
Moment.
This is
And
another
they told me that I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. I said, what do you mean by that? To which they just said, focus on the I believe part. Back to you in the booth.
Wow.
I mean, I love that we have a correspondent. He reaches out to the teams, and they often speak in cryptic riddles.
Yeah.
You know?
Real fun teams we got playing the
I think
game
it's
of Pokemon
exciting.
Unite.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, well,
If you
one
hold
thing we need to remember from last game, Lutano was near, he will secure.
Lutano is near, he will secure. Lutano is near, he will secure. You need coaching your purple
Look at
team
the
orange
actual
juice.
score lead, but it's just going to be on us.
Please,
This
don't
is how
show us.
surprised we are.
Yeah.
Thank you for going to the score.
Whoa! It's a tie game!
my God!
It's a It's a tie game! It's a tie game! Who hit it? Juicers hit it first, right? Juicers win! Wow! What a tie game!
I put that on the bingo board every single time, and it never happens. That's a tie victory. Orange Juicers, back-to-back years, are your regional champions for North America.
Thanks everybody in the booth. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me try something new. Peace, love, and hugs. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. I love you all. Be safe out there. Doob Snacks out.
Out.
Oh,
That was a-
out.
that was
He got
a-
out. As in he escaped?
No.
Be safe out there was a threat, and we all know that.
We know amazingly cool stuff. We will see you very soon in New Orleans for NAIC in the final stretch. Goodbye, everybody. Love you. See y'all next time. Yeehaw. We did it.